Removal letters as well that's installed inside. I have my own specific ones that I'll give to you, and Kevin has his own as well. You can pre-record or you can import the letters into the system and use those to get removals as well.
Okay, so bankruptcies, student loans. There's a lot of people on here, I'm pretty sure, that they bought for student loans. Now, we all know that you would probably be able to remove the student loans off your credit, but you definitely are still responsible for paying the student loan off. Yes, it will come off for that you can actually make something happen with your life, as far as, let's say if you're trying to get a car and you probably don't want them seeing that you have an outstanding balance. Yes, it won't be on your credit, but yes, you will still be responsible for paying that loan or whatever you take off. Yes, you will still be responsible for paying these companies back. Yes, they still want their money, but it won't be on your credit. You will still be able to make something happen with yourself, as far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. But I'm just showing, as far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. As far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. As far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. But I'm just showing you guys basically how to remove things, you know what I'm saying, the secret formulas and stuff like that. Yes, my course is going to be a little bit different from the average person courses, yes. But you will know step by step how to do something, step by step. Let's go. As far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. But I'm just showing you guys, as far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off. But I'm just showing you guys basically how to remove things, you know what I'm saying, the secret formulas and stuff like that. Yes, my, as far as getting a car, getting a home, getting
Experian Boost raised my credit score by 12 points instantly, which is insane.
So I raised my score by 21 points instantly. Awesome. Literally as soon as I pressed the button.
Family, it's your girl Jazzy Mac, and I am here to tell you why you need to stop paying your collection account.
Peace to the family. This is how important and of how much huge experience it is for you guys to make your money. Talk about it. I talk about it, then you guys talk about it and go against me. Why do we got to be like that? Just have a whole plan, a whole black print for how to survive in this day and time. And I hope and I pray that people, you get the butt of the joke. Right here, I'm talking to us globally. Get your CRM. That's about the biggest cheat code you can get. Pay $2,000 to get access to over 100 grand. $2,000 to get access to over 100. Come on now. I'm talking to you guys. Right here, I'm talking to us globally. Get your CRM. That's about the biggest cheat code you can get. Pay $2,000 to get access to over 100 grand. Come on now.
One.
I'm talking to you guys. Right here, I'm talking to us globally. Get your CRM. That's about the biggest cheat code you can get. Pay $2,000 to get access to over 100 grand. Get your CRM. Get that money, purchase some land, or move the fuck out this country and position yourself somewhere. But I mean, this type of war is going to impact people globally. Your credit restoration microwave.
What is CRM? Hello? Can you hear me? Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Come on now. I'm talking to you guys. Right here, I'm talking to us globally.
Unbiased, are you there?
Commonly known as A-Frame continues to maintain his innocence despite insurmountable evidence against him.
Unbiased, can you hear me?
Get your CRM. That's about the biggest cheat code you can get. Pay $2,000 to get access to over 100 grand. Get your CRM.
Credit restoration.
Get that money,
microwave, what's
purchase
that?
some land, or move the fuck out this country and position yourself somewhere. But I mean, this type of war is going to impact people globally. Your credit restoration microwave. That's when we remove negative items off your report, add positive items to your report, boost your credit scores, and then leverage your newly filed credit disposition so that you're approved for anywhere between 100 grand to 300K in credit. And you paid $2,000 to get that access. There's people with so-called good credit can't get access to over 100 grand. You just leave your full name and your phone number. I got it pinned to the top. I have it pinned. It's brotherpolite45@gmail.com.
My credit
Unbiased.
score. So listen up, people. The reason my credit score is in the 800s, and this is is the same exact strategy that I used when I raised my credit score. So listen up, people. The reason why and trust me, people, my credit score is in the 800s, and this is the same exact strategy that I used when I raised my credit score. So listen up, people. The reason why I am telling you guys to not pay your collection accounts is because there is a very, very common misconception that if there are collection accounts on your credit report, that all you have to do is pay it off and then it's going to boost your credit score. Your credit score is going to magically increase when you pay off your collection accounts. I'm here to tell you that according to the FDCPA laws and according to the credit reporting system of scoring, that is not how credit works. And I will tell you the 400s, not to an outside collection agency to collect. DCPA has laws that state how much a collection agency can collect and in what time frame they can try to collect that money and things of that nature. That will push the envelope. And instead of charging the legal 20%, they might try to charge 30%. Account gets referred to a collection agency, then they have to pay you $3,300. When I went on, I actually paid a debt that my health insurance was supposed to pay, and that debt was $3,300. And some of you guys read about that in my blog, and that debt was $3,300. When I went and I read those laws and discovered that the collection agency had charged me 33% to collect that amount, oh y'all, I had my pen and my paper ready. Not only did I, of course I disputed it, but I also put in my dispute letter that, according to the FDCPA laws, you're not allowed to charge this amount. According to the FDCPA laws, of course I disputed it, but I also put in my dispute letter that of course I disputed it, but I also put in my dispute letter that of course I disputed it, but I also put in my dispute letter that
Unbiased, can you hear me?
To remove the student loans off your credit, but you definitely are still responsible for paying the student loan off. Yes, it will come off for that you can actually make something happen with your life as far as, let's say if you're trying to get a car and you probably don't want them seeing that you have an outstanding balance. Yes, it won't be on your credit, but yes, you will still be responsible for paying that loan or whatever you take off. Yes, you will still be responsible for paying these companies back. Yes, they still want their money, but it won't be on your credit. You will still be able to make something happen with yourself as far as getting a car, getting a home, getting a credit card. Yes, sometimes it does happen to pop back on. And then, yes, you will still have to use these steps to take it back off.
gmail.com. Black people in Ukraine, be concerned. But I mean, come on now. I'm talking to you guys right here. I'm talking to us globally. Get your CRM. That's about the biggest cheat code you can get. Pay $2,000 to get access to over 100 grand. Get your CRM. Get that money, purchase some land, or move the fuck out this country and position yourself somewhere. But I mean, this type of war is going to impact people globally. Your credit restoration microwave.
Unbiased. Unbiased.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if you could hear me. See,
No,
the school, the credit restoration
I can't hear you. No, I can't hear you.
I'm coming.
Your audio sound like you're in the hallway. You in a can, you in a pen. You want some time. You snuck the phone in there.
All right, hold on. All right. I went online and I looked at the credit restoration microwave. That's his
Yeah.
shit, right? That's his shit.
Huh?
That's something that he set up.
Hey.
That's his shit. Because on the website, it might credit is king. No, cash is king, credit is queen. $150. You pay $150 to get the class. And then they'll tell you how to fix your credit. Or how to hide the stuff that's on your credit, right?
Right.
Because it's not fixed. As the one gentleman said, the one with the gold chain and that stuff on him said that
Yeah.
you're still obligated to pay the people.
Right.
Right?
You gotta pay. You gotta pay. They're gonna hide it.
So you're going to pay them $2,000 for them to fix this and do that. For you to get $100,000 worth of credit. So you're still going to owe more money now than you ever did owe before. So if you couldn't pay it before, how the hell are you going to pay it now? If you couldn't pay the credit that you had before, and you're taking up more credit, what's going to happen in the future? You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
You're going back to the loan shark. Every time you're going back to the loan shark, you cannot pay him off. I don't understand it.
But look what he said though. He said that these are special. Now let me just say this. You took a little while to come on, so I figure I ain't gonna stay muted waiting on you. So I'll play something, in between, so people have something to listen to, right? And entertain a little bit. So it's gonna come off and come back on. And he said you might have to use the letter again. So you gotta use the letter. so before you know it, 7 years went by, and the letter bound to work. If it keeps coming off and keep coming back on, the letter's gonna work. Some debt after 7 years, you can legally dispute it and it'll come off.
Yeah, but no, it cannot. The thing about it is that if you're continuously writing letters, it's each time you write a letter, it's 7 years. If you hide out for 7 years.
Yeah, right. You push it back.
Right. If you hide out for 7 years and go in the boom for 7 years and come back out, you can get everything off. Right? You can get everything off after 7 years.
Right. Well, not everything, but it's something.
Everything except student loan.
I don't know about it. No, I don't know about everything. I don't know about that. I mean, I think there's some like judgments. I don't think you get that judgment not coming out like that. Yeah, that judgment. There's some things like in some bankruptcies. It's tricky. But the easy stuff is like bills. That's definitely gonna come off the bills.
All right. Like I ordered it. I'm not afraid to say this. I left that debt when I left Jamaica 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was for like at the time it was for like $5,000. I said, fuck it, I'm not paying this. Because I've been paying for years and it still end up being like $5,000. $5,000 US. Right? Somehow they got my address like 6 years after I was up here for 6 years. They got my address. It was an unsecured loan.
Yeah.
And they start writing me. But I did not call them. I ignored it.
Right.
Because I know that once I say yes, hello, I owe this, let it start over. Right? Afterwards, some credit people from up here started calling me. I didn't started writing me. They didn't have my number. They started writing me. But all the letters said, we cannot prosecute you for this loan at this time because this loan was too old. But we're asking you to come in and pay the loan. Right? Because they can't prosecute me because the time has gone. But the instant I say I owe you, it starts over. You understand? And then they can come after.
Right. Yeah.
But no, if they call me, I can't answer and say, I don't know anything about that. I don't owe anybody. I don't know shit about that.
Yeah.
And it has to die a natural death.
Right.
But that's a different kind of loan. That was a student loan. Right?
Yep.
But some dudes don't understand that when you owe certain debts, you owe it. Right? So no matter what they want to tell you. Because when the $5,000 debt that I left, after 6 years, they were saying that I owe $25,000 with late fees and interest and all of that. And if I can make a payment of $7,000 in the letter, the debt will be dismissed. I laughed till a week, right? Because it include interest and all of that. Because a lot of people don't understand that once you owe a debt and they start charging late fees and interest, that the debt that you owed 2 years ago, it's not, you might owe $100 2 years ago, but today it is now that $100 turn $1,000. That's why you can go in and say no, and they give you some leeway and say, okay, you can pay $300 then. But you still end up paying more than $100 you owe 3 years ago.
Right.
But trust me, that's what it come down to. It come down to.
Yeah. So now you see, I point out, the first guy had 600,000 views. That woman had 1 million. And Brother Polite, collectively, he does a lot of those shits, but collectively he probably got 1 million views. You dig? So 3 million people with credit issues that is looking and listening to this garbage and looking at it as though, you know, this is it's a real option. Now, the second woman said, don't pay off collection. So they all got different. It's funny how they all can fix your credit and remove stuff, but they all got opposing strategies. So now the other woman said, now she's all about don't pay collections. And if you watch her whole video, bro, it's like the most, I mean, I don't know, like, are we that stupid of a people that they could tell you that, yeah, it might come off, but it might come back on, and you got to keep using this letter. What? So then now, she says this. Her thing is look for errors. Like basically pray that you're disputed all these items on your credit. Pray that there was an error somewhere. Pray that they don't respond in a month's time. And then it'll come off that way. But again, like you said, you're not telling how what happens if you owe that thing and that thing supposedly is old. And your date you might have 5 years in, and here you go listen to her dumb ass disputing stuff that's actually yours, and that thing start all over again.
Yeah,
like it just but they'll go that far to lie. Now I watched a couple of her videos. She had an interview with some black lady interviewing about her credit stuff. Now her tips on the interview, it contradicted her claims. So now pay your debt. I'm looking like, what? Like, yo, they'll smile, they will the jury, they'll yell out black power, and they want you to fail. He said, get access to $100,000. Stupid, that's not hard. It's not hard to pay my $2,000 and get access to $100,000. Most of those guys are locked up right now for that PPP loan.
No, but what they do, they get access to $100,000. All right, my sister have good credit and good credit card, right? If she signed me onto her credit card, it automatically boosts my credit score higher because she like have 850 credit, and she has the carbon fiber American Express card. You understand? Yeah. Most of her credit card is either metal or carbon fiber, not the plastic cards. So she has some high limits. Now, if she sign you up as a co-user, it automatically jump your credit. So when you apply for as an authorized user, it automatically boosts your credit. So now you can use it now, apply for credit, and you'll get some $100,000 limit card.
It depends how bad your credit is, though.
Yeah, it depends on how bad the credit is. But if I couldn't pay off a $10,000 card, if I couldn't pay off a $5,000 card, what am I doing with a $100,000 card?
He said, buy some land, get out the country. That's what he said to do. He said to buy some land, get out the country.
Unless I'm going to take the credit and go and buy a truck and go into the trucking business. And that's something that you have to know about. You understand? Going to the delivery business. Yeah. But you know you're going to take up $100,000 worth of credit when you couldn't deal with $5,000 worth of credit. When $5,000 worth of credit crippled you, you're going to take up $100,000 worth of credit?
No, but he's supposed to teach you what to do. Like he's going to guide you step by step how to use that $100K, responsibly. Like that's what he says.
So we're going to take the $100K. We're going to take the $100K.
What happened?
I'll buy Bitcoins. We're going to buy $100,000 worth of dark coins or Bitcoins, right? Because honestly, I tell people this, if you have $2,000, if you buy $2,000 worth of Bitcoin, you can't leave it there. It might grow to $100,000, but don't take your last $20,000 buy Bitcoin, because that shit, when it falls, is going to carry down a lot of people, and it's going to fall. It has no true value. Bitcoin is based upon speculation. What is backed against? Speculation. That somebody out there is willing to pay $20,000 for a coin.
Yeah.
That's what it's based upon, That somebody's out there willing to pay $20,000 for a coin. That's what Bitcoin is based upon. Bitcoin is not based upon anything, yeah?
So just real fast.
Yeah. Which country banned Bitcoin?
I don't know. I don't know much about Bitcoin.
Shit, not about yeah.
But let me ask you this: are you aware of the PPP loan scams?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Do you know how they was getting approved? Do you know some of the ways they were getting approved?
Yeah, people were telling lie on the businesses that they have.
Right. Wait, hold on. But it's more than just that. Like, do you know specifics what they got lied about? Because I own a business and I got denied. So it ain't just about owning the business. Do you know what you got to lie and say you have in your business to get the loan?
No, I didn't know.
You got to lie and say you got employees.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. You got to have payroll. Now you know how hard that is to have a business that have payroll, especially Black people. 80% of our business are sole proprietorship or single membership LLCs. 80% of Black business in this country, you have no employees.
Yeah. Look, somebody came to me and asked me if I want to get $50,000. And I said, how? And they said, you set up an LLC and just long talking because what they're going to do is try to get 60,000, and I pay them 10,000, and I get 50,000. Easy money. And I said, you get 10,000, right? That was it. Like they will get 10,000, and I'll get 50,000. And I said, I said, all right. Tell you what, I'm going to call you tomorrow. I'm going to think about it. They call me about 100 times. I don't answer them all now. Because if you were my friend, why are you trying to send me to prison?
Right.
Because when you take when you get $10,000, you cannot get into any problems, because I was the one who applied for the loan. I'm the one who's going to catch all the shit.
Yep.
Right? But it's not everybody telling people that, get involved in the PP loan, get involved in this, man. You're good. You'll have $50,000.
Yep. And what I was saying was, I think Polite will do the same thing. He'll get you. He'll get your account open for you, but he's going to do everything for you. Remember, he's a guru, and you won't understand it. and you're gonna say, I'm sure I'm sure when you pay your $2,000, you're not gonna argue much when he say, I gotta do it for you. You already paid your money. You're like, oh well, there you go. This is how to get you. I paid my money, and now I'm at his mercy. Because now if I don't let him do it, he gonna take the money and run. So now I gotta let him do it. So then he goes in there. He lies about the money you make. He lies about your business and your employees, and you will get approved for $100,000.
Yeah.
But you about to do like 10 years. That time now.
Yeah, you get $100,000. Listen, if somebody can guarantee me a PPP loan for $5 million, I'll take that shit. Because guess what? Tomorrow morning I'm out of the country.
Yeah.
You understand? Even $3 million. I'm going to what a country. Thailand. I'm going to Thailand. They get myself a nice little Thailand wife. A new wife.
Yeah. Right. Thailand,
Yeah. A nice house in Thailand costs $200,000. And you spend $5,000 a month for the rest of your life, and you live very good in Thailand. You live well. You understand?
Yeah, I can do that.
Yes, and you live wealthy with $5,000 a month in Thailand. You're a wealthy man. You eat well. You understand?
Yeah.
So if you get him a $5 million in PP loan, I'll do that because I know that I'll have to run away.
Yeah.
Right? I'll have to run away. But no, you taking the PPP loan, buying Ferrari and Lamborghini and Rolls Royce.
That's what they did.
You're driving a Rolls Royce every day. You're in a Rolls Royce, and you go down to Hollywood Boulevard and you go to the black guy who makes the hats, and you buy one of them hats for $500, and you buy some Jimmy Choo and put it on, some Jimmy Choo shoes for $1,500 and a $1,000 hat. You look like Mr. Organic. You're telling people that you're a millionaire. And you say a millionaire where, from when? From YouTube?
Right.
You know Mr. Organic, right?
No.
Mr. Organic is this YouTuber, right? Telling people that he's a millionaire. Has 300,000 views on YouTube. I'm not saying that he's not a millionaire. You know. Selling merch. Selling merchandise.
Is he white?
No, he's black.
Okay. What's the name again?
Mr. Organic. ORGANIC.
Nah, I never heard of him.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Organic. He was with this guy named Tall Guy Reviews. Right? Tall Guy Reviews have about 1 million views now. I used to watch Tall Guy when he was reviewing cars. And he used to have less views. But they sell a lot of merchandise on the webpage. But merch is merch.
Yeah.
Merch is merch. But Tall Guy have about 1 million views. They sign other partnership and stuff.
Right.
But this dude only telling people that him is a millionaire and all of this time. I'm not saying that people don't make good money off YouTube, you know. There are people out there, the channel grow and they make good money. Right? But not to the extent that how them put it.
Right.
It's like the girls are OnlyFans, telling you that they're rich off OnlyFans. And you look at it and say, how many girls on OnlyFans? How many girls have an OnlyFans account? All of these girls rich?
Right.
Some of people subscribing? No, don't add up. It doesn't add up at all. But it is what it is. So now they're telling you about the credit. And they tell you that fix your credit and you can get $100,000 and you can get the credit line. And I don't know what to do with money. I don't know how to manage money. Why are you giving me a credit line of $200,000? What am I going to do with that money? Right. Are you going to give me business ideas? Are you going to teach me how to invest that money now?
Brother Polite is.
Are you going to show me how to buy a burger, a KFC building with $50,000 down, and the rent pay the mortgage, and I still make like $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month off that one building after the mortgage, insurance, and everything paid? Are you going to tell me what you telling me to do? You just telling me to get the money? And then the thing about it is poor black people looking at this thing, and marveling, and people telling people that you have to have 6 streams of income. You need 6 streams of income.
Yeah, hold on. You made a great point. Hold on.
That poor black folks and people back credit. So I'm in real estate now, and a couple of black couples trying to get approved. They're trying to get some home improvement done, right? Some remodeling, the whole house remodeled, and they didn't have the money, so they wanted to they needed financing. So we tried to help them out. I talked to them directly. I sent them website we use to get financing, and they were denied. They're married as a couple. They tried to do it individually, still denied. I mean, their credit wasn't that good. So they are the type, because remember, they want their home remodel. So now they're the type who will be caught by those 3 people I played.
Of course.
And there's more out there. Right, because they're desperate. They want they just got denied, they feel bad, and now they understand how important credit is. Like, damn, you couldn't get our house remodel. So they're like, all right, let's go ahead and listen to these scams and see if there's a shortcut.
No, but there's no shortcut. What you do? What you do? Honestly, what you do if you need to get your house remodeled is that you watch YouTube and you learn to do the shit yourself. That you do. You learn to do the shit yourself. If you're poor,
but you know what? But to be fair, like, everybody's not a
hands-on person.
Right? Yeah, everybody's not.
No, but think about it. When you watch YouTube and you start watching most of these people, they weren't handy in the beginning. The first room is going to look fucked up, So you choose one of the rooms.
No, you're right. But look, it can. Don't forget, I do this for real. So by you screwing up, okay, for example, you got to put your toilet on perfect. If you don't put your toilet on perfect, I forgot that little ring, that little sticky thing that makes sure no water is leaking. And if you don't, many people's homes have been installed with a toilet on perfect. I mean, so-called contractors have come to people's houses and have not installed their toilet perfect. So we talking about contractors, licensed people. So now, if they ain't put it on perfect, imagine somebody who's just watching YouTube. So there's certain things that got to be done right the first time, or you're going to have problems, 30 grand worth of problems in 5-10 years. It got to be done correctly. Flooring.
Like certain things. Certain things you know that is above you. So certain things you start saving money for. Like the installation of toilet bowl and certain plumbing. You save money for that. But like normal tile in a bedroom.
Yeah. But the other stuff like sheetrock,
installation of drywall.
Drywall, all that stuff, and like patching up holes, all that stuff you can do yourself.
You can do yourself, and you save the money now to pay the plumber and to pay the electrician.
Yeah, right.
You save the money for the plumber and the electrician. Right? You save the money for the plumber and the electrician. But you did all that burden for yourself.
Yes. So now let's just say this. If they have time, they can do it themselves, because a lot of people, I know people who they work one day off. I got friends, a married couple, they work a lot to pay bills, man, and live a certain lifestyle. They pay a lot of bills. So don't forget, like, when like people think they're entitled to certain things, like certain luxuries. So when they have those luxuries, there's a lot of obligations that's in large payments that come with the car. Because like I said, I know these people personally. They got the car, they got the house. So now they got all that stuff, but now they got to pay work.
Right. All right. If you have a car payment of $700 a month, I think we talk about this, and the insurance is $200. That's $900 a month. If you work $10 an hour, that's $90 a month to pay for that car, right? So therefore, if you drive Uber and the average Uber works out to $20 an hour, if you work it out, if you drive Uber, you'll have to be driving 40 hours extra a month just to pay for that car, and that's after taxes. So you have to drive another 10 hours to pay the taxes. So you have to drive 50 hours a month to pay for that shitty car. That's what we as a people, you know. We as a people, we're buying these shitty cars that 2 years' time is an old car.
Yep.
So we're buying shitty cars. We're buying the $50,000 cars, and the $55,000 cars, and the $60,000 car, and they work out to $1,000 a month, not including insurance. So you're basically working for that car.
And look, and they don't mind to be seen a certain way in their community, in their block. They don't mind. Like, you know, that's why they use the word capping. Like, they don't mind capping just so people could believe that they are living a good lifestyle. So people just can believe that. Like, yeah, they in the black community, they will go that far to fake it and just to get a certain amount of like appraisal from different, you know, people worshiping them and thinking like, wow, yeah. And to them, that's all worth it.
No,
you know.
Listen, and then the thing about it is that 5 years time, we'll get rid of the car as soon as we're done paying for it. We'll carry it in because start having issues, and
right.
we'll carry it in, and we'll get. Say you buy a $50,000 car, and you have it for 5 years. By the time you carry it into the dealer giving you $15,000 for it.
Yeah.
Right? For the car that you just done paying $60,000 for, the dealer give you $15,000, $20,000. But the dealer said, you know that with that $20,000, the last time you had an E, this time you can get an S class. So the payments will be the same. Right? So now you move up to an S class. It's a nicer car, yes, but it's the same payment.
Yeah, I got a friend. I got a friend who does that, man. He one car he'll pay the damn thing off. Then he'll go back, trade it in, and get a whole new car note.
Right, because I'm stupid. He's stupid.
He stayed, and then he loves to ride around in my house to show me. Then he texts me for a cash app. You know, cash app for $20-$30 later. I'm like, what?
Listen, other people in other cultures and other communities, they drive the old truck and they have that truck or that car for 20 years, 15 years. Within the 15 years, after that car is paid off, the money that was paid for the car started doing something else. You understand what I'm saying to you? So the money that was paid for the car, they went out in the suburbs and they buy a little house. And they're out there with the liquor house. So now so the car payment is not on them. And when they really need a car already, after you have the house for 10 years, the mortgage don't feel that bad. So now you can go back and get a new car. No, you can go back and get a new car, but no, us, every 5 years, every 4 years, we want a new car. Some people are no leasing. So every 3 years, every 2 years, when the lease is up, they go out to a new car. Because the community must see them in something new. I can't be driving that old thing. No. So what do you think about, let's move on from the credit repair. Let's talk about this war that is going on in the Ukraine.
Yeah. Now look at this. So it's a bunch of bad advice out there that's being shared to get over, and it's just going out there. There's even some bad advice saying you can write everything off. Just get a business ID number and you could employment identification number, EIN. You can write everything off. They give them bad advice. Like you better not go out there and buy some shit and act like you really got business. Listen, you have to prove your services or products. You got to prove you actually had. When you get audited, you got to prove you actually service somebody or sold somebody some products. So don't go out there faking you own a business to write off some shit.
So my question is, when you charge people, you get people cash, and you charge them a percentage. So you get them $50,000, and you get them $60,000, and you charge them $10,000 to get that $50,000 or $60,000. You don't have a responsibility to say, why am I giving this person who has no level of financial responsibility $50,000? Right. Why am I getting this person $50,000? Am I not putting this person further in the hole 10 years time?
Yeah, right.
5 years
Right.
time?
They don't give a damn, man.
Am I not giving them a bigger hole that they never get? Are you actually helping or hurting the people at that time?
Nah, it's two P's. You gotta understand, man. When a person stoops that low, they already told themselves, it's me and my girl or my man or just me F you. They already settled with themselves. And listen, it's all about me and my babe. I don't care about nobody out there. They ain't my real friends. They just associates. When they stoop that level, bro, they already got in mind, I don't care nothing about you. I don't care to lose you. It's all about what I got and who are my family, and that's it. And like that's their mentality, man. My family got to eat no matter what.
All right. I had a problem. Let me tell you a problem I had. I have a problem. One time I tried selling stuff. I don't know if I say it on the program. I used to try selling Herbalife.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. No, you went that multi-level marketing scheme?
Years ago. Herbalife for scholarship, right? Somebody come to me and say, like, you can make some money. It's a good product. It's vitamin and it's good for people. But when I realized, when I bought the product, I had to buy through the person who signed me up account. Right? My job was to get people to sign up people over time. But when I bought the product, let's say I bought the product for $10. Right? They recommended that I should sell that product for $18. So you bought the product for $10 and you sell it for $18.
You might as well sold final calls for Paragon.
No. So you sell the product for $18. So I used to ask, why such a big markup? Why 80% markup? No, man, we are giving it a discounted price, and that's the
right, 80% markup.
It's an 80% markup, 90% markup. And I just never said fear that I am going to sell you something that I bought for $10.
Yeah, that's not even a normal, that's not a normal business practice. The markup's at 80. Like you want to do 15, 30%, and even that's being greedy. 80, 90%. Come on, man.
But that's what the markup is at multi-level marketing. When you buy Mary,
oh yeah.
When people selling Mary Kay cosmetics.
I got more questions. Hold on, I got more questions about Herbalife. I didn't know you did that.
No, man, years ago in Jamaica. I'm talking almost 20
wait.
years ago.
Wait. I want you wait. Yeah, let's get back. Wait, don't leave Herbalife for 1 second. I got a question. So what was your
Huh?
What was your pitch?
What was my pitch?
Yeah.
It's easy. You know, like I go to people and I say, listen, you know, like work and the job is stressful and you find yourself exhausted and tired. Sometimes you eat and you're not eating properly. You need supplement, right? And then these are not over the counter vitamins. These are special blend. You have to emphasize the special blend. Special.
You sound like that. It's stupid. You sound like the people on the video.
Of course. Of course, Stable.
You sound like Batman Cavill or the other chick.
Yes, Stable. You find no, unbiased. When you find yourself after a long day of work, you find yourself exhausted. It's not natural. Because when people do what they like, they shouldn't be that tired. You're tired is not natural. You're tired as a result of you're unbalanced. We need to bring up your levels. Your vitamins, vitamin D, your iron level, level, all of these are out of whack. And you need a product that will help you. Right? As you get older, your bones get weaker. You need calcium. You can't get that in the food. You know, we need to strengthen your metabolism. Why you're putting on weight is that your metabolism is not as strong as it used to be. It's not as vigorous as it used to be. And we have the metabolism and have the bone straightener, we have the blood thickener, we have the eyelash, we have the hair grower, we have all of that. They have all of everything you have.
Yo, that is hilarious, bro. Now look, now, were you also? Let's say, did anybody ever buy it from you?
Yeah, man. You said a holy point, man. After I sit down and talk to you and explain to you, say, listen, all right, you find yourself. Like I talk to the males, and I said to the males, you find yourself waking up in the morning and not having a hard on. You realize that you don't have the same level of vigor that you have when you're young. You don't wake up with that same kind of erection that you used to wake up with when you're young.
Yeah, that's true.
That's because you're out of balance. You need the pH balance enhancer. You need.
so now look. So Stupi, when they joined, when they bought it, did you also convince them to sell it too, like to join the whole Herbalife shit?
I was selling it for about a month, and then I said this is bullshit. So I didn't get anybody to join.
Wait, hold on. Oh, you didn't nobody join door?
Because I realized that it was bullshit. I realized it was bullshit. What happened? All right, I tell you what happened.
He's in a month.
No. Unbiased. This is what happened in our culture. What people don't understand. You see, because we don't eat right, because on the whole we don't eat right, when somebody introduces vitamins to us, especially over a week period or 2 weeks period.
I'm going to piss on myself. Stupies, you went out. You faded away. Stupies, you went out. I can't hear you. Is it me? Who came on? Can you hear Stupies? Who just chimed in? I can't see. I'm in the car. Hello? Can anybody hear me? He dropped off. Yeah. All right. So who's on the panel? I don't know. I'm in the car. So Stupies let you in. Can I be heard? I'm not sure if I can be. Let me check my phone, see if the chat can hear me. Yeah, that story funny. That's one of the funniest stories, man. You know, Stu P said, "Hello, Stu P, is that you?" Well, I don't know if that's just me or that's them. That is funny as hell. Yeah, the herbal life, yeah. Right. Hey, no ma'am. You're exactly right. Like I said, 15 to 30%. That's like kind of like I said, 30% like kind of being greedy, but it's okay. You dig? Like your client or customer ain't gonna trip too much on a 33% markup, but 80 to 90, that's ridiculous. I'm hollering, you know. So I don't know where Stu P's at, but he'll be in shortly. But I want to, because usually in these multi-level marketing schemes, and I said schemes because they're not all scams. You dig? They're not all scams. Now by some definitions, a lot of them are pyramid schemes. A lot of them are, but not all. Like I did enough research. I can tell you which ones are, which ones ain't. So there was Amtrak, Amtram, something like that is not a pyramid scheme. And also he said Mary Kay is not a pyramid scheme either. Like they might have a high markup, but it's a legit business. So there are some MLMs that are legit. They're not pyramid schemes, but others are by definition of a pyramid scheme by the government website. They are not all, but some are. I think Amtram, something. I'll look it up when I get in the car. So Stu P, you back? But I do know that they pressure you to get people to join. So this is what they do. You know you're in a scam when somebody's trying to sell you a product, and when you say no, they want you to sell the product, right? So it start off by trying to sell you the product. But if you're not interested and they try to get you to sell the product, that's probably a pyramid scheme, okay? Because when you go to Walgreens, Walmart, CVS to buy some shit, Starbucks, if you don't want nothing they got, they're going to say, hell, sir, why don't you get an application? Why don't you start selling this stuff too? That's not going to happen. Like, that's one of the signs that you're most likely in a pyramid scheme. And whatever the wave is, you know, you got Forex. Forex is legit, right? Forex, the Forex market, trading Forex is legit. But unfortunately, there's a lot of pyramid schemes surrounding Forex. So if anybody's trying to teach you Forex, then, you know, most likely it's a scam. You know, not all of them. Again, yeah, because if they want to teach you the ins and outs, everything, it's probably not. But if they don't want to teach you, they want you just to join, that is definitely a scam. Okay, when they don't want to teach you, they want you just to join their program and they'll tell you everything. That's a scam. Well, you're not going to learn all the ins and outs yourself. That's a sign that it's a scam. Okay, so that's one way to know. So you got the credit repair scams that was out. That was hot about 5-6 years ago. Real hot. All scams. Okay, every last one of them. And I was in one seminar because a family relative had me, had me come just for their support because they joined and they want to invite people, I guess, to make it look like they, know people. So I just came out of support. And when I asked them flat out, I said, listen, can you delete anything? And, that's when you get them because they got to say yes or no. And once they say yes, it's straight bullshit. So, because they can't just delete anything. If it's yours, it's yours. Let me see. Okay, so, all right, I'll probably got to do it because Stu P was the only Stu Pease was the only co-host. So let me go. Let me let you in. Because I'm in a car. I tell you, my apartment. And I mean, I start talking. They start complaining and shit. I talk a little loud. So, like, I got a good condo. I don't own it. I rent, sublease. But the neighbors, they all older. So, you know, a little noise. But I'm like fortunate to live with these people rather than some young or mid-aged clowns that want to play hip-hop or Mexican music all day. Like, my building is quiet as fuck every day. I'm probably the only noisy person. So let me let you in. Hold on, let me let you in. Let's see who's trying to get in. I see. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, yeah. He went out. He went out, so he can't get back in.
Woo child.
Sorry, I got cut off. Sorry to disturb everybody. Big up.
Yeah, I forgot that you were the co-host. If you leave, because I'm in a car, then they definitely can't get in.
Yeah.
But,
okay. Yeah. I'm
gonna put the web thing in the chat. So if anybody hop on, you just copy and paste it. The meeting ID in the back chat.
What's in the chat to this? Amber?
Yeah.
Hey, that's Sufi. Yeah, I need a little more of the story, bro.
I came on to say, first of all, Stu Pease, not you was a fake ass Dr. Sadie. Telling people they need to promote they don't got the right nutrients.
Yeah, you know, you don't have
yo, his picture's funny as hell, yo. Yeah, I almost pissed my pants, yo.
Yeah, of course. You find yourself exhausted at night. You're coming home from work, you're sleeping, and yet still when you wake up in the morning, you don't feel rested. And a major contributing factor to that is that your nutrients, your electrolytes and your nutrients is off balance. You need to get the proper vitamins in your system. No, you can rely on over-the-counter Fred Flintstone vitamins, but those won't work. Those only offer temporary relief. At Herbalife, these scientists spend years in the lab coming up with the best formulas to get the balance back in order. It might seem like it's more expensive, but that's how things are. The good stuff not oftentimes cheap. I can send it to the pharmacy and you can go and buy the Central vitamins, but those not as good as these. So you tell the people the bullshit. And after a while, they say, why am I doing this? Why am I robbing people, old people, and co-workers, and selling them shakes? I remember when people used to buy the shakes. The shakes were milk powder, flavored milk powders.
Your metabolism. Yo, he gave all random facts.
Wait a minute.
To the listeners.
Are you saying that you're a reform scammer?
No, not scamming. You weren't getting a product. You weren't getting a product for your money. But Herbalife is scamming. Herbalife is scamming.
Well, okay. Wait. So like I said, there's the website. Okay. For you have some crazy Negroes out here that don't understand the government is here to protect you from scammers. Anything you could think of, there's a government website educating you how not to get scammed. Credit repair, FHA, or any home, anything. There's a government website teaching you how not to get scammed, how to find a real general contractor, find a real credit repair person. Anything you trying to get done, there's a government website somewhere telling you how not to get scammed. Okay, so by me saying that, Herbalife, the fact that they offer you a product it won't be technically a scam because they offer you something. Now they cap it on what it does, but because they actually offer you something, the scam is the people who don't offer you shit. There's a bunch of them. They just get you to join, and they send you a tape. So you get like a tape of audio, like educating you how to pitch. So you got a lot of those out there, and you get a website.
Not delivering what you promised to is scamming too.
Nah, I'm saying like it won't be called scam. It'll be called scheme at that point. So there's a difference between scheme and a scam. But a scam is like pure
somebody
like
in the back room. Let somebody
straight bullshit. But like I said, there's a website that tells you exactly what a scam is. It tells you exactly like the details, and a lot of these won't fall into that, and you won't find them on a BBB either, because the BBB to even fall on there, you have to qualify. So you have to actually offer a service or a product. But a lot of these scammer things, they don't offer a service or product, so therefore they won't be on the BBB. But there's other reporting agencies out there that'll cover them too. That I have. So yes, the Amber is. So what they're doing is they're not being totally transparent, not being honest. They're not being genuine. But it won't be technically a scam because you're getting something. But in our minds, it's a scam.
That ain't the legal definition now.
All right. Let me hear something.
The intentional use of deceit, a trick, or some dishonest means to deprive another of his, her, its money, property, or legal right.
And where's that from?
Dictionarylaw.com.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
I believe
you can't do that. No, you can't do it when it comes to business. Now, because the business have their own, like every field have their own way on how they handle stuff in business.
And they have business law, so they have legal definitions for this. Like,
right?
I'm just saying
if you go, now I got you though. I'm just saying if you go to a government website, they're not gonna say that's a scam. If you like lie a little bit and cat.
Hey,
yeah, I mean.
Yo, I got a perfect example for you, Amber. Think of what Tariq Nasheed does. By the way, what up, y'all? What's happening? Think about what Tariq Nasheed does, right? Is really brilliant. So he creates a product. For years, it's been those DVDs, right? A movie.
Yeah.
He gets it crowdfunded. And then from the proceeds of the crowdfunding, he produces the movie and then sells it back to the producers of the movie. Right? Now, he lets it be known up front that, hey, these funds that you're giving me is going to be going towards the making of this movie. And then or documentary. And then once I create it, I'm going to provide that documentary to you at cost or at a price. So he fulfilled everything that he proposed to the people, and the people willingly paid for it. So technically there's no scam there. Right. But in reality,
but the documentary is the product though. That's the product that he promised.
Can I ask you a question?
But yeah, it's a product, but what is this product? I've actually taken business law. What is the product promising to do? So if you're promising that you're going to have more energy, more this, that, the third, as long as the product delivers that, there's no issue. But once you start making claims that this product is going to do something that it does not do and cannot do, that is considered fraud and that is a scam. That's all I'm saying.
I guess you could try to prosecute it, but that'd be tough. Like, how you quantify?
Yeah, I don't think you can. Like, for example, vitamins.
How would you quantify if a person got more energy from something versus they didn't?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's tough.
Especially when it's sugar based and caffeine.
But that's the whole thing. So legally, it is hard to prove. That's like a hairstylist. When someone goes to prosecute someone over a hairstyle, because it's a lot of these things are subjective. It ain't that it can't happen. What it can happen, but what they look at is what the standard is and what a reasonable person feel like they got what they paid for. would a reasonable person feel like, okay, well, so that's something that comes down to the judge, whether or not they feel like there's merit to the argument. But at the end of the day, it's hard to prove.
If you're a barber, and you ask for the mohawk, the frohawk, the Odell Beckham frohawk, and he give you a goddamn kid and play, you ain't suing. I mean, you ain't winning that because your kid and play gonna look very nice, and that judge gonna say your shit look nice.
I'm surprised they didn't talk about Tariq, man, with that museum. I think Tariq done got tired of doing them little.
So Amber, so you're right by the letter of the definition. You're right, and I'm just saying like there's a little room for that in different situations. That's all. Like by the definition, the letter that you read word for word, you're actually right, 100%. But when it comes to like winning a case, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't have to necessarily, win the case. Okay, well, now legally you've been found guilty of scamming. But again, if I feel like you deceived me, I know what you promised me. You didn't deliver what you promised me, then yeah, technically, from my perception, that's a scam. You promised me one thing and you didn't deliver that.
Right. But it's I get you though, Amber. What Stu Pease is saying with the Herbalife, I can say what I want. You got to sign up. And you sign up, you're signing off to what that shit says. Okay, so I can say whatever I want. I can make it sound very brilliant. When you sign that document, you signing what that shit says.
That's like a restaurant saying the number one pancake in America, the best hamburger,
right.
And then you eat it and say, "Well, this shit was garbage."
Yeah,
Well, there is something called puffing, which is not necessarily illegal. It's like you said, like best hamburger in the world, because again, these things are subjective. So that's considered puffery. Most companies they're gonna advertise their product in the most favorable light. They ain't gonna say second best. Like who's doing that?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like the Herbalife would fall in that type of category.
Yeah, they're and like I said, Amber, look, the salesman could say whatever they want. They could promise you the moon. You got to sign that damn document. You got to go to that website. You got to fill that thing out, and you got to check off. That's it.
See, that's the thing. But the salesman can't say whatever they want. Now, again, it's a difference between saying number one and how are we quantifying this? We can't say number one, but if I was to say, I'm trying to think of something very specific.
Okay, I got you.
Guaranteed to lose 10 pounds, or you're guaranteed to lose 10 pounds in 10 days if you take this supplement. Well, if I don't lose 10 pounds in 10 days, then that's false advertising. I took the supplement and I didn't lose 10 pounds in 10 days.
Yeah, I don't think so, because again, when you sign a contract, again, like I said, like for example, I'm in a real estate gig. You can get it. Look, you guys right now can listen to a general contract if you want. They can say the moon and tell you, "Oh, this will only cost you 15 grand." You believe that dumb shit and you sign that contract, he gonna say, "Excuse me, that was only an estimate. Estimates are not law abiding." So no, we didn't know that your floor was rotted. We didn't know your chimney is fucked up. So you're gonna need an extra 40 grand. So you can really say what you want, again, depending on what field you in, and it comes down what you're signing on. So I'm gonna go back to a car, because I got a car. So the guy told me one thing, right? But it was a lie, because he can't determine your car note. He got to go through a bank, and the bank tell you what they're gonna fund if you finance it, and the bank gonna tell you what you're gonna pay. Yeah, or get him a number. Yeah, but he just can't go out there and say, "Hey," but they'll do that. They'll lie and say, "Yeah, man, here, this is you're gonna pay $200 a month. Just give me this amount of money." Yeah, they can say that shit. Now, are you recording it? Maybe a different story. But if you got a recorder and you just listen to this motherfucker, that's gonna be hard. That's gonna be a hard case.
Well, we talking about legally signing something else that I'm pretty sure
So that's what I mean too.
That explicitly states what is being delivered and what isn't being delivered.
No. I wasn't saying that. What I was saying was this. But Amber, what I was saying is, I was saying the salesman he's gonna sell you with his charm and his lies. When you sign it, like people when some people sign it, unfortunately, they don't even read the shit. They just sign away because they believe the salesman, whatever he said is mirroring in the contract, is reflecting the contract. So they just gonna trust him or they banking on that. He's banking on you're gonna trust what I said and just sign shit and here, click this button, click that button, and let's get started.
Yeah, I was joking. I wasn't calling Stupides a scammer. It was a joke.
No,
I know that's a touchy word in this community. Motherfuckers hear that and it's
no, man. I didn't take it personally. I didn't take it personally. But Askel was bringing up a new point. Let's Askel. This Tariq Nasheed Museum, he has already raised more than $1 million.
The museum, right? This nigga had no plan at all. Yeah, it's a goofy shit right there. Irresponsible.
Right? He's walking. He owns some property in LA or wherever he's at. Some property downtown in some hood, and he has a picture of what the museum is going to be.
A picture.
The dimensions that the picture has is bigger than the land that he showed, because the property that he showed is like 25 foot across, but the dimension of the picture is this big, enormous building. I want to know if Black people is going to crowdfund this museum. He raised $1 million already. So the bet is, Askel, which one will get bid first? Umar School or Tariq Museum?
But that's what I was just gonna say. I was gonna say, do you blame him? Look at the way Umar came up. Shit, he like, oh niggas.
Hell yeah, that's the point I was about to make, Amber. I know, because he got into it with Umar, but I know he was looking at his business model or his scamming model and saying, damn, when I do these little crowdfunding movies, I'm getting little bites and little dinks and dunks. This nigga getting couple meals, 3 mil one time. And Tariq has a very engaged audience. He doesn't have a huge following, like on YouTube. Right. I think he's like at 200,000. But the people who are, who do watch him, they really, really, rock with him. So, and then in his little promo for the museum, he said the 1 mil was just phase one. He said he was looking to raise 7 million. I'm like, this nigga going for the gusto.
And no, he definitely said that. He definitely said overall the million mean nothing. He need several million, right?
No,
to fulfill.
Not several. He said 7.
I got you. Right.
Time out. I'm sorry. Is my mic on?
Yes, it's
on. Salute to the chat. Salute to the panel. What's up, my people? It's been a minute.
What up? Watch?
I've been chasing this paper, so I've been out of the loop like a motherfucker. So Tariq is building a museum.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask simple questions. Okay. So does he already have relics that he's gonna show, or is that like later on down the line? Is he looking for a building? Like, I'm lost. Like, what the hell is going on?
Later. Hey, the watcher, he got the money first, but no plan. No commitment for no building, nothing like that. And he's gonna figure this shit out later.
Well,
King.
I'll fall back. Just brilliant. Wow. That guy.
Yeah. And you know what, man? Every time, I look at like our so-called community and think like, we're as a collective, we're going somewhere, certain things happen and it really reminds you of where we are. And you would think
the climate.
I'm real. Like, I'm honestly like certain things you think.
I'm with you. Trust me.
You're like, there's no way this is gonna go over. Like, I mean, the people have seen this thing.
They're clearly not that dense. Clearly.
Well, I mean, shit. That's what I thought. I mean, And then on his little promo,
Clearly,
like,
how many hidden colors does he have?
I think he's up to 5 now. I think he's up to
He got
5.
a whole bunch. I think I think he's 5 is his total number. I think it is.
But remember,
But
he
branched off
did
to the butt breaking and
butt
then
breaking, 1804.
Oh yeah, the Haiti thing.
Yeah.
The 19, the Haiti 1804.
Yeah. Ooh, okay.
But look, check this out, Watcher. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if he's a documentary producer and that's what he does, right?
Yeah.
But somebody got background noise. But at some point, right, if you're doing business, right? Hold on, who's that?
It gotta be stupid.
Okay, he muted out. Now I was saying at some point, if you're doing business, then you need to be following some business principles. And if you have to crowdfund every single time to create your projects, you're not running a business.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, where are the proceeds from the movies going? Why aren't you able to, reinvest in your projects?
Right.
But
Yeah.
I can't be mad at them. If you can get dummies
his dedicated followers.
But here's the thing: you don't even have to reinvest in your product. If you crowdfunded the first time, and I think aren't these on like YouTube and shit like that? I mean, not YouTube, on Netflix and shit.
They're DVDs, and I think he got stuff on Netflix too.
No, what
I think one
platform
is
do
on
you
Netflix.
donate? What platform are you donating on? Crowdfund? What app? He's like
GoFundMe.
GoFundMe. There you go.
Yeah.
He's using that.
Yeah,
ahead,
but
Amber.
I think one of the projects is on Netflix. I think at least one of them is on Netflix. But what I'm saying is, if you were crowdfunding and you use that funding for your first project, and you've managed to get it on streaming services, then you take those metrics and what you've made from that, and you get investors. Hey, this is a project I did. I started out with crowdfunding. This industry is growing every day. Like, and people are looking for Black people to support. So, and I'm not talking about via crowdfunding. I'm talking about actual verifiable investors. They're looking to put their money into, Black projects. So if those projects actually did any type of well, you should be able to then use that to garner you investment from other investors.
Yeah, but
you
Amber, you gotta investors are looking for a return. Crowdfunders aren't.
That's why they're not investors. They're called co-producers.
Right.
When you watch the video, you get your little name up there as a co-producer. You help contribute to produce
I made that movie.
There's no ownership. Exactly. We're producing this for the masses, for the people. Help me do it. I'm going to be up front taking all the hits, good or bad, but you're contributing your money to help produce this for the future. That's the ultimate hustle. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, man. And it's not wrong. I wouldn't even say it's morally wrong. Or
it's not even a hustle.
It's really not, because you tell the people, yo, this is what we're doing, and it's all out. All the cards are on the table. I just can't believe people. It's just amazing to me, man.
No, Haskell, listen to this.
And
you have a son, and you can say, I'm giving this video to you, Hidden Colors 2. I contributed to this. This is a packet or a compilation of some history. These people are. Go ahead.
It uses two of the strongest influences. Like, one, your emotionalism, as far as Black people, we tend to feel a way about our history and our story not being told.
Which is called Black Algae.
Yeah, and then it also feeds the ego. I did that. I contributed. So I mean, it's just using people's own weaknesses against us, pretty much.
Yep.
Hey, and this is why. To answer the watch? No. What Haskell just said, not answer but respond. He said, "I can't believe." Haskell, start believing. Majority of people are fucked up, bruh. There's a small percentage who actually is aware, who's conscious, who, you know what I mean? Small percentage. The majority of them are done, bruh.
Facts.
And like, that's the realization. This is why we keep being targeted from our own people. Like, look, even Black folks saying, shit, let me get on this shit. Everybody scamming you. You dig? Let me put something together. Get your ass too. Yo, we
up.
are. Yeah, bro. That's where we at, Haskell.
Umar
We are
and Tariq,
target.
I believe they started with good intentions, but after a
Yeah,
while,
But
when you
true,
walk
we're
around,
also,
Hell
Yep.
no.
but
I
we're
don't
also
believe
in the
that
space where
in the
we're
beginning,
all.
Nah, I don't believe that about Umar or Tariq. I don't believe they
I think
started
they
with good.
initially, bro.
I don't know
think
about
okay.
Tariq, but I do think Umar probably did start
Oh
out with
Lord,
good
here you go.
intentions.
You love you some
No.
Umar, boy.
Here you go. Anytime somebody not dragging Umar, they gotta love him.
Yo, you always ride for Big Papa though.
No, I'm not riding for him.
Big Papa.
The
Prince of Pan Africanism.
I think he started out with good intentions.
Listen, man, Amber. See, that's one thing about it. Like when it comes to our people, life moves fast, right? And when you teach your children, like you got to teach. Well, I'm not saying you personally, Amber, but I'm saying like when we teach our children, right, you got to teach them like how to make assessments quickly. If somebody is building themselves and the way how they build themselves is like a WWE wrestler and they're talking about serious subject matter, you don't need to know anything else after that. The Prince of Pan-Africanism, the most booked than the Big Papa, King Kong consciousness.
Prince of Pan-Africanism, right?
All right. This is
King Kong consciousness. Like,
hold on. Let me say something. This is my problem with
this is a nut. This is a crazy person.
But Haskell, real quick, Stupies. What I'm saying is both things can be true. Like it don't matter how he started out. It's about who he is now.
Nah, Amber.
But it can also be true. But it can also be true that he started out with good intentions, but it's a moot point now. It doesn't matter. He's corrupted now. Like both things can be true.
Listen, if a nigga come up to you, right, saying that he want to educate your children, you want to build a school, and he talking about King Kong consciousness, close the door on that.
Ask him.
Immediately, bro. Like it's over. I don't want to hear nothing else after that.
Ask him. Let me say something. Let me go back to the Tariq Nasheed because it was listening to you guys. The problem I have with Tariq Nasheed crowdfunding thing is that he retained all the rights to the product. Although it was crowdfunded, he retained all the rights.
Yeah, 100%.
That means it's not open source. Although it's not your money paid for the product, you retain all the rights. That means you're actually finding a way to steal. It's a sophisticated way to steal.
It's not stealing because the people who are contributing, they know that going in.
Right. Yeah, it's not stealing. It's definitely not stealing.
So that's why it's brilliant.
It is unethical that when people
crowdfund But Stupies, I'm glad y'all went there with that because that fits my title better. Because like the credit stuff was only to buy time because Stupies was supposed to been on. But my title is do for self or self-sufficient. So thank you. I mean, he's not self-sufficient. He's a do for self guy. It's a big difference. So I'm glad y'all went that way because we're gonna stay there. But anyway, continue.
No, to me, it's unethical because let's say the community pays for a park. Let's say we have a community. All of us live in this community, and we need a park for our kids to play. And one person come up with a brilliant idea that we're going to build a park. And you say, okay, and I say, I'm going to be in charge of building this park, and I'm going to collect money from all you guys to help me build this park. And everybody contribute to the building of the park. And when the park is built now, I'm going to charge admission for that park. And I'm going to put my name as owner for that park. Isn't there a problem with that? Shouldn't there be a problem?
How's he different than a minister, Farrakhan, or a pastor? Like, you know what I mean? How's he even different at that point? You click all the way to
He's not, but the people that got to have a problem with it is the people that's actually contributing.
Right. And I agree 100. It's two pieces. I agree 100% with what Amber just said. If the people are compliant, then we have nothing to say.
Yeah,
Facts.
we have nothing to say. Is that, but we as a people, is that you can't, you see, uneducated people, now I'm not talking dunce people, or people who a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing because you can always manipulate that person with a little bit of knowledge.
Man.
You know, and you manipulate them and you get them in a position to say that we need to raise the new museum, the museum that he's building is to raise and now to shine a light on foundational Black Americans. But if you ask him, where are the original manuscripts from Frederick Douglass? What are you going to put in the museum? Do you have any artifacts? Do you have shit to put in the museum? He doesn't have it, right? When other people build a museum, they have the shit first, then they build the museum to put them shit that they have in. He has nothing. What he's going to put? Hidden colors 1, 2, 3, and 5 in the museum. He's going to put up 5 posters in the museum and 5 DVDs and pictures of himself.
They ain't ordered the shit there. They get that shit made in China. They ain't ordered it yet.
This nigga licking his fingers, looking through a catalog. Get 2 of these.
What he has? What does he have to highlight in the museum? What artwork Tariq Nasheed has? What original artwork he has? What original manuscript? What does he have to show in
on the
museum?
West Coast that they don't already have down south at all the HBCUs and other historic museums? What's he? Wow, never mind. Let me stop.
No, what is he?
Just
ask him. Tell me what is
what
y'all
going
to display?
What y'all gonna do
in the museum?
What y'all gonna do when y'all find out it's a virtual museum?
That shit
What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do when y'all find out it's a virtual museum?
Buy a ticket.
Buy a ticket.
Hell no, he said shit in the metaverse, Amber.
Yeah. You're going to get the Oculus Rift. You're going to put on the Oculus Rift. And you know the Oculus? And you're going to watch the music. Right.
Hey, so yo, peep game, right? Peep game. He had put out a YouTube like shortly after he had collected the money.
Yeah.
Where he was like, I spoke to such and such investors. They say, yo, I just gotta come with the 1 million. I already got the property secured. I get the 1 million, boom, bam, boom, bam, right? So he claims that once he actually collected the money, he then came back on another live and was like, yo, family, you know, and that's another thing too. When niggas hit you with that family and beloved, those are markers too. He good for your family. That's his favorite shit, right? So after he collected the 1 million, right, he did another live and he was like, yo, family, you know, I went and talked to these people, man, and wouldn't you know it, man, these people in a dominant society, you know how they do. You know, I smell some mayonnaise, you know. They giving me the runaround, family. You know what I'm saying? When I go in there to get the property, I'm like, look, I got the money. I got what y'all say y'all wanted. I got it right here. What's going on? So
Tariq Nasheed Museum.
Tariq actually, when was this?
He claims this was probably about 6 months ago, Watcher. So hold on.
Oh wow.
He claimed, right, that like shortly after he spoke with the sellers of the property, that they ended up selling the property to this weed dispensary, right? So of course, you know, some enterprising YouTuber did next. They actually called the people and they actually looked up the property. And guess what? The property is still listed as active. It didn't get sold to any dispensary. Right? So he got caught in a flat out lie. And yeah, bro,
But it's crazy. Honestly, to me, that maybe it's me. when I heard that story, I thought to myself, damn, you really just made yourself look real stupid with your example of how you got undercut. Because for me, if I had put my money towards that type of, venture, and you give me this story about it was taken and now it's gonna be a weed dispensary, in my mind, I'm like, well, damn, nigga, why the fuck you ain't come up with that? Why we giving you money for a fuck ass museum? Not being funny. Why we not crowdfunding for you to open up a dispensary? Like that's the new way. That's where the money's coming. Like that's something that you can actually have a positive impact. That's more of a fuck you to the system than anything to me.
That sounds like some weirdo shit. Like the zoning laws in California for a museum, and then marijuana dispensary. Who the heck? Well, I'm sorry. My bad. Simple people. Okay, I get it. It works.
No, but if people aren't going to give you $1 million like that for a dispensary. The museum, it ties in back to what we were saying with the emotionalism, the Black power, the da. That's what gets people's pocketbooks open.
But no, I mean, if he's talented, because I look at these people as being kind of like the pastor type personality. If he's talented, he definitely could have found a way to spend that shit and make people emotionally invested and give them to this dispensary as well. Like,
okay, hold up, I'm lost. I'm sorry. So wait a minute. He was saying he was going to do a museum, and then somehow it fell through, and then it was his decision to change it to a weed dispensary?
No. So he was saying that pretty much the people who end up getting the property is turning it into a weed dispensary. And I'm saying
so he missed out on a lot? Is he saying he missed out on a lot?
Right.
Okay. Do you know how long that a weed dispensary got to get approved through? No, I'm sorry.
No, but Watcher, there is no weed dispensary. The property is still listed as active.
Wow.
He made it up, bro.
He had to, because you don't. Okay.
Dude, I'm watching it now. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I think the weed dispensary a better idea though.
Wait. I'm watching Terry.
Oh yeah, by far.
Wait. People, wait. Terry, I'm watching his pitch now, and he's showing the land, and he has a computer generated image of inside the hidden colors museum.
Stu Pease. How old is this? Just for reference. I'm sorry.
July 20th, 2021.
Oh wow, this is new.
There's no artifact in the museum, just pictures. The computer generated thing is just pictures on the wall. It's a virtual.
Is this on his YouTube page? Is this on his YouTube page?
Yeah, it's Tariq Nasheed. Yeah.
And it's still up.
So it is a virtual museum.
Pictures on the wall, and they have like iPads. It's like a virtual museum.
Did you have to pay?
Of course,
you gotta pay to look at the demo.
And there's a guitar. There's an upstairs. You need to see it. I wish.
Share your screen.
Yeah, I wish I could screen share it. I'd point it on my TV. He'll have a movie theater.
Yeah, unbiased. He's allowed to play it because it's an advert, so it wouldn't violate any copyright.
But it'll also be contributing to it. Where is he at right now? Is he still going with the hustle, or he just gave up on it? I don't.
There's nothing in the museum more than pictures on the wall. Sofa
now, watch
seats.
it. If he gave up on it, he would have gave the money back. So nah.
So is he looking for a second lot? So what's his second and third options? Is what I'm saying. You got to come up with a good story, bro.
Listen.
This hustle is weak.
Not for this community, you don't. Shit.
Damn, Amber. Damn, Amber.
Okay. You get your name on the wall. You have a Waldorf founder, a Wall of donator. So if you donate towards the museum, you'll get your name on the wall as a donator.
The fucking server wall.
And it's coming to me is a Hidden Colors Museum. Yeah, I wish we could play it, that everybody could enjoy. He has on a blue suit.
He can dress. I can give him
where Bias at?
He got a clean fade.
Yeah, man, a new fade. Blue.
He probably went missing.
Yeah.
You got a link for it? Maybe can somebody share the screen when he's sharing his content, or he got to unshare his content first?
He has to unshare his screen.
I don't know how to do it. Oh yeah, he's locked in. Oh, that's sad. So, when's the last time he spoke on it?
Be the first grassroots owned and controlled Black History Museum in the world. In our museum, we want to touch on a lot of things that
at my school.
Thank you. I'm thinking it in my head. This nigga doing his quoting the Omar. That's what you said, Haskell. Wow.
Was the once governor of California. There's a street, Pico Boulevard, named after him. He had Black ancestors. Francisco Rey, who was the first mayor of Los Angeles, he had Black ancestors. The grandmother of Los Angeles, Eddie Mason, who was a former slave who became the wealthiest woman in California. We're going to talk about a lot of this stuff in the museum. Also in the museum, we're going to have 5 basic sections. We're going to have a master teacher section.
We're going to have
Dr. Francis Chris.
Hey, shout out to brother Reggie, master teacher.
Wow.
The modern refrigeration system, the modern toilet system, the modern home security system, and so much more. We're also going to have a section talking about Black explorers. We're going to talk about people like S.
All you Negroes laughed at Reggie.
A lot of spaces here in the North American continent. Speaking of Moors, we're going to talk about the Black Moors who conquered Southern Europe. The Black Moors are never talked about in museums. This is going to be the first time it's talked about in our museum. We're also going to have a section talking about Black rebel leaders, like the Black Seminoles, and other Black Maroons. We're also going to have a section talking about the real history of Black music, particularly the foundation of Black American
What are you talking about? It sounds like a movie. What is it? President? It's a seminar?
Yeah, sections talking about stuff like Stu P said. A museum is supposed to have like original artifacts, manuscripts, like.
No, we have any of that. It's a virtual museum. You're going to have iPad and headphones and a movie theater and pictures on the wall. All right?
You walk out with a gig of information.
Yeah, you can buy a thumb drive.
This is damn, man. Maybe I gotta see the video.
I was gonna be bootlegging the museum. God damn.
I gotta see the video. I gotta be charitable. I gotta see the video, man. I'm not gonna shoot you down.
Your name will be built in the foundation of the museum. Just contribute now. Your name is going to be on the wall. You're going to put your name on the wall.
That's brilliant. That's the same thing you did with the other
Dr. Clark. You understand? So you have to give the man him notches. You have to give the man him notches for a museum. Right?
I ain't giving him shit.
Other people give him $1 million.
I bet. I mean, I've seen people trick 20K off in the strip club. So I mean, like, why not? Why not?
All right. Asker, you still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm going to ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What's your view on when people migrate to a country and as soon as conflict arises, they want to go back to the country of origin? You migrated to the United States and you haven't lived there for the last 15 years. And if a conflict arises, you're ready to pack your bags and run back to Jamaica. What you?
Nah. I was just laughing because that's a tough one. I mean, I mean, like, in that situation, no, especially if you're a male. You know, of course, we're not gonna expect women to, you know what I'm saying, to go to war. But yeah, if you're a guy here, you said why not?
I said why not?
You said why not?
Guns, get your ass out there.
Nah, that's cap. Like, that's one of those things where, like, I don't even want to go down that hole right there, but that's one of those things. You know, let me leave that alone. I'm
not biting that bait.
but yeah, to answer your question, Stoopies, in that instance, yeah, no, the guys, if you've lived in a country 10, 15 years, you know, you're prospered, you've been able to, you know, live, earn money, and the rest of it. I don't think it's right for you to just cut tail and run. I will say this, however, if you have genuine objections to like, for instance, like, let's say you're like Muhammad Ali, right? And you know that war was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing, I'm with that. Like, if I know the US started some bullshit war, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna fight and die when I know, you know, you just on some geopolitical monopoly chess move shit. Like, fuck you.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
But let's talk about you're in a country and there's an occupying force that is coming into that country.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to disrupt that country. That is going to destroy that country. That country.
Right. Okay, yeah. That's a little different. That's a little different, right? Yeah, that's a little bit different. Yeah, I'll strap up. You know, I was in the Army, right? I don't know if I ever told you guys, but yeah, I strap up.
No, that's my fundamental problem with these refugees who jumping on the train.
Hold on, Stoopies. Me personally, I've been here now since 95, so I've been here 26 years.
Yeah.
And I like America. I'll say I love America. I love just the setup of it politically, and the fact that it's kind of hard for a tyrant to take over just by virtue of how the way the system is set up. You know, I like that. I love that about America. So yeah, I'll strap up, bro. I've been here 3 decades. Yeah, let's get it, bro. But you're referencing, of course, the recent conflict in Ukraine. But what I want you to think about those Stoopies is the majority of those people getting out of there, the vast majority are students. So in that instance, get the fuck out of there.
No, in that instance, if
hold on, before you go any further though, real quick. So and I just want to ask, so is it your position then that, because we talked about the immigrants, so is it your position that citizens definitely shouldn't be fleeing? They should stand and fight?
Men
shouldn't. Yeah, if a force is trying to run up in your shit, in the place where you've lived and subsisted and raised children and all the rest of it, hell, well, you gonna let the bitches run up in your shit?
So if citizens are actually fleeing as well, does that let the immigrants off the hook?
No, that's why I said I'm an immigrant. I just said I'm gonna strap up. We gonna get to
it. I'm gonna let y'all continue.
Well, yeah, real quick though, we gotta recognize. Let's be realistic. It's one thing if you got to play on the basketball team with the dream team. It's another thing if you got to play for Zimbabwe. So I mean, you know what I mean. So of course you're gonna strap up for the U.S. You see how tough to the motherfucker. But if you was over there in Ukraine, Haskell, your ass will be dipping.
No.
You might have a point, man, because they're severely outmatched, right? So
thank you. That's the whole point.
No, but this is it. This is my thing. My thing is that, all right, when I'm going to mention other conflicts, let's take Ukraine off the map. Let's remember when the Holocaust was going on in Rwanda. Anybody here watch a movie Hotel Rwanda?
Yeah. Now I ain't watched the movie, but I know about that. I know about that history though.
Go ahead.
Okay. When the genocide and the Holocaust was going on in Rwanda.
Right.
The expat who lived there for years, the country sent buses and planes for them. and they left the shit. They didn't
Do you know where they went?
They went back to
wait.
Belgium, and they went back to England, and they went back to Germany.
No. Wait. Oh. That movie said one thing. Okay, I read books on this shit. Fuck a movie. Those people were stranded, living in other countries, starving and taking on diseases because they were so piled up, bruh. They were sleeping, standing up.
No, I'm not talking about. Wait, hold on. I'm not talking about the Rwandans who ran away.
I'm talking about that.
I'm talking about the wealthy expats, the people who made their life there.
Okay, I'm talking about the poor. Okay.
All right. Let me get America and Jamaica. The average Jamaican here, standard of living is better than the average African American standard of living. Am I wrong, Askel?
Yeah, the mean.
Yeah,
probably the median too, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, if a pile of all Jamaicans.
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. If a pile of all Jamaicans together, a pile of all Africans Americans together, and
I didn't know that.
Out of all the money they have and divided by the number, the Jamaicans make about $15,000 a year on average more than the Americans. You can go and check it, right?
All right.
No, you are here, and a conflict set off here. And because you have Jamaica to run to, although you made your wealth here, you run back to Jamaica and leave the African American here? That's what you're going to do? That's what you're going to do, Askel? Will you make your money?
I know Unbiased getting up out of there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. Hey, we get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
We get the fuck out of here.
Let's go. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah. I'm not gonna ride with no losing ass side, bro.
You can't get
Hey, Stu Peace, I'm not riding with no losers. My entire life, I only hang around with winners, bro. And
so hold on, Watcher, you with that too?
Facts.
Hey, look, the Watcher. Wait, Haskell, you gonna laugh too on this, Haskell. If I bring my boys to play basketball and they get their ass kicked, and by the other niggas, well, guess who my niggas now? Them niggas who just won. That's my new niggas.
That's some
I'm exchanging numbers and everything. Yeah, bro. They call me the Don King. I'm exchanging numbers and everything. Y'all my new niggas.
Hey,
I don't hang around no fucking losers, bro.
You know how I knew that you would do that, bro? I remember this topic we was talking about. We was talking about hey, Amber. We were talking about funerals and shit, right? Because we were talking about the Egyptians and how spooky their little funerary rites and shit was. And then we compared it to how we live today. And we don't think twice about it. The shit we do is spooky as fuck, right?
Right.
I was like,
spooky as fuck.
But at the same time, I'm like, man, shit, you know, the traditions and shit human beings create, it still means something, even though objectively it don't mean shit. It still means something to us because we created it, right? Yeah. So I would want to be like buried or whatever the case may be, you know, with all the pomp and circumstance. This nigga Unbiased said, nigga, you could just throw me behind a garbage dump. I don't fucking care.
I don't care about none of that spooky shit, bro. I don't care about that spooky shit. I don't give a fuck about. Yeah.
This nigga said, yo, you could throw me.
Ask it.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, ask it. As immigrants.
Put me in a pine box and you can burn me, cook me. I'm dead. I give a fuck. I want nobody going to debt behind my goofy ass. Here, man. Just go ahead and burn me.
Let me say something to Askel. Askel, most immigrants fight tooth and nail to go to the country that they live in.
Yeah, that's real shit. I remember
to go to England. They fight.
You remember before they
but that's their homeland though.
No. You're missing. Well, what he's saying is unbiased. Like, take for instance me or Stoopies. Like me, I've been here 26 years, right? I was a kid when I got here, but when my mom went to the embassy to apply for our visas, right? Mm-hmm. Back in the 90s, the Jamaican embassy, the American embassy in Jamaica in the 90s, the line would be like from fucking
going to a Michael Jackson concert.
Bruh. And people will sleep out there, bro. Like, so if you do all of that, right? Leaving your country meant that much. Getting to America meant that much. You go to America, right? You go to America. You're prosperous in America, right? You make a life.
Haskell, I already gone. Haskell, but then that's not a fair question for me then, because I'm already here.
No,
that's not a fair question.
But Haskell though, can I, if I may, because do you think that your mom just really loved America, or did she really love the opportunity that America provided?
Thank you.
Because what she was chasing, but that's the thing. So what she was chasing was the opportunity. Same thing with people that I'm pretty sure that go wherever they go, they chasing the opportunity. But in an instance of war, my reason for coming here is no longer here. So then I'm continue to chase opportunity. Shit, the opportunity is no longer here.
That shit gone. That shit gone. That shit somewhere else now.
Stop. Let me say something.
No, hold on. Let me get in there, Stoopies. Stoopies, hold on. Let me get in. Because again, hold on. This goes back to our conversation we were having a few weeks ago, and I don't want to fucking go there, but I'm just gonna touch on it, right?
Yeah.
I presented a scenario where in the Titanic, they let the women and children go, right? My mom, Amber's absolutely right. My mom was an opportunist, right? She came here because there was an opportunity. Now, should conflict break out, I would expect her to get the fuck up out of there.
Yeah, she's time for that.
She's a woman, right?
Oh, I ain't doing a woman shit.
No, I'm telling you the principles that I live by.
No, it has to. I'm just ad-libbing. Keep going, bro.
As a man, bro. As a man, if you
man shit, the alpha male shit.
Listen. So you see, Bias the type of nigga. If the ship's sinking, nigga, fuck them kids and fuck them women. He getting to it, right? But
I don't know. I don't know if I get that situation. I can't tell you yay or nay. I don't know.
Nah, I already know the answer. You ain't got to say.
You know what the watcher gonna say? You know what the watcher gonna say?
What's that?
Fuck them niggas kids and them niggas women.
That part, watcher. We getting the fuck out here.
Haskell, you can continue, Haskell.
Straight.
Yeah, Haskell, you can
straight.
Haskell, that's true. But you could. I'm trying to get hold of my. I'm trying to get hold of my family. But Haskell, listen, go ahead and finish. But that
Haskell with elbows.
Yeah,
that's for elbows for the broads.
But this is what I'm saying. If I as a man felt so
as a man,
seriously, because there is something about principle, right? Like men are the ones who create. Men are the ones who create all that shit. The blood brotherhoods and religions and shit. The idea of living.
I ain't signed up for that.
No, I'm saying the idea of living to principle, gangs, etc. That's a male thing. Like where you say, okay, boom, we gonna eat good or we gonna live prosperous. But on the back end, hold on.
I gotta stop it because that is the philosophy of the people who die. And the people who live and survive and the rich and they
right. That's a great point.
Let me finish. Because the people who tell that story are the ones who survive. Like I'll be standing there like Haskell, you gonna beat up them niggas. I'll take all your women and children, and we're gonna tell the story about the Haskells. And this is what y'all do in this situation. I'm gonna keep surviving and taking the women. Cut the fuck out.
I mean, look, that's fine, but guess what? Somebody has to do the fighting. You know what I'm saying? When
or
you
not.
Think about. Or not.
Living.
I mean, if you're a coward,
somebody got to do the living. What about that? What about
right. So it's like
instead of finding something to do?
The
living. Everybody can be brave, right? But think about like Africa when it was getting invaded, right?
Brave.
If you had the option to run, but that's your homeland, all your ancestors was there. This is your shit. It means something.
But that's a whole, bro. That's like we all. Hey, Haskell, we all live somewhere, okay? And if we got anybody with us anybody, our natural instinct is to save ourselves and the person with us. None of us are gonna let somebody harm all of us. We're gonna, don't care how big they are, how many. We're not gonna just lay down, especially when they see that they are like ill intents, right? They're gonna come in there and harm us all for a fact. We're not gonna lay down, bro. That's a whole different. We say homeland. I say your home. That's a little different. But if I'm somewhere that I don't call homeland, like I said, I'm an opportunist. Yo, that's your problem. I'm out.
And I'm gonna say this. And Haskell, maybe you can make me understand this. Because first off, I don't think it's very manly for another man to give another man their principles, what they should live by. And I feel like one of the main things as an individual is to come up with your own principles to live by. But at the end of the day, if I was a guy with a family and in my mind, I have these principles of protecting, and the motherfucker said, hey, this nigga just told me he on your crib, he on their way to your crib to kill you, and the nigga 10 minutes away. And I got my whole family, right? Would common sense tell me my principles say to protect my family? Does that mean get my family out and come back to the crib and fight to protect my home? Because the nigga coming to my home to air me and my family out. So y'all leave. I'm gonna stay here and fight the nigga because it's the principle. Or does principle tell me get my family to safety and myself to safety so I can continue to protect my family?
Well, what if he's coming to take your house, Amber?
Again, what can you get another house?
No.
No. Yeah, let's say you can't get another house.
That's your house.
Then homie gotta die. Shit changes in that circumstance. If I can't go nowhere else and you're coming to get what I got, or you're trying to take me and mine's out, then
I don't have no
wifey,
choice.
you got enough burners. She know how to shoot. That Haskell chivalry shit you hide in the closet with the kids while I'm out here with 8 guns in the house and only got 2 arms. Shut that shit down. Everybody who know how to aim and shoot,
the women,
let's go to war.
The women could get in it now. Like, all right, if in that scenario, yeah, your wife gonna strap up and y'all gonna defend your home. But in the context of a nation against nation, all right, look at Ukraine. They made it law that the men 18 to 60 have to fight, right? They don't make such a law for the women, you know. And I mean, who in good conscience would expect them to? Like, do y'all agree with that?
All right, ask him.
Would y'all mandate? Hold on, Stoopies. I want to ask specifically Watcher and Unbiased, right? This is your nation, your home, the home of your ancestors, et cetera, et cetera. Put yourself in the shoes of the Ukrainians right now. An invading force is coming in to take your shit, right?
Big brother Russia, who we were a part of, is coming back to take over. Clearly, I have no chance in winning. And they're coming back to take their shit because they are all the same people. If you want to go all the way back in history, they're the same people.
They're the same people, but that's not their shit. Like
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, right. It was part of the USSR at a point in time, but it's not there. But let's say we remove that variable, right?
Okay.
Whatever nation that you're in wasn't a part of some conglomerate group at no point. It was always sovereign, rah. But this, like China and Taiwan. Taiwan was never part of China, but China feels like, man, that's our shit, right? And these people finna run up in your country, right? You mandate that men can't leave. Would you in good conscience do that for the women? Would you mandate that the women would have to fight?
I wouldn't say they didn't have to, but I wouldn't mandate anybody to leave. That doesn't make sense.
You wouldn't
Why are you mandating people to leave? I don't understand.
No, they're mandating for them to stay.
Mandating not to leave. to stay and
so
fight.
you're saying that why are you making a law that they have to stay and fight? If them cowards, that's the worst fucking soldier to have next to me, somebody who don't want to fight.
To me, that's a liability. Get that
Get
nigga out of here. If you want to go.
You want a nigga on your basketball team who's scared of the center and scared to dribble the ball?
I don't want nobody who ain't.
4-on-5.
If you're 100% down with me, nah, we not rocking that particular field. Yeah.
Can I say something? No. Can I say something, please? All right, Asker, listen to this. Why? How is it? Is it any different? Is what's happening in Ukraine any different than what the Palestinians face when Israel came and took over the West Bank? Is it any different?
No, it's not.
So if the West is going to cry for the Ukrainian, why aren't they crying for the Palestinian?
Come on, man.
Right.
It should be obvious to anybody who.
No, but that's the argument we need to have. To say,
but there's no argument. All right, what do you think is the reason I'm biased? Because he's not a blackologist, right? And you know where I'm going.
Not at all. Not at
all.
It's
geopolitical. It's geopolitical Russia. That's what it is.
Right. So why is there such in the West, right? Why is there such weeping and wailing for the poor Ukrainians and not the Palestinians?
The Palestinians.
What do you think?
I mean,
it's nothing to do with
I can't answer that, but that's a great, question.
Can I state this? It's not even about the Ukrainian. It's to stop Russia's aggression, stop them from growing, because those are big bullies on the block. That's number 2, and you don't want number 2 coming at the number 1. You got to keep number 2 weak. And this is just a statement. Number 2 is trying to step out there.
Russia is no longer number 2. China is number 2.
You're talking.
Russia's number 3. Then they number 2, number 3. It's up there.
Are we pivoting to something else?
Everybody know that China is almost number 1 too, worldwide in terms of geopolitical power.
Nah, I can't see that. I'm not buying.
Are you talking about military?
Yeah.
Are you talking about number 2
China? America's number 1, hands down. I'm not looking at China nowhere near.
Military might.
Okay. All right. I'm not talking about military. All right,
that's what Watch is talking about. Number 2 military might, and military might control.
Military might number 2 then. Military might number 2. But military might, in the sense of what military might was, is not the same thing anymore. Because even with American military might, they could not submit Afghanistan. They couldn't submit Afghanistan.
Who was funding Afghanistan? Who was funding Afghanistan?
But let me finish.
Are we sure that submission was ever even the goal, though? Are we sure that submission was ever even the goal?
That was
We're conflating a lot of stuff. We're conflating a lot of stuff, and we're running from original point. Haskell had a point.
Yeah, let's stick with one thing. Stick with one thing. One thing.
I mean, we could talk about those things, but we're getting way.
Yeah, but it's like rabbit holes, though. Let's go one thing. Let's focus on one thing.
Okay.
But I know Snoopy has a point. He has a point.
Well, let me finish.
Yeah, I know, but let's tackle one thing at a time, though.
Let me tackle the one thing. Let me tackle the same thing.
All right, go ahead.
I brought it up. Because I brought up the sense of loyalty when people in a country, if they should run, if they get money there, if they live there, if they should run away, leave the people who they claim that they share the country with. I come to America now, and I say I'm sharing this country with Black Americans. But as soon as there's a problem, I have somewhere to run and leave the Black Americans that are here. That is fucked up.
That's amiable, what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. That's amiable, but don't act like you came over here for Black Americans. You came over here for opportunity. If there was not one Black, let me finish. If there was not one Black American and you were still able to come over here and get the same opportunities, and raise yourself up out of poverty to donate to Black Americans in other countries, then you still would have taken it. So we got to get away from that feel-good philosophy type.
Yeah. We got to get away from that.
And bravado, machismo type shit.
That's what that is, though, Watcher. It's just a matter of principle. Like, I came here for opportunity, but like the opportunity is just like the people who live here. They enjoy their standard of living, but in the back of your mind that there's a cost to that. Like,
but
you can't just.
You're right, but look, let's be honest.
Sounds extremely patriotic.
Whenever you're trying to survive, Whenever you're trying to survive, the whole point is living. And if you know that you're going into a war where the opportunity is 10% that you can win, there's 5% you're gonna win, there's 30%, 80%, those variables fucking matter. So all the shit you're talking about, it really matters. If somebody's trying to assault your family and you have nothing, barehanded, and they have a knife, you might look at taking them different if they have an AK-47. Those variables matter your response. So if you're in a weak country, you can't go against a number one country. That's ignorant.
And the watcher, to piggyback on you,
Okay.
to piggyback on you, all these little fake little nigga gangsters, the minute the cops pull up, 99% of motherfuckers, getting down, complying, right? Straight gangsters, right? They all complying to one officer. 40 of them. Hey, everybody get down.
I'll say 90%. I'll say 90%.
Yeah.
We got some weirdos.
Yeah. Okay, but you get what I'm saying though. That's still a large percentage.
Shit, even before that, they see them lights and hear them sirens. They taking out. They spreading like
right. They getting down. So
95.
so that
95.
right because they know what it is. They kind of used to the reason you just said, like, although there's one officer, but he's tied to the country. The country will come to his aid to prove this damn point right here. Okay? They'll send everything over there to make sure this motherfucker wins. So there's a reason for that. So now, Haskell, the question for me would be unfair because I don't have any, like, Black Americans that is born here and never been anywhere else. We don't have anywhere else. So we just might fight. You dig? We have nowhere else to go. This is the only thing we ever known. So we will feel like, this is our country too.
You could get out of here. I mean, you have native Ukrainians who will leave.
I'm just giving you possibly the thought of the average Black American, right? They feel like,
not this one.
Right. So I'm just saying, like, possibly. That's what I said, possibly. I can't speak for everybody. I haven't did a poll, nothing. I've never asked anybody about this. I'm speaking for myself and possibly somebody else. They might feel like this is all they have. So I got to protect, the armor shit. I got to protect this house. You dig? And so then, I won't mind getting a gun. If y'all coming to America, not you, of course. I'm saying like Russia or China, Afghanistan, and America, you might see me do something you think I wouldn't do. I'm like, this is all I got.
I'm biased.
Give me that fucking rifle, put me front line.
Yeah, but I'm biased. If they're threatening, like, go ahead, stupid.
So you wouldn't have a problem with people running? You wouldn't have a problem with immigrants running, Oscar?
I have no problem with anybody. I have no problem with anybody making their own decisions for their life. I
would expect the immigrants to run first. They got the least invested in the situation.
But the watcher. What I'm trying to say is that I can't speak for how you feel about yourself.
I get it. But I'm saying what
you want to go, you go.
Sense. What would make does it logically make sense for a guest in my house to fight just as strong as I'm fighting for a TV that's not his, furniture that is not his, light bills that is not his?
What if
I'm supplementing anything he's fighting?
But they came to your house and ate real good, Watcher.
Hold on, what if the brother was homeless? You took him in. He was on the brink of death. You fed him, restored him to health, got him a job.
He might feel like he need to do something, but then again, he might not. It all depends on the individual.
I'm asking
those people aren't coming to the country. The best of the best or the smartest of the most.
I'm asking you if you took somebody in like that was on the brink of death, right?
Save their life. I do that. The watcher would do that. Damn,
it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
If I don't know you, if I don't know you, ain't live with me. All right.
Yeah, it's a hypothetical. But let's say
if you're a close friend or family, you ain't living here.
Let's say you do all of that.
It ain't working out.
Let's say you do all of that, and then some dudes run down on the house, and this nigga just clear it off the rip. You out of there. Come on, you gonna feel some kind of way, bro. Like
not me. Not me.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be realistic. I'm gonna be realistic, and I'm gonna say, yeah, I would feel some type of way. Not in that moment, right? Because the thing is, fuck if he gone. Regardless, I gotta defend myself, regardless as to who fucking helping. I gotta defend myself. Now, after the fact, if I survive and I get an opportunity to reflect, damn, it was fucked up. How I let the motherfucker, come in, took care of them, and then first opportunity they had, shit got shaky. They left me for fucking dead. I know better
That's
next
true.
time.
Amber,
But at the end of the
Amber,
day, in that
Haskell.
moment, I'm not thinking about that bullshit.
You wouldn't deal with that person no more, though.
Not at all. Ever
Probably
again.
not.
Y'all don't
the fuck
understand. He
wouldn't.
wouldn't have made it out my yard. I would have put one in his back. That's me. And if I'm in that type of situation, where I got people
You
coming
just
to me,
became an op. Up.
thank you. Thank you.
Now look,
Because I'm
now
getting,
look.
or I'm gonna get you later. Like Amber said, I'm gonna have to get you later. So why am I gonna waste my time getting you later? And you know I'm coming. You know
Now
I'm
look,
coming.
hey, the watcher.
If you lived in my
The
house and I
watcher.
brought you back to life, you know I'm coming.
Hey, well, look, but this is great about humans, right? Humans think it's such a place of Haskell. There's no fucking principle. Humans think we think differently. So Haskell, if I'm balling with you, this is the watcher. This is how I am. If I run my mouth, if I call Amber the bi word, and she call her brother or a cousin or uncle or her friend, boyfriend, and he see me somewhere, he beat my ass. I deserved it because I know my consequences. So if I'm balling with the watcher and the Haskell, and I do talk shit while I'm playing ball. If I'm talking shit and the nigga want to see me, he beat my ass, and you don't help out, I don't expect you to. You dig? So I don't like that. That's just me. Like I'm a man. So if I get my ass kicked, let me get my ass kicked. Like that's the consequences. Like you know what I mean? Break it up if you do too much, but let me meet my fate. And that's how I am in real life. Let me meet my fate. If I call Amber a name, she call her cousin, he beat my ass. Let me get my ass kicked, bro. Like don't stop that. Like let it happen right now because it's gonna happen anyway. So I'd rather it happen right now.
Can I say something, please? Guys, I need Haskell point of view as an immigrant, as a fellow immigrant as myself. Because my point of view is that if back home, I might have told the story a long time ago. One time there's a parish in Jamaica named St. Mary, like a city named Port Maria. There was this big flood. And like when a place is flooded, the house is filled with mud and all of that shit that comes in with the flood and dirty water and all of that. This dude was living with a dude. The dude opened the door to him, let him in his house, give him a place to sleep, provide food for him. And the house got flooded out. And he came, like the night when the flood happened, he came to my house. And Mr. Artie can stay tonight because it flooded out, right? When the rain stopped falling and the water subsided the following day, when I came from work, I asked him, did you go and look for your friend? And he said, no, he didn't find the time today. I said, cool. So I said, what are you doing today? He said, I'm staying today. I said, no problem. The next day I went to work, I came home, I said, did you go and look for your friend today? He said, no, he didn't have the time to go and look for his friend today. The third day I came home from work, I asked him, the first question I asked him when I came in, did you go and see your friend today? And he said, no. And I said, what are you doing tonight? He said, can I hang with you? I said, no, you need to come out of my place. You need to come out tonight. I don't know where you're going, but I don't give a fuck. Because if somebody who was putting you up found herself in a situation where they were down and you didn't go to assist that person, in my book, you're an asshole. You do not deserve my help. Right? If an immigrant is here, and he's sucking off the tit of the United States of America and getting fat, if he's sucking off the tit of England and getting fat, if he's sucking off the tit, I mean, whether or not he's contributing with tax or not, but if he's latched onto the tit of England and getting fat, when those countries now are put in a particular situation where the tit is not readily available, should they run? Hell no. You shouldn't run.
Okay, so with that logic, so a mother country should put all refugees down for leaving them in their dire situations.
the door should not be reopened to those people when the situation change.
Okay, now we changing it. Okay, so they can leave but not come back. Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna say this because I can understand why you feel so passionately. In your situation, you feel like motherfucker did so much for you. You left him for dead, and now you here in my house, and now I can foresee this how you treat people, right? But you don't know the context of that person's experience, and that's where I feel like you can't rush to judgment, because that's like saying, okay, if let's say for instance someone takes in a child that's not theirs, take care of them, they raise them up, but they're also abusive to that child, right? So yeah, I'm feeding you, but I'm beating your ass every day. I'm feeding you, but I'm putting you down. I'm verbally abusive, I'm physically abusive, but I'm giving you a place to stay, and you better off than being on the street. So a motherfucker come attack me, you done grown up, and now I'm looking at you like, well, damn, you supposed to have my back. You supposed to ride with me. But
Amber,
can you understand why a person would be conflicted in that situation?
I know that.
While there were advantages, there was fucked up shit as well.
Amber, tell the same story without the negatives, though. Tell the same story without the negatives. Tell the same story without the negatives. And what the outcome should have been. The same story. You took a homeless child, and that child was out in the street, homeless in the cold. And you nurture that child. You gave that child love and attention and allow that child to prosper and to bloom into the person that they become as an adult. And you get fucked up now. And that child stepped over you. Lightning should strike that child dead.
Stu Peace, hold up, bro. Hold up. You're like really missing I get these analogies, but you realize that for an immigrant to stay and fight while other citizens who've been here for generations are dipping as well. This is a real complex situation. And again, it seems real amiable for an immigrant to want to stay and fight for a country, but you got to realize, even in your example, you're in a house, you're someone that I helped save, he's in a house helping me fight off, while I got older brothers who are living in the house and military people in the house, and they're all dipping as well.
They're not shit neither.
Exactly. But the point is,
but what I'm saying is, but we're talking about it only in the context of immigrants not being shit, and I think that's unfair. When if you're gonna take that stand, at the end of the day, like Watcher said, and that was why I asked the question earlier, well, do y'all feel the same way? And although y'all said y'all did, the focus is immigrants. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the focus of y'all conversation is not that it's motherfuckers jumping ship that citizens, it's motherfuckers jumping ship these people ain't shit.
We can't deal with those no shit people at that time, but we deal with one group at a time. I would deal with the immigrant group now. We can't deal with the with the Benedict Arnolds next. We can't deal with the Benedict Arnolds next. But right now we're dealing with the immigrants. So
I think the appropriate order. But I think the appropriate order would be to deal with the Benedict Arnolds first, and then the immigrants. Then deal with the Johnny come lately. I think that would be the appropriate order to address it.
Can I share something real quick? Let me share why I'm struggling. Stu Peace. The reason why I'm really struggling with this is because I'm not an immigrant, so I don't have that context of coming upon, I don't know if it's a trauma or insecurity or just the concept of recognizing, like you said, the dramatic example you gave about sucking on the tent of England, or getting fat and providing and then dipping out. I get all that, but to a lot of Black Americans, we look at TV and we deal with so many situations, so we get a clear view of how much this country really is and what it really thinks of us when it really boils down to it. I was just going to,
because that throws another.
Right. So I'm never going to understand that context. You know, when I know that I'm not welcome, I'm tolerated. Okay, this is mine. Yeah, but nigga, is it mine? Is it really mine? Is it really mine? Is it really mine?
Let's leave it to the order of Amber gave. Amber, would you have a problem if a conflict came to America? If ADOS and Foundation of Black Americans ran to the border? and decide
No,
not
I
to be a
would.
part of it.
No, I wouldn't have a problem with that. No.
Would you have a problem with it, the Watcher?
Run that back. I missed the last part. What I have a problem is
If there was a conflict that came to America and African Americans aid us, decide that we're not partake in this conflict, we're running to the border, would you have a problem with it?
that'd be some fucked up shit.
Nah,
So
but
hold
watch
on.
it.
So
But
hold
watch
up,
it.
hold
Go
up.
to
So
what
I
you
gotta
said.
understand the
Wouldn't it be
context.
fucked up?
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
I mean, no,
So
watch it. Would it be messed up though? Because really, what you said is true. Like
it is.
Black people
Context.
a
I
second
need more
class citizens
context.
here.
I need more
So
context. Can I explain? Can I explain? If Russia was coming over here or China was coming over here and they tried to dip, I ain't even mad at us. I mean, or I take that. Well, no, let me rephrase that. If Africa was coming over here, I ain't even mad at us. Let's go. Black people, that's not your war. We different. You know what I'm saying?
Askel, would you have a problem with it?
let's say if I put
Who's
myself
coming?
in the mind frame of an ADOS,
Yes.
man, you know what? Man, that's tough because I'm thinking about what Watcher just brought up and the fact that Black people are second class citizens here, and man, that's a tough one, Stoopies. That's a tough one, man.
Can I answer a question? Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Let's assume. I just want us to imagine. Can you imagine if, let's say, the roles was reversed and what's going on in Ukraine was happening here, and the places that they were targeting and occupying first were Black neighborhoods? How quick do you think the American response would be if the threat is focused in primarily Black neighborhoods?
The Trina type response.
Do you think that is a, immediate, we got to act on this, or let's wait and see what they do kind of thing? What you think the response would be?
Amber is an agitator. Amber, that's a different line of questioning. We all know that the response would not be so ready.
And that's why I say context matters to me. Fuck
Peace,
that.
peace, thank you. Peace, y'all. We need to know who it is, first of all. All right, then we can deal. Yeah, context really does matter.
Yeah, that's man, that's a tough one.
Yeah. And I was sitting here wondering why I just can't get y'all understanding.
No, like a Johnny come lately. I'll understand if a Johnny come lately dip. Because he has nothing, right? Somebody who's been here the last 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years. If they decide to dip, we cannot be mad at them. We cannot be mad at a Johnny come lately.
You say that, but what if they came here when they're 18 and they amassed a house, a family, and a car within 3 years at 21 or 24?
You still don't have the ties. You can dip. That's a Johnny come lately.
That's a Johnny come lately, but I mean, like, the greater portion of all his accomplishments of his life is right there in the beginning, right there at that apex. That's that. He's at the best, the most he's accomplished. He still gets a pass.
Yeah, because of Johnny come lately.
Okay, right on. So what if he started a tech like he was a Tesla? Still gets the dip? Or does money come involved? Like, nah, you made too many millions off of the system. You don't get the dip. You got to fight for the system. Because it's one thing to look at America like this is a beautiful world, but this is a corporation. We're fighting for the corporation. We're in love with the corporation. What'd you say?
No, I said if you made that much money, you ain't got to fight anyway. Ain't no millionaires and billionaires about to fight no wars.
No millionaire and billionaire fight. They have a
What if
private
they're an
job.
immigrant?
They have a private job. But billionaires don't fight anywhere in the world. That's a rule. Billionaires have
They're the ones who
never fought in
started.
the world.
Wrong. They're the ones who started and funded. And they're hedging bets on both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's another factor.
But y'all do realize that, okay, so millionaires and billionaires don't fight because of class, right?
Right.
They're not in a class. So when you say that immigrants should, like, you're kind of supporting this classist kind of ideology that
Facts.
you know, you're the people that need to kind of sacrifice yourself for this shit. We helped you, we made you. Like, you understand? Like,
facts. The Russian people don't want to fight the Ukrainian people. It's the rich oligarchs and Putin. It's a handful of motherfuckers. They lied and told me it was a little exercise, and then all of a sudden they got tickets, and then all of a sudden they ended up over there. And now all of a sudden Ukrainians getting tanks and guns and everything because they're walking away. They don't want to do this, but that's a whole nother story.
Yeah,
you don't
but
get that from the
here's
media.
the thing.
yeah,
Like,
they're fighting for money and power, but we pass it off as this principle and, you know, patriotic bullshit. Like that's what poor people buy, you know, to make themselves feel good,
Amber,
make their ego feel good. Like,
in the case of the Russians, yeah, right. They're just following orders, and for Putin, this is just a vanity project. Like,
bingo.
Most wars,
Twilight years, and he's trying to be.
Most wars are
he's
motivated by power and
always
money.
dreamed about putting the band back together. He's been very explicit about that.
When he had the
about
Winter
the fact
Olympics,
that,
he showed it.
huh?
When he had the Winter Olympics, remember the other day when he had the Winter Olympics in Russia? That was what he was. That is what he was promoting. His intention is always to put the band back together.
He wrote I think he wrote like a manifesto on it, like 20 years. He's been talking about it for the better part of 20 years, that he always felt like Ukraine should be you know, if he had it his way, he'd put the USSR back together. But of course, you know, because of NATO, those other countries he can't touch. But he sees Ukraine as the last, you know, bastion of like a hearkening back to those good old days. It's kind of like Confederates here when they talk about
he can't let go.
Great again and that type of thing, right? But so Amber, yes, from their side, the Russian side, yes, right? And the soldiers who are following orders, they're the pawns in that. But guess what? They are following the orders. And once they run up in your shit, you know, regardless of the geopolitics of it, they're in your shit. They're in your backyard. So you gonna have, you know what I'm saying? It's just like
with guns and tanks and planes.
Right. They're in your, it's just like on a street level, right? If you live on a street, like this street is going against this street, right? You could say all you want to them dudes on the other street. Hey, look, man, I just live over there. I'm not gang. None of that, man. I play solitaire and I ain't with it. If them niggas start shooting at you every time they see you, guess what you gonna have to do?
Strap up
a gun.
But what I'm saying is
that analogy was kind of nice.
What I'm saying is all of this shit starts with people in positions of power and wealth being able to convince people who don't have it that somebody gonna take your shit and you gotta protect it. That, like, even before the threat is there.
No,
this is what emboldens. Yeah.
Hell yeah, you 100% right. Shit, look. World War I, all that Ferdinand shit, that shit is a bag of shit. It was some whole chess move shit behind that, like, and the crazy thing is they have it on record. The people who, you know, those oligarchs in the background that was, you know, moving stuff around, moving pieces around to make it happen for like a financial windfall. Like the King Ferdinand story was just what you call like propaganda, right? They were bragging about it at a certain point in time. Like, you know, criminals, when they get away with certain things, like they it's part of the criminal mind. Like, you want to, like, yeah, I did that. Like, they got recordings of all them people who was involved, like, bragging about the shit, right? But if I look out my door right now and there's a tank on my street, regardless of what the machinations were behind that tank being there, it's there. You get what I'm saying, Amber?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So yeah, you're absolutely right, man. Like it just be these powerful people just getting a kid. It's crazy when you think about it that this guy is doing all of this because he wants for some legacy, some vain thing that means nothing.
But 13% of the population want it as well. But it's like 60% of their 1%, they're richest people. So they're sitting in their parties and like, you know what would really be nice? If I can tap into this, expand my business, if we own this property, or like what they did with Crimea. So it's just on some, it's not just simple like vanity, but it's just also like greed. And they're like billionaires so many times over, just ridiculous amount. Like you want to be 1% of 1% of 1% type ignorance shit. But the thing is, you really don't want Putin to be taken out because look what's going on when Saddam was done. And Russia will get even ridiculously worse. Because they got nukes and they're larger. So you really need them. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of this stuff, that's why I knew they had to let them take Crimea. If you understand it to the magnitude of what this shit really pops off, you can't take him out because then there'll be a power grab.
Right.
And the only reason why he keeps them at bay by doing little shit like this.
That's what Trump was saying. He was like, man, y'all fucked up. He just wanted a little piece. Y'all should have just gave him that. And, you know.
Because they did that with Crimea. They already did that with Crimea. They saw. No, you can't give him
all of it. He
wants it all. Just like you were saying, like the linchpin. I wanted to stop you, but you were on the roll. He said like it's the bastion or the no, he ain't gonna stop there. He gonna keep going. He gonna keep going. He's always been going. He's not stopping.
So when he decide to go for Poland, what's going to happen?
Bingo.
NATO gotta get in.
NATO gotta get in
country, right?
Yeah, NATO is defensive. NATO ain't gonna do anything offensively.
I'm saying Polo is part of the NATO pact, right?
No.
No?
No.
Oh
Poland. Yeah, Poland is part of the EU.
No, I'm saying
we say NATO. EU ain't got the NATO ain't NATO.
Let me look it up.
All EU countries are NATO countries.
Let me look it up real quick.
But the point is, if they are, we can't fuck with them. If they aren't, we coming.
Yeah, because by the NATO pact, you know, the U.S. and
touch one, touch them all.
France, yeah, they got to ride. Like that's part of the agreement.
Did France hop out? Did France recently hop out?
No,
because
my problem is this, right? You see, unless I am going to say this, since we're here at this time, solve the Palestinian problem when you're solving the Ukraine problem. If you can't solve the Ukraine problem, you can't solve the Palestinian problem.
Well, you know damn well.
But you got to understand, no one cares about Palestinians' missiles and them getting stronger and bigger in their nukes. No one cares about Israel's getting bigger and stronger and growing more of a geopolitical threat. Russia, I can't let that happen because they already did it once. And it's just like somebody walking in your house and they take stuff out of your refrigerator. Now next time you go into your safe, and he's going to hit. You got to stop that shit. This aggression is ridiculous, especially when you're dropping bombs into someone's house. It's not like someone's knocking on the door giving you pamphlets.
I think Stupi's talking more. I think Stupi's. Are you maybe speaking more as far as the collective reaction Americans are having? Just the average American.
Yes,
not the actual strategy behind why the government doesn't give a fuck, but the fact that Americans do not see the hypocrisy. You understand what I'm saying? Like what makes these two situations different? Beyond the government's reasons, if your heart is going out to the Ukraine and it's so sad what's going on, why the fuck you don't feel like that for the Palestinians?
That's legit.
Yeah,
but I want to address Saru real quick.
But it's not about hearts. It ain't about hearts. You do that to sway the people. That country is not a. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you can't underestimate too the fact that, you know, because we're in the information age, and with social media, you can see everything. The fact that these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people who look like American.
Yeah. No, it's still Americans that do anybody that looks like that as fucking terrorists. You know, like so.
No, not even the terrorist part, Amber. I'm saying when they look at a place like Ukraine and you see a gym get blown up and some blonde-haired kid died and some white woman, and naturally because those people look like you and they live a similar lifestyle to you, like you could picture yourself working out in Planet Fitness and a fucking missile dropped in there. You get what I'm saying? There's an emotional type of familial type of feeling that brings up in white people, whereas if you look at somebody in India or Palestine or Africa, is not gonna, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna say real quick. I'm gonna say I call bullshit on that because I'm not even talking about just white Americans. I'm talking about even Black Americans, like just people in general. They're having a different reaction.
Man, them niggas just be wanting the goddamn. That's them niggas
but,
be wanting to be.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. Like
Goofy.
We don't.
You know
really...
who that is? Amber. That'd be Goofy Chief X type niggas.
Yep,
oh my God!
No, I mean,
what are they doing to the Ukrainians? It's not right.
No, seriously, regular ass people that do not pay attention to news. I mean, people that do not pay attention to the news or do not know what the fuck is going on the world stage. Like literally, everybody is talking about what's going on in the Ukraine. Everybody, even channels that don't even cover this type of fucking commentary. Period. They normally be talking about bullshit. They're covering what's going on in Ukraine. So even amongst just regular fucking people, Black people, Spanish people, whoever, they're treating this differently than the Palestinian conflict. I do think that the way the people look plays a role, but I also think that people just do not know how subjective, like, they are to the messaging and how things are put out and how much they consume bullshit.
Yeah, of course, because if it was the Palestinians, you know, the media here isn't covering that stuff, so it's not in the, you know, it's not in the forefront. So yeah, absolutely.
No, that's my thing. I need to put that on a t-shirt. If it's okay for Israel to take the West Bank, it is okay for Russia to take Ukraine. And leave it at that. When people crying all of this bullshit tears, oh, Ukraine, where were you? Where were you when the Palestinian was fighting with sticks and stones? Not with guns. Remember when the Palestinians fighting rocks?
I mean, and me personally, I think it's all fucked up. Perfect. But I'm also not going to be crying on social media and acting like I'm just so fucking invested.
When the Palestinians,
can we keep it real? Can we be honest?
Where are you?
Am I on mute?
Where are you?
Oh no, I'm not on mute. Okay, now real quick, that everyone's talking about the Palestinian or using Palestine, but I mean, if you can quickly Google and see different type of conflicts that are happening in 2021, whether it's China, India, the Persian Gulf, Ethiopia, and the Sudanese.
No, the Sudanese. Where were you when the Sudanese? When South Sudan is being
Armenian
by the Arabs?
Azerbaijan.
Where were you? Where were you when the Sudanese are being killed by the Arabs? Where are you?
2020, 2022.
Yeah, where were you when the Sudanese know the Arabs are known? The Arabs are financing the Muslims in Sudan to kill the South Sudanese. Where were you then to run them off the land? Where are you?
I was probably talking to y'all on YouTube.
Right, but where's the rest of the world? Why this big outcry because blonde blue eyed people?
The people that's making a big deal about it, watching like the media, the American media, and all that.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you individual. I talk about you on a whole. You on a whole, everybody. Where was everybody when the Palestinian was fighting tanks with stones? When they used to come on the news, remember? They're fighting with stones. Stones are fighting with. Where was the big outcry? When people go there and still building on the people them land, taking all the water.
Do they got nukes? No. People only get involved when they want to show you that they're the biggest bully.
When there's some incentives for shit. Wait a minute.
No, but ask him, sir. When you have blonde hair and blue eye, you're a lucky fucker. You're born with a leg up. Blonde hair and blue eye.
To a degree. You know how many blonde hair and blue eyed people are dying in America and dying in Bosnia? They're dying all over the world. That's more propaganda to a degree too.
That's not propaganda.
I get it.
Nah,
I get it as a
it's
benefit.
just like
But they dropping too.
Look how they remember with the crack shit. It was the war on crack, but with the
Where's the
opioid.
war on opioids?
Yeah, there's no war. It's the opioid
We
crisis.
need therapy. We have
to help these people.
Treatment.
Yeah, we need rehab.
Right. So
Now, I'll say this too. I'll say this too because I do think we kind of treat that unfairly as well. Like, I do say that the messaging is different, but I also feel like we don't give credit to the fact that some things take time to for you to correct. Like, they may have previously believed, okay, well, we put these people in jail, they're going to correct the behavior, right? Like, lock them up. That's going to fix the problem until they see actually it's not fixing the problem. So we need to attack this in a different way.
But the crack laws are still on the books. The crack laws and the crack sentencing guidelines are still on the books. Those laws are still on the books.
Are they being enforced still, though?
Yes, it's still being enforced. They're still locking up the crackhead and the crack dealers. But the white guys who deal in fentanyl are not going to prison. They're going to treatment.
Now, I'll say dealers still going to jail. I'm not sure if they're still locking up crackheads for simply being,
They're not locking up because there's not so many crackheads as it used to be. That's why. Crack.
Nah, but he's saying like the difference in the sentencing guidelines is still there though. In so far as like if you get caught with, let's say 10 kilograms of hard, you know what I'm saying? Or 10 kilograms of crack. Well, that's a lot of damn crack because you got a rock.
10
but
grams.
let's say, yeah, if you get caught with, let's say like a ball, an 8 ball, versus if you get caught with powder, the sentencing guideline is still, what is it, 3 to 4 times more than the powder? Like that's still on the books. Hell yeah.
And when the sentencing, when the judge referring to the sentencing guidelines, there's no guideline that for the opioid. The opioid addict, the fentanyl addict, there's no guideline for him.
What about
the judge discretion?
What about the dealers?
There's no big lockup for the dealers either, because most of the dealers are black.
Yeah, there's not.
We got to act like Obama did do some pardons and commutations for a lot of them prisoners as well.
But it's not that the law should have been repealed and readdressed.
Shoulda. But I'm just saying that out there.
Wait. What's? Hey, what's it? I got a phone call. Okay, I heard Obama. What's the topic now about Obama? What's the problem?
No, the topic is not about.
No, Obama. I just wanted to bring up because some people did do I brought up that Obama did some pardons and he coming some prisoners. Go ahead.
So look, let me say this. If you have not read up on Obama, don't mention his name. Okay, and that's for anybody in the chat, on the panel. If you have not read up on what he actually have done, don't mention his name, right? Because I'm here to get you.
I'm ready to be got.
Obama.
Did I say something wrong? Okay, all right. Hold on. Because look, because I'm gonna say black folks benefited a lot from him being in office. So if you have not read up on what he did, you'll be educated tonight, right now. Okay, if you have not known what he has done for black folks,
I'm biased.
You be educated today, right?
I'm biased. We're not talking about Obama, bro. We wasn't talking about Obama.
Okay, cool. No problem. Because you know what?
Unbiased just got off the phone with, but he came in wanting to fucking smoke. Damn, nigga, calm down.
No, because I heard. No, Amber.
That nigga love
No,
him some
Amber, because
Obama,
I heard Amber, look, Amber, because people say Obama, but they have no idea they're smoking weed right now because of Obama. Okay, so people say his name.
But why you did that, man? He don't.
Yeah, they say his name, but they have no idea how he helped out Black America. Okay, it's anybody that calls himself Black. He helped them out better than anybody ever before him.
All right, let me say two things real quick. I'm biased. Do you
I'm going to
understand the
speak
context
ill of
what I brought
Obama
up?
because I know a little bit about what he did economically.
Exactly.
So
Yeah,
I don't
he did
speak
a
bad
lot.
about Obama.
He did a lot,
So
but I'm
you
asking
know
unbiased.
that'd be a lot of motherfuckers that listen to the propaganda. You know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give him a straight facts.
Yeah, but do you understand the
'cause
context of why I brought him up?
No, I don't know. I just chimed in.
Okay, well, let me explain it to you because I mean, you jumped out the window without even understanding what I'm saying because he was talking about. You're gonna say you didn't jump out the window, but you don't understand the context. Just think about that. Fact check that shit. You fact check that.
I wasn't coming at you personally, though. I wasn't coming at you.
You wasn't, but you came at everybody. You didn't come at me. You came at everybody
Right,
if they said something, not even knowing if they said anything.
Yeah, that nigga came out.
I did.
Let me explain
because I know most folks.
talking,
I know most people don't research him. Right.
Right. But what we were talking about is because they were doing a contrast between the drug sentencing with the black and white type stuff, and so
cool. I'm with that. I'm with the 9-point crime bill.
Yeah, all right. We all appreciate the fact my man
nobody ever read to that. I guarantee you, y'all didn't read to that. But okay, but go ahead.
Well, hold on,
because bro. Damn,
it was actually.
My bad, Watcher. My bad. I'm excited. I'm excited. Go ahead, Watcher. Go ahead.
I hear it. Damn, I hear it.
We could tell, but that was actually unbiased. An extension of. We were comparing the coverage that the conflicts in other areas of the world get compared to how this Ukraine situation is being contextualized.
Okay.
Right. So in Palestine, when the Israelis is running up on these people with tanks and they fighting back with rocks and they literally taking these people homes and like nobody even cares. But
I got you. Now I'm with y'all 100% on that. Yeah.
Right. So that's when they brought up the I think Watcher made the analogy of the fact that opioid and fentanyl is like this huge problem, but because it affects so many whites, the way how the government here chooses to attack the problem and the way
right. Now I'm with you.
Right. Yeah. So that's what it was.
I'm with you on that. Right. I'm so my bad. I came in. My bad. The Watcher. I heard Obama and the Watcher. Just tell me though, because most black allergists, when they mention Obama, is always in a negative, connotation. So all I'm putting out there is this: not to you guys, because you guys clearly ain't go that route, but for the listening audience, don't mention Obama if you have not actually read about him. Don't do that. That's something I will never do. Unbiased only talks about things he actually read up on. I don't talk about shit I didn't read up on.
Oh, by the way, y'all, Poland is in NATO and France also.
Yeah, because the reason why I brought up the Obama thing, I was looking at an article. I just looked it up before I said it, so I know how this channel is. And yeah, I did look up to Poland, and the article was actually saying that France was kind of skeptical about NATO the last few days ago, but then after they started getting a lot of heat, that they allowed their aircraft carrier to be used. So again, I'm looking all the information up. So when I say things, it's pretty much referencing before I say it, because again, a lot of people love the gotcha shit. I'm biased.
Yeah. So
did you?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to get to my second part, which is probably going to bring it back in, because I don't know, you may have explained it or missed it, but what was the difference between do for self and self-sufficient? You touched on it, then you just dipped. And I wrote it down, but I'm like, this nigga didn't even explain the difference. But okay.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have a chance because you know what I mean? Because we was talking about so many different things, you dig? So now that the opportunity's here, good. Do for self is a goofy nigga just open up a laundromat, you know? So you're still reliant on different things. That's not do for self. Self-sufficient are the builders of this country. Okay, the builders. That's a term that we got put in our fucking mouth. Builders. who actually build shit. That's real do for self. You're building what you have. You don't ask a motherfucker for nothing. You like what Haskell said earlier, or was Stupies. What Stupies said earlier. You take your ass to Home Depot, Lowe's, you grab it, you build it, it's yours. That's a builder. That's the real do for self. A do for self nigga ain't somebody who go get a fake ass business and hire people to build it up for him. That's not self sufficient. Building your own shit is self sufficient. I mean, it's a craftsman. That's carpentry. Okay, that's where we lack at as a people. We actually cannot build shit as a collective.
Is this the
so
Booker
when
T
you're
argument?
building your own, yeah, exactly.
Is this
when you're
Booker T's
building your own,
argument?
right? Yes, exactly, and that's why I got a Booker T book up for slavery. I'm gonna read that motherfucker like hell right now because I see what he's saying now. Because again, the watcher, I'm in this field now as employment, this building shit. I work for a general contractor. We build shit. It's black owned, by the way. We build shit. And when I go ahead and binge watch YouTube videos, you're not watching nobody black talking about building. You're watching all white men and white women on how to build shit. Okay, so this is something foreign to black everybody, Jamaican, African, motherfucking Black American. And this is foreign to us. There's not. Find me a YouTube video where a black motherfucker talking about building something.
Building.
Hold on. Now, you know, I have to play devil's advocate here.
And manufacture.
Oh yeah, manufacturing. Hold up, Haskell. They definitely doing that.
I have to play devil's advocate here. Obviously,
of course, Amber.
Because you just said you're working with a builder, right? So obviously, it's a black builder. So obviously, black people are building shit. They just not making YouTube channels.
No.
Right?
No. Amber,
is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, Amber. What I'm saying is this, Amber. I'm saying yes, you have black men, black women building. I'm saying the percentage. Because don't forget, everything is comparable. You know, and I know that when black people talk, they compare themselves to white people. Now I'm saying the percentage-wise on white people building and black people building among black folks, the percentage is a huge, long gap. Not close at all.
Yes, absolutely.
Real quick, can I ask a question just for specificity? Like, can you give like some examples of building? Like building a doghouse, building a birdhouse, building a business. Building a table.
What you said right there, all that, remember, yes, all that. The average black person knows nothing about that. They can't build shit from scratch.
Like build a lawnmower, can't build a light bulb, can't build.
Wait. How about building a rat trap in case we all in war and we're in the woods? How about building a rat trap to catch rats and fucking squirrels and shit? We can't even do that.
I think we'll figure out a way to get that done. Humans got
No. Okay, look. The watcher, as you're trying to figure out, they already can do it. See, it's a difference to you trying to figure shit out. It's already being done.
Right, but the way society is built up is you go off of other people's inventions or progressions. Now, so if society was just to like shit hit the fan and now we're post-apocalyptic, everybody's gonna have.
Okay, my boy. You got white folks right now. You got exactly. You got white folks right now who's living off their own land. They're killing wild boar, they're killing deers, and they cut them motherfuckers up and they eating the meat. They're not paying
field dressing.
Shit
I get it. I understand that.
Right.
I watched Frontier Alaska. I love that shit.
I got you. So I'm saying you don't see that shit at all in the black community. It's a small percentage, and that's self-sufficient to me. So
but
do
it
for
takes
self.
levels to get there, though. You have to have money and the experience to know
the watcher. The watcher. I'm not arguing that. I'm dealing with the current state of America today.
Okay.
That's all. Of course, potential. Of course, we're humans. Like, I believe in evolution, so I believe every human being has the same potential as everybody else. You dig? With given the same opportunity. Yeah. So I'm not doing that. Like anybody better than anybody. I don't do that shit. I'm saying
so
if
this
we're
is
given
the
the
trades
information
over education argument.
Right. That's all. So I'm saying, like, I believe we're being bamboozled. The men, not the women. I believe the men are being bamboozled to go for education, college, that shit, while white men are abandoning college. We had a live on this. White men are abandoning college and they're doing hands-on shit. So
they're doing hands
in all
what?
of our neighborhoods,
I missed the colloquial term. What did you say? They're doing what?
So they hands-on.
Hands-on
plumbing.
shit. Oh, hands-on.
Yeah, plumbing, electrical.
At what percentage?
A large percentage. Large.
Well,
I haven't Googled it.
I think I'm gonna say this because I don't feel like I don't think white men are abandoning college. I don't think they're abandoning trades either. I mean, I don't think they're abandoning trades either. I think they've always. I think they've always been diversified in what they do. Period.
No, they're abandoning college, Amber. Definitely.
Okay, pull the stats on.
I'll tell you.
The enrollment numbers are down.
Yeah, they got. They got the numbers on it.
And bro, and look, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna ask you, when you see those trucks right past those vans right past your house, right, and you're driving in traffic, you see like so and so paint, roofing, all white folks, and you don't need college for that. You need a trade school. So I sent Stu P some shit. I sent some people some shit, right? The watcher he ain't on social media, so I can't send him shit. But I send like Stu P some shit. I send it to people, and now I ask him, I'm start adding you to them.
No, but hold on, let me cut you because about 3 months ago we had this conversation, and Amber and I had this conversation, the need for development of trades. Remember, we talked about this already. But this is something we talked about.
Yep.
Know that you're in the construction and real estate, and they realize that if you want a painter, 9 out of 10 times it's going to be a white painter that show up. If you want an electrician, 9 out of 10 times it's going to be a white electrician. If you want a plumber, 9 out of 10 times it's going to be a white plumber. If you want a carpenter,
Mexican in Arizona.
And then all of these people. Now
the watcher, I'm gonna respond to that watcher. I'm gonna respond.
I'm making over $30 an hour easy. All of these people are making $30, $40, $50 an hour easy.
Up to 60, yes. Up to 60, yes. You're right. Up to 60.
No student loan. Nothing. Easy.
Nope. No, straight trade school. That's it.
Easy money. If you want a certified electrician, and you hire a certified electrician to wire your house, electrician at that level is $40 an hour. Easy money.
Yeah, right.
And
100%.
And when you hire that electrician, you also have to hire an electrician assistant because the electrician do the heavy lifting. Is his assistant to do the heavy lifting. So therefore, you have to be paying $50 for him and $25 for the assistant. So for the electrician, it's $75 an hour, easy. So every day he's at your house, it's $750. So if you take 10 days to buy your house, it's $7,500. And no job lasts less than 10 days. So you need to have
I see articles saying that men in general are abandoning college.
Yeah.
Okay, men, but right, Amber. But Amber, I'm telling you, I challenge any of you guys to find a black man on YouTube educating you about those type of skills that stupid is articulated.
No.
It's 1 to 1,000. But you have more white women. I'm telling you right now, you got more white women educating you about that type of shit than any black man. Okay, so you got more white women doing that than more black men.
But you do know that. But you do know that even if we have more black people, statistically, you still gonna have more white women and more white men doing these things than you have black men or black women doing these things. Like just because of the numbers, period. And then you got to look at the numbers of how many people are in that field. Like statistically, you're not gonna see an equal amount of black men doing videos on this type of thing as you see a white man or a white woman. Like it's gonna be.
I hear what you're saying. This is my job. I'm binge watching. A dude hired me because he believes that I could be learned really fast because he trusts how I research. I'm binge watching. Haven't found one black person, period. Zero, not one. Not one, zero. Now I get paid to do this. Not one.
What
Okay?
kind of skills do you want them to be?
Okay, home. Okay, got you.
showcasing?
Good question. Home remodeling. That's anything to do with a home. Anything with building up a home. Anything. Basement, attic, kitchen, bathroom. Have never seen. I get paid to just watch YouTube videos on how to do this shit. Have never watched one black person at all for 2 months. Have not watched one. I watch Asian women. I watch white women only. And of course, a whole bunch of white men. I've never watched one black man. And I give paint. Let's go. Paint. Let's go wood, framing. Anything building up a house up. Have not watched one black person yet in 2 months. And I get paid to just watch YouTube videos. Have not watched one black person, woman or man. And guess what? I watch HGTV at home on my spare time. Have not watched one black person on here either. HGTV. Now one black person.
Wait, hold on. You've never seen the flip shows with the black couple? I think the woman the man does like the work and the woman actually brokers like the sells or finds the properties.
I mean, I'm sure I'm sure there's one out there. Like I said, I know from so before I got into this business, you guys gotta know that I research. When it comes to money, I'm inquisitive, right? How different ways to make money. So I'm sure that I know Ty Corbett, I know Jay Morrison, I know people who is in that area. I'm just saying, when it comes to if you and I are trying to learn how to do this shit ourselves, they call it DIY, do it yourself. DIY is an acronym. You're not gonna find anybody black, okay? All of us YouTube tonight. All of us YouTube tonight on DIY, home improvement.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, they cut him off. Go ahead, Amber.
I was just trying to hear what he was saying.
Nah, his phone
But
probably died.
yeah, but I mean, I do agree that there probably aren't many, if any at all. But I also feel like I don't think that necessarily means that they're just not out there, period. They're just not utilizing YouTube as a tool to get the information out to other people. Like it's different things.
Now, I don't believe that because again, when you go to IT, like so, I'm right. It's a rabbit hole. When you go to IT, information technology, it's Indian ran, and you see a few black people in the industry, handful, but it's predominantly Indian IT. Okay, and I'm saying the builders that do home remodeling. I'm saying same shit. You might see 1, 2, 3 black people. The person you just named, Amber, that person, I haven't seen them just yet, but that person. But overall, you're going to see white skin only in that area. And I'm saying that builders that's the most important profession, especially if you're saying do for self. Do for self is actually building your shit, not hiring contractors. So, what's better than building this yourself? Like you got a show. It's called you got many white shows, but the latest one is called Living in the Woods. Basically, it's called Living Off the Grid. Right? You got white folks who could easily get off the grid and live. You got niggas who hate the government, who hate white society, but can't do that. That actually be killing me though. Like, yo, you hate white folks, you don't trust nobody, you don't trust government, but you're afraid to live off the grid. It's because you don't have these skills. White folks make TV shows playing around with this shit. It's called living off the grid.
I'm not gonna even hold you though. But can we be honest and say that it has not been safe for Black people to be in this quote unquote off grid area?
Oh no, I'm with you. I'm with you, Amber. I'm with you 100%. I will never do that in this society. I would never do that.
No. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Because you have a lot of Black farmers down south. If you go online, you'll see a lot of Black farmers. But it was never encouraged. Because you have a lot of Black people. You have Black people who hunt, who shoot, who farm, who have the ability to live off the grill. Right? They might not advertise it. Because
Black farmers is a little different though, 2Ps. That's a little different because they got lawsuits. The Black farmers got lawsuits. Like they did. Like the government and other agencies had been holding them back from being successful.
But
that's a little different.
Let me say what I say. Let me finish. What has happened is that in our community, we have made certain profession not sexy. And as a result of it not being sexy, these men don't have the ability to get women. So if a dude same as a farmer, our community say, oh, that's a corny job. You play in the dirt. Oh, you're in the dirt. If the dude says a mechanic, oh, you're in the grease. If a dude says an electrician, if it's a plumber, you play with shit.
Right.
So it's not sexy. But in other communities, they don't look at it that way. In our community, certain jobs not sexy.
A plumber get paid $60 an hour, 60 more an hour.
Right.
Work a lot of hours. Never see your family.
Yeah, but
you know what?
But in our community,
he's
a plumber.
Providing, I get it.
Oh, you're cleaning people's shit, not realizing that this dude, the truck that he drives, he doesn't owe for it.
Right. Now look, hey, 2Ps, just kind of watch real fast. The watcher, I would rather be busy building our future, our legacy, than be free to be a bum ass nigga. I can see my kid every day, but I can't do shit for him. I can't provide for his college, none of that shit.
But what happened? But I just don't understand. Like, what's the difference between working as a plumber and then owning the plumbing business?
Now what? Now ownership is a whole different ball game. Okay, because everybody not, because I know Black folks got this kings and queens shit. Nah, ownership ain't for everybody. Some people are really just built just to work for another nigga.
No, but I mean, just because you own it doesn't mean you're still not your own employee. You still don't work. But I'm just trying to understand the difference. I'm trying to understand the difference between your original 2 points, because to me it seemed like it was heavily laden on being able to do things with your hands, like being into trade.
Gotcha.
I get that.
Yeah.
That's having a business. That's something that can't be taken away from you. So I get that.
Right.
But then it seemed like you were dismissive or like hand waving away like white collar work as well. But I feel like blue collar turns it or transitions to white collar. Unless you're saying the original point, I'm missing it. Unless you're saying that it's just you got to start somewhere, or the education has been oversaturated.
I think his point was to be able to create your own opportunity. Like, don't the do for self crew is like limited. You know what I'm saying? Or it's dependent on the actions of somebody else. But if you want to be self-sufficient, then you should be more focused on creating your own opportunities. And when you know how to build things and do things for yourself, then you have more range to create your opportunities. You understand what I'm saying?
I see.
Right now, I agree with you, because the watcher, she got it exactly what I was trying to, the point I was trying to make. So, and the watcher, I only talk about this because I'm around Muslims all day long. Do for self, they say that shit. Elijah Muhammad did nothing for himself, okay? He did. Now, he was the main proponent of saying do for self.
I knew you were throwing it off the backboard to dunk it on something. Okay, here we go.
He did nothing for himself. Zero. He took people donations, charity. and he made some of himself from that. He did absolutely nothing. He owned nothing before then.
Did he allow
So of
them
course,
to own it?
well, no. So no, he took that money and he bought it. And look, they were sole proprietors. That's why when he died, everything went back to his son. It didn't go to the trust, none of that dumb shit. It went to his son. It was his name. So Haskell said the same thing with Turner Sheet. It's his name. So he died to go to his sons.
So hold up. So all the go ahead.
I'm sorry. You go ahead. I was hearing
I was gonna ask
feedback
my
from
question.
unbiased Mike though.
Okay, my question is like, because I remember you educated us on like people who own the flower shops or newspapers or any little businesses.
Yeah.
The organization was putting their name on it to a degree and was getting taxes, but I thought the shop owners still owned that. That was something they could pass down to their sons. Unless I'm misunderstanding.
No. Yeah, you missed that. The Final Call newspaper is Farrakhan's only.
Okay, what about the businesses? Like remember how
there ain't no business. There's no, the business is the Final Call. That's it. And what you do, you're a contractor. You buy your shit up front, and when you sell them, so every brother you see selling something, that's him trying to recuperate his money that he put out there to buy that shit up front.
Does he have to file taxes on that? Like, how much money does the Final Call?
Hell no, that shit. Hell, they ain't find out no tax sales. No taxes. Now, there are certain, like the charity shit is, so they got some shit you pay for charity. That's every week. Now that's tax deductible, and that's funny because they anti-government. So whatever. Okay, a lot of mamas said be self-sufficient, but whatever. Let's get past that. Huh?
Are you in front of a computer? Like, can you bring up their generate? Like, how much the
No,
organization
okay.
generates?
I'm not for a computer.
People can track that? No,
I'm not for a computer. All I can tell you is that what I did for myself. They told me that at that time the Final Call was $1. So I know that when I bought the Final, you paying for shit up front. I know that for a fact. Rob Bourne, get Rob Bourne here. He's not gonna disagree. You paying, get Asiatic black man, whoever you want on his phone. Okay? When it comes to Nation of Islam, I know as much or more than most people you're ever gonna talk to. So the Final Calls, you're going to pay up front from the door. There's no loan, no penny back, none of that shit. You buy that shit up front. So the money you make back is your money plus more. Now, you are buying at a discount. Okay, you are buying a discount, a certain percentage discount. Okay? So it's at a 30% discount you're buying it from. Okay? So you make 70% on every dollar at that time. It's $2 now, but when I was I made 80 cents every dollar. And that shit bought me what I need to do. Eat, whatever. And I mean, it ain't pay no bills, but it bought me my food. I mean, I'll buy fish, whatever. But it ain't pay no bills.
You wasn't selling enough.
Yeah, well, shit, man. Look, people only supported me because they knew who I was in my city. That's why niggas be talking shit online. I'm talking about everybody you ever heard talk. They talk shit, but niggas ain't shit in their cities. That's stupid. They only supported me because they fuck with me in real life. They felt like I was changing my life because it's positive. If people bought Final Call just off that, stupid. It's $1. They give me $5. Because in my city, they fuck with me in real life, not some internet fake shit. Niggas be doing on some credit, whatever they doing. Like, whatever I do in real life, niggas fuck with me. You know what I mean? Haskell, the watcher, in real life, whatever I do in real life, they're going to fuck with me. When I'm in real estate, they're going to fuck with me because they trust me. I don't stamp everything. Say, nah, I ain't stamping that shit because niggas fuck with me because of who I am. They trust me. You know, so people give me $5 Final Calls, you know, whatever. They bought them, never ever read them. They just was happy that I was changing my life. Because in my city, I'm valuable. Like, people respect me. And DJ Focus and everybody else will tell you, you dig, Terrence Washington be in the chat. They'll tell you, Infinite Minds, he know me personally. They'll tell you. In my city, like, you know what I mean, some shit going down, some riot, they going to call me up, like, yo, you coming? But people can't say it in their cities. Like, niggas be lying in front and, you know, whatever. But my city, like, I'm known to be that guy. to like, you know what I mean, to ride and join shit and be a part of some shit. And I can see y'all guys, and yet you guys never seen my contributions. We had something called Community Revolution. Okay, it was many different people in the city, Christians, Muslims, whatever. We got together and we was, you know, just trying to encourage our city. I was part of that. You guys never seen that video. I had my sister record it. Okay, so a lot of shit y'all don't see because I don't try to do shit for that. I don't do shit for that. I do it because I want you guys to know me genuinely who I am. But I could wow y'all like polite and show some shit like, yo, shit, you're an activist. I don't do that. I can. I got video. I got pictures. I got pictures of I think only few of y'all seen me with Dr. Yusuf Muhammad. I got pictures of Dr. Yusuf Muhammad. I got pictures of him. He came to Plainfield. He came to my city. I got pictures with him. I got pictures with other Muslims that's like very popular, like next to Farrakhan. You guys never seen that shit because I don't need that to like validate myself. Like I am who I am.
I did want to, got to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, I love it.
One could argue that Elijah Muhammad created his opportunity.
I have no problem with that. Look, Amber. Now, Amber, I'm with that. You dig? I'm with that because it takes brains to get some shit done. I'm with that. So, I'm full on. Say that again, watcher.
I need her to elaborate. I get it, but I want her to elaborate a little bit more on that point.
Well, what
How
I'm saying
so?
is,
my question is how so? I don't get it.
He used his power of persuasion.
To do what?
To convince people
right.
that they
but what did he
that
do though?
That he was worth investing in.
I have no problem with that. But what did he do?
How did
because
he
he don't do for
benefit
self.
them? How did it
You said
benefit
what?
them by believing in him?
Okay.
Well, who said it had to?
Wait.
I'm just curious, did it?
Wait, the
I'm
watcher,
not
before you go there.
Okay.
Wait, the watcher, before you go there. Elijah Muhammad taught do for self. Amber, when did he ever do that?
Yikes.
Again. Elijah Muhammad taught do for self.
Yes.
This is something he came up with.
Right.
So a narrative that he came up with.
I like it, right? I like it.
So in coming up with that, he did for himself. He found a way.
No. That's not, when he say do for self, that's not how he teaches it. He say black man, so you don't know the doctrine.
Hold on.
Go ahead. I got you.
Hold on. Regardless as to how he taught it and what it meant, you asking me,
yes.
What did he do for himself, right?
I'm asking.
From my perspective, what he did for himself was he found a way to manipulate people and get them to believe some shit. That's what that's what he did for himself.
I got no problem with that.
He used what he had. He was resourceful. Right. He had the gift of gab, the gift of imagination, the gift of making the motherfucker believe, hope, all that.
Yeah. I'm with that, Amber, but there's a problem though. No, but there's a problem though. He has literature that does not mirror that. His literature is telling black folks to not do that. It's to actually go create a job for themselves. So it's one thing, what you say, it's all cool. But he has literature that says go out there and build some shit for yourself, create an opportunity for yourself, literally for yourself. That means like you made money on yourself. Nobody gave you shit. Your ideas, no, that's not what he did. He collected from his members. His money he generated was for charity, and a lot of it because he's got you.
Again, you saying he has literature where he's saying build something for yourself, do something for yourself, create a job for yourself. His job was motivational speaking. His job.
I got you. But
he specialized.
Remember back with the scamming shit. Okay, I got you. So that'll contradict the whole thing about the scamming shit, because the scamming shit was this, right? Remember I was saying, if you tell something and then you don't do it, or it's like it's some gray area, that could be that could be considered a scheme. It's a scam shit.
Well, here's
He
the
had
difference
all his
here.
members believe.
Hold on, nobody.
I'm
Here's the
listening.
difference. I said if you purchase a product, right, and you're
Right.
promised one thing and you don't feel like the product delivered, the difference is these people feel like he delivered what the fuck he told them that they was gonna have. You see the problem
Nah.
here? Like I can't
No.
tell you. Most Muslims, they will argue you down about Elijah Muhammad, what he had, what he's
Of course
good
they
for,
will.
and what he's done. Exactly. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if we believe in his product. We're not the people that was buying the shit. The people he
Right.
sold that product to, they believe in that product. They
Of
ride
course,
for
of
that
course.
product, and they believe he delivered what the fuck he promised.
Okay, right. Deliver, that's okay. But when he say do for self, he's never done that. He never created shit, no business. He's not known for no skill at all other than what you just said, ministering, making claims that he's the second coming of Christ and all this other shit. That's it. But he has not put boots to the ground at all to build his own shit. And I'm okay. If members think that's okay, I have no problem. But
I'm
now I gotta
biased.
ask, yeah.
Real quick. I'm not arguing with you, but what I'm saying is your mistake. Like he put out there, do for self. You're looking at that as the do for self. This the product. When he was preaching a message of motivation, the actual product was fucking hope. He was giving hopeless people fucking hope. That's what they bought into. They bought into the hope, not the do for self bullshit. That's just a part
wouldn't
of
that be a
the
scam
hope
though?
message.
But Amber,
No,
by your
it's not.
standard,
It's
wouldn't that
not
be a scam?
scam. No, it's not.
It is a scam because the members believe. The members believe that do for self is creating their own business. Amber, I'm trying to say, if you talk to any registered Muslim, they're going to tell you to do for self is starting your own business. I'm just telling you, you could
Again,
start
as
your
a
own
part of the
drug.
hope, message, we got to create our own business. We got to have a black nation. We got to have it. Like that's just a piece of the whole hope of the hope package. They bought the hope package. The
Okay,
do for
but
self
how
and
about-
having your own business. That's just a piece of it.
Okay, but Amber, how about this? How about when I mentioned this to every member that ever talked about it, they never had your response. Never had your response. They all took it like, yeah, he ain't do shit. Like, yeah, you know. I said, what did he actually do? So we're talking about the actual members who are registered and believe this bullshit. When I point out your leader ain't do shit, he just talked and collected money. They didn't have your argument. They were like, yeah, okay.
I have to go
Because
back
they
to the shows
acknowledge-
because I don't remember none of them motherfuckers saying that nigga didn't do shit.
Okay. Right. I mean, no. That was never the topic, by the way. But the topic was Yakub and the other shit. That was never the topic. But I can easily make the topic from this point on. No, I won't say him. But I'll say, because you say that they ain't going to join. But I got to mask it and say, is do for self like a viable option, something like that. And then when I pointed out, I had Rob Bourne on my show. That's a show I blocked, but he was very emotional. They get it very emotional. Like, yo, Elijah Muhammad never did for self, my man. He collected money, and Amber, you, I, Stupid, the Watcher, Haskell, and whoever's on this panel, if we could just collect money from random motherfuckers like Tariq Nasheed, some crowdfunding shit, I guarantee we can accomplish anything we had said before us.
Yeah.
It's not hard when you collect money. We'll all be
I just
successful
don't,
in
I
any
just
of
don't know
our
how to
ideas.
do all that fucking lying and shit and all that. I don't know how to do that. Like,
But Amber, that's the thing. Like the Haskell just point out, he said, I can't believe it still feels Tariq Nasheed shit. Amber, my thing is, we talk. My thing is, black folks are. I'm trying to be nice. I'm gonna say gullible. We are the most gullible people in the country. We are the target for any scheme or scam. We're not educated enough. Our own people even targeting us. Jay Morrison, Polite, all these motherfuckers that seem as Like legit, they're targeting us. They're banking on we don't know. Bando Kevo, the black guy I showed you last week, the last time we talked, and then I showed a woman, her name Jasmine, living with Jasmine. They're banking on we don't know shit. And this is how they and not just them, not just them. I'm gonna limit to them. Many people out there, real estate, stocks, whatever it is, they're banking on black folks don't know. As a matter of fact, Amber, I'm guilty because when I come to this live stream and I read some shit, I'm banking on black folks don't know. So I read Constitution, black folks don't know. So I'm also guilty too. But it becomes true though. When I talk about the Constitution, nobody actually knows it. So it's like, it's not really false.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm so sick of half of falling asleep and snoring. Ugh.
So Amber, my thing is that I believe that we do ourselves a disservice by letting us not know and pampering us and not holding us like, accountable. Like, nah, I can't fuck with you, bruh. Or sis, you ain't where you're supposed to be. Nah, don't call me. I'm good. Like that, Amber. Amber. If I put my boys on the phone right now and on three-way, I had them give a different alias, not their real name. They'll tell you that they cannot send me no goofy shit, funny shit on YouTube or Instagram. Don't send me shit like that. I'm like, we got time for that, man. Motherfuckers rich and they ain't watching that goofy shit until they be successful. So I say, don't send me that shit, bro. Send me some money shit. Send me some constructive skill shit.
But truth be told, that's not true. That motherfuckers ain't crack a smile or laugh at shit until they became rich. Like that's not true.
I'm just telling you from my inner circle. I got you. I got you. But I have an inner circle.
Yeah.
That's very successful. I got an inner circle, and these motherfuckers too busy working all day long. And niggas, I can barely get them to come bowling. So some motherfuckers ain't doing that. That's so the Instagram shit. Like, Amber, these people have employees. When you got employees, that's a whole different stress. My boy hired me for real estate shit. My boy, I was his mentor. He hired me to be his customer's rep, his sales rep, and I got potential to grow and do more than that.
About no damn G's World.
Right.
I'm doing something. I don't want to hear no shit. Did you hear what I said? Damn. Just gonna keep talking. Yeah. So when I'm talking about, I have a guy that got a barbershop in East Orange that the mayor, Amber, this is my high school boy. The mayor was like, I'm so glad your shop is in my city, nowhere else. He said, you don't have to, he blessed his opening, his grand opening. The mayor of East Orange blessed his shop. Like, you could do this shop anywhere. I'm so glad you did it here, nowhere else. These my peoples I fuck with. Yeah, and I mean that's what's up. But all I'm saying is, regardless, even people with employees, are they taking a day per week to kick it and hang out? Probably not. But they got a vacation scheduled somewhere in the future. They make the most of their time when they do take their time off. I'm just saying, like, the idea that you can't really enjoy life or enjoy yourself or have those moments.
Amber, that all depends on your what your definition of enjoying life. Like again, a crackhead believes they're enjoying life. Okay, everybody has their own definition. But for those who want to be what they call bosses, venture capitalists, these people live a stressful life. It's work. You know what I mean? It's work. I mean, Mayweather was a boxer. Mayweather ain't do what everybody else did. All the boxers chilling, hanging out. Kobe Bryant ain't do that shit. His story a little different. He ain't go to bars. He ain't fuck his teammates at all after, basketball. He just worked on his craft and be perfected who he was. Mayweather, constant work, working out. He got no fight up and coming. But he's working like he got one. So I'm saying, and I watch Shark Tank a lot, and I hear the stories of these guys. Robert, My man Robert said sleep is what losers do. You dig? I'm trying to tell you, like when you have a goal to be successful, like when I say successful, it's anything. I'm saying money successful, monetary successful. When that's your goal, you ain't really gonna be sitting there laughing at shit because you're gonna be stressed the fuck out about why sales ain't coming in, why products ain't selling. You don't want no comedian moment. How the fuck my company gonna grow? So this pandemic got me like that. I mean, this shit damn near ended me. It got my full-time business to a fucking part-time selling final calls. Don't see me no smiling shit, bro. Get my shit up and running.
Well, I can agree that when shit is not looking like great, like let's say I started a business and I'm steadily progressing and
all right, so
reaching
that's my
benchmark.
Amber, that's my angle. So just be clear, because sometimes we can talk, we're not really clear. My angle is that what you just said just now.
So you're talking about like the starting off,
or a business has some success, but it fell off. Now it's trying to get back.
Yeah,
that's my
struggling.
Angle.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my angle. Right there, you go. So be clear. So you don't,
okay.
what I mean? I ain't generalizing. I'm just okay, right there.
Okay.
Not somebody doing well. No, that's not my angle. It's somebody who's trying to get back or trying to do well.
Okay. Trying to bounce back.
Yeah. Or get there for the first time.
Mm-hmm. Now, I did want to ask, because we talk about monetary success a lot.
Yeah.
What dollar amount looks successful to you?
Yeah,
like,
that's a tricky thing.
What dollar amount does that feel like to you?
Right. So now there's no dollar amount, of course, because Bill Gates want more and whoever else want more. So there's no dollar amount, because success can be a drug. It could be addictive, and not success. I'm sorry. The dollar amount can be a drug. It can be addictive. So here's the dollar amount. It's to be number one, the most paid, and even then you want more. Okay, so I'm gonna throw a name out there for everybody. Because everything about money. So Earl Nightingale is a white man, and he defines.
You breaking
success.
Up a little bit. You said what?
Okay.
What you say just before that?
Yeah, so I was saying no, success is not surrounded by money, and my CPA had pointed out a white guy named Earl Nightingale, and Earl Nightingale had put out success, and he defined it his way. He said any worthy, anybody can Google this. He put out that any worthy ideal that was accomplished, and like for me, who was thinking monetarily only, I struggled with that a little bit, but it was the truth though. It's like anything you want to do, and you actually do it, that's actually success. It could be free. You dig? So I reassess how I look at the word success. It's not about money all the time. It's about something you really want to do, and you actually accomplish it. That's success.
I agree.
Yeah. So that made me look at it like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just know typically, like, especially I don't know why, but I guess maybe I do know why. Talking to Black men, it often comes up. I'm used to talking to the grinding ass, hustling ass, always about his money ass nigga. So
the Haskell's.
Yeah, they always, on the paper chase. And the main thing is, they can't sleep, they can't rest, they got to get to this bag, this, that, and the third. They trying to be successful, they trying to ball out, blah, blah, skippy, woo. Yeah. But whenever I ask, okay, put a dollar amount on that. At what point you're going to feel like you've reached that goal? Because otherwise it's just bullshit, to me.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's always going to be something else you got to do, you got to accomplish, you got to, you just throwing it under the guise of being successful. And I have yet to find a motherfucker that could put a dollar amount on that. So I was just you kind of said the same thing.
No dollar amount.
Yeah. And I was just kind of like, okay, when you gonna feel safe? Like when you gonna feel like finally I'm successful?
Never. Till I conquer the whole world. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and
I'll
is
be
that
open and honest.
realistic?
Till I conquer the world. No, it's not realistic. But that's a dream and a hope that you achieve. You hope to achieve. That's a dream you hope to achieve. And that's why I said the humbleness.
Even though you know it's unrealistic. Okay.
Nah, it's straight unrealistic. You dig? But that's some old shit you just hope. You know what I mean? You just some Christian shit. You just hope you can get.
All right.
So now you see why my channel. I don't get on nobody other than Nation of Islam. I don't get nobody religion because I understand why they would think certain things. You dig? I understand why. So for me, that's good enough.
I see Saru said there's no amount to him. Yeah, I know. For most men, there's no amount. I mean, I can't say.
Hell no.
I can't say I can really put an amount on it either. Now, I do know what I feel like living comfortably feels like. You know, like living comfortably, yeah. But if I'm talking about like monetary success, I don't feel like there's a dollar amount I can put on that because,
of course not.
I feel successful when I can make not only myself but my children and their children's children.
Everybody.
When I can guarantee their success, you know.
But Amber, it's even bigger than that, okay? Because your family good, no problem. That's expected. But when you can employ your community, like that's a whole different type of accomplishment. When most of your community is employed by you, that's why there's no dollar amount. Mm-hmm. If you're responsible for most Americans working, you're gonna feel great. Like, wow, most Americans working because of me, my idea, and what I put together. So the goal is like if every American can be employed, and then you're the reason. Like, what bigger smile can you have than that? Because your family's taken care of, and then the whole country taken care of because of you.
I can't lie. I don't really care about the country.
No, I'm just saying, like, but Amber, if everybody's eating and living good because of you,
that's a hell of an accomplishment.
Exactly. That's why most people can't put a dollar on it because that's probably their goal. Probably, I don't know if they actually go to it, but that's probably their goal to be like the only business up and running, and everybody got to come to them.
Saru said he aiming for Saru said he aiming for a milli now. He said he aiming for a milli.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, I'm gonna tell you guys one thing. I've been humble for the last 2 years. The pandemic shut down. I've been humble. I'll be humble for a little while longer, but today was my first in-person lesson. Okay, since the pandemic shut down, I had no in-person classes. The first in-person session I did today. Okay, so it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. So now I'm limited on how many people I can service, how many kids I can service, because of government shit still. So government, what the government owns is different than private shit. So private companies do what they want to do. But what government controls, they're sticking by the mandates, okay? And so everybody, if it's government ran, they're sticking by the mandates. They're still social distancing, mask up, and they're not allowing a lot of people in their facility. Still limitations. Mm-hmm. For private companies, they do the fuck they want to do. I'm affected because my facilities, I don't pay overhead. I work off government free funded facilities. So when he has a limitation who could come in, that fucks my money up.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I need him to be back saying, yo, anybody can come, and that's when I'll be good again. You dig? Other than that, I won't be good.
Yeah. How was it though?
That was what?
Do you mean first in-person class today as of earlier today,
Oh
or
yeah,
like
no.
today as
I
in
mean, it was
tomorrow?
okay because I was able to sign up some people, but I can't do online. I mean, in person because it's two people limit. I need a full table.
Mm. And that just don't make sense. The 2 people limit, it ain't worth the. Hello? Hello?
Hmm.
You said what?
No. Somebody's blasting music, so I put the phone on mute. What you
So
say last?
I was saying, so the 2-person limit is just kind of like not worth it at this point.
No, it can't do anything for me. Can't do it because what I do is I charge by an hour, and of course, the more people who attend an hour, that's my hourly rate.
Right.
So 2 people that's not enough for me to be online.
Okay.
Now I will be more successful in person than online, but 2 people, nah, I'm better off online. So that's not enough. I need no limitation. I need what I had before, and that's not even online.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I need. And the thing is, now that I'm in the real estate shit with the home improvement stuff, my parents are all Indian. They all successful, doing very well in life. So I didn't want to commingle. If anybody knows what that means, that's a business. You want to commingle. So I didn't want to have a real estate say, hey, I'm in real estate. You don't want to do that. You want whatever they came there for, you want to stick with that. What I did was when I added them on WhatsApp, I added like my real estate logo. So now I'm not talking to y'all about it, but when y'all go to WhatsApp, you're gonna see it. You know what I mean?
You're
So
baiting
one
them.
parent today, right? So one parent today, like, oh, hey, you do home remodeling? I said, yeah. You know what I mean? So that's how I get it. But I do not commingle. Niggas don't do that. Women don't do that. It's tempting. Don't do it. You'll lose because they're gonna feel like anybody who's a professional, they're gonna feel like you're using one platform to promote another one.
Yeah,
And
it's
they're gonna leave your
unprofessional.
ass. They're gonna leave your ass. So I don't mention that other stuff at all to parents. I made it my logo on WhatsApp, and that's it. One parent seen it, and she inquired. That's it.
Yeah, very unprofessional.
Yeah, for me, as long as the country doesn't open, I'm going to be trying to figure out my own way. But when the country opens, I'm good. Like, you know what I mean? I'm good.
Yeah, you can't wait. You can't wait
Yeah,
till we
you
all
know.
back outside.
So at this point, I don't give a fuck how they do it. Mandate vaccines or nobody got to get vaccinated. Either one, I'm good.
Saru said he's saying the little Hindu in you. You did.
Now look, that's Saru. They all not Indian. I mean Hindu. Some of them Muslim.
I cannot. Not that he said the motherfucker look Hindu. I can't. Yeah, we just actually lost our supervisor at my job, and it was very abrupt. We found out a day and a half before her last day. So we technically don't have an immediate supervisor. But you know how they do the Black people. I could feel them trying to push me to take on more responsibility. But ain't nobody said that about no more pay. Hello? I don't know where you at, but child. Hello. Cutting up. What's up, 504? What's up, New Black World Order? I don't know if he's still in here. I'm biased. I'm biased. I'm biased. Child. He said, if y'all want to switch the topic, I wants to know if the NFL is racist. I'm not really sure if you can say the NFL is racist. I mean, as an organization, I'm pretty sure it does have some systemic racism in it. So if in that by that effect you mean racist, I would say yes. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. I don't know where I'm biased at or what happened. But to that degree, I would say, yeah, like systemic racism is a thing. So it obviously, yeah, there's some racism in the NFL. If you could say as a whole the NFL is racist, nah, you can't say that because it's made up of people. And while the organization and the structure and the system may have a lot of racist practices or be kind of steeped in white supremacy, that doesn't necessarily mean the people are, if that makes sense. Watcher, you want to come up? Because, like, niggas just abandoned me. Like, Stu Peas done hopped off. I don't know where the fuck I'm biased at. Like, they left me by my lonesome. That was a comment made by Dr. Ma'at, Miss Sanders. What's up, man? I was trying to keep it. I know 504. I'm trying to keep the conversation going too. Like, I wasn't quite ready to go to sleep. I'm up drinking coffee and talking shit. You sound like it. Okay. Let me drop the link for you. I was trying to find out what's the letters NFL racist. I think you knew exactly what she meant, Saru. Cut the shit. You knew what she meant. I think she means the organization, the institution. I think she meant that. I mean, I didn't see the show, but if I had to take a wild guess, I would say she meant the institution, known as the NFL. Let's say you joining. Yeah. Let's say you're joining. He said it was a whole show. Let's see who else up in here. Oh. Hello.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. My mic's on. All right. Cool. Yeah, when I switch headphones, it for some reason it pauses, and then when you pause on Zoom, it kicks you.
Yeah. Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck going on with Unbiased. He don't even got no mic next to his shit no more.
Probably took a call or something.
Yeah, but I mean, damn, nigga, you can't say hold on and nothing. Like, goddamn, rude shit. The fuck?
Practicing his watcher ghost mode. That's
Some
normally
people
my
be doing
step.
some people do that shit in real life though. Like, really don't say hold on. And they be like, mad you hung up. Why you hang up? Bitch, you don't know how to tell the motherfucker hold on? Like, what you mean?
No, I'm certain I might. No, I don't do that. Well, I'll fall asleep on somebody, but I'm not gonna just. So what was Unbiased? Because I came in maybe like an hour late. What was the original topic about? I see stop paying collections, charge-offs.
He was talking a little bit about some credit, motherfuckers with the fixing the credit shit. He was talking about that briefly. You really came in around shortly after I came in. So whatever he was talking about prior to that, I missed it because I wasn't here. So when you came in, it was shortly after, I had came in. But I did want to get your thoughts on what Saru was saying. Do you think the NFL is racist?
Y'all can hear me now? Y'all can hear me?
Somebody's talking. Who's
yeah,
that?
we can hear you.
Okay,
now you want to talk a shit.
Nah. I called in and somehow I was actually talking. And then y'all never heard me because I got booted out somehow. But anyway, I called it from Zoom. But anyway, go ahead, you can ask the watcher his question.
I was trying to figure out, Saru asked a question in the chat. Do you think the NFL is racist?
I had conversations with people, and it's hard to call an entity racist. You can say these owners are bigoted,
right.
But it's hard to call them racist when they're paying, even though they're making billions, but they're still paying blacks millions of dollars, which is actually changing their economic status and changing their legacy in generations. So it's hard to really be a true racist if you're knowingly doing that, for one point. And then our argument actually went all the way down to the Kaepernick shit, and that's when I actually got my opinion skewed, because how it was broken down to me was like, originally when he was trying to get into the game after doing the knee, they legitimately blackballed him. Like, got together, they have documents on whatever it is saying that we ain't giving this motherfucker no gig because he's just too, even if they may agree with what he was saying, it was just too toxic, and it's not a good look for the organization as a whole. They all have to stand in unison together as a group. Now, when the lawsuit came, I guess they all agreed and they all had to pay that fine type shit. Now, when he tried to come back, the analogy how people use broke it down to me was like, if you get a divorce from somebody and you don't want to get a divorce and they force a divorce and then they take you for everything you have, or they take you for a certain amount of money, then they want to get back with you, and then they don't want to sign a prenup, then it's like, what the fuck are we doing? And so when Kaepernick was trying to get back into the league and they were trying to do all these workouts and shit, and it was just like, wow. So it was like, I was more to the point, like, if you break up with me, and then you go to the court system and you got to get money out of me. Okay, fine, I'm gonna give you money. But they don't come back to my shit trying to get back in. And the fact that they did have some workouts and some teams were there for him, even if it was for show, that argument is not as strong as it used to be with me. So I can't definitely say an entity is racist, but I see some shitty shit going on with the people in power. So that's the best way that I can explain it.
Well, this is a profession, right? So while we're looking at it like just a relationship, this is a profession, a career. So what they were guilty of was discriminatory practice. They were guilty of retaliation.
Yeah.
So that's illegal. So he had every right to return because you all blackballed me for, like I didn't do anything but protest. Like, and you all conspired to not renew contracts, not let me have, a job. You denied me my ability to work based off of some shit that didn't have nothing to do. Like there was no harm done on my part. You just retaliated against me because it
was some harm done. He did cost a lot of money. A lot of people stopped fucking with the NFL over the controversy because he chose to use their platform for his political purposes, and that's not what it's specifically for. So they may not have been against what he did, but it cost them millions of dollars, that stunt. So that's why some people legitimately didn't want to deal with him. So there were certain people like, we're for you, but since you chose to do that during our time, you cost us money. And now we all have to dump all this extra money in it to show that we're not. It was real messy. And so I get it to a degree, but once he took the money, it should have been over. You can't take the money and then try to come back into it. Go ahead.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Before the money part. So I want to piggyback what you just said. So he cost them money because of white viewership stopped watching.
And black viewership. And all races.
Right.
Both sides.
I'm just saying, like, a large part of white viewership did not want to see the knee shit, right? So they stopped watching.
Right.
So that's the part. So I watch it. I'm not disagreeing. I just want to add. I just want to add how the money was cost, how they lost money, because they lost viewership. So like you said, it could be white, black, Hispanic, whatever. The point is they lost viewership.
I'll go into more detail. Sponsorships will step out of it because if you guys are being racist, we don't want our businesses and our products being associated with that. And then there were some saying that, you know what, we're with that, and we're glad you told them to sit down. So we want to do that. And then it was both ways. So it's not real clean. Just like some black people right now. I'm not messing with the NFL. But some white people. Go ahead.
But the thing is, he initially took a knee to protest against police brutality. That was
understood.
It had nothing to do with the NFL, but it was the NFL's response to that made the NFL then appear to be racist. And what I will say is,
not necessarily racist, but they didn't want none of that drama. It's like, we don't want to deal with your shit.
But
I didn't hire you for this.
But here's what I'm saying though, Watcher. Like I can agree with that argument if there's no history of anyone ever protesting or them supporting any other protest in the history of the NFL. Then I can say that. And if protesting or taking political decisions on issues is in their contract that they can't do that on the field or during their time, I can ride with you on that. But if it's not something he was in breach of contract when he did, and other people have been able to protest other issues, they don't have a fucking leg to stand on. Because guess what? You identifying him as being wrong for this, that's discriminatory too then. Because other people have protested and they didn't get this response. Regardless as to what they were protesting, if they were allowed to protest on the field during NFL time, in practices, whenever, that becomes a problem. Now you're discriminating against me.
That's amiable, but the point is those other protests were nowhere near as inflammatory, and they didn't spark that racial divide, and they didn't cost them tens of millions of dollars that this incident cost. It's not just about the racism. Let me finish, love. It's not specifically about you standing up for something and we're doing this in the past. It was just like, this incident is isolated in its own because its results is isolated in its own and what it caused. So there is no precedent to someone doing this against the police system, which is against the American system. And so it was just blown way out of proportion. And a lot of people were also saying, like, dude, you're not even the starting quarterback. You just doing this because it was real messy as fuck, because there is a percentage like, yeah, you were doing this, but we know you and your girlfriend, and it's so many facets to the program. Even to the point where they tried to get him his gig. Even when they tried to get him his gig back, it was more about being a martyr. He wasn't even, he wanted his cap. It was just wild. And again, I don't want to shit on the man, because I appreciate what he's doing and the sympathy and the cause. However, I'm not going to be naive and go straight blackologist and be oblivious to the other side as well. Because if there was a black owner, I would be seeing that situation. Like if I was an owner, if I owned one of the teams, I'd be like, all right, we're all got to pay this dude. We're all going to chip in, even though I didn't have no parts in this. All right, fine, whatever. And then when he tries to come back, like, man, get his ass out of here. He's not coming on my team, because I didn't have nothing to do with it, and I still had to pay. Or just my shares revenues. Whenever I went to go pay at this stadium, we didn't get our money. It, like, they all generate money together. Just off those TV contracts, they get $2 billion to split between the teams. I mean, $2 billion, my bad, $2 billion. Outside of all the other shit, just the TV contracts alone, and they split that amongst the team. So it's not enemies like warfare. These motherfuckers are teammates. In other words, the NFL is a shield.
But didn't the Sterling shit come out around that time too? Wasn't all of this stuff
prior?
Yeah.
It came out before that, but what do you mean within reference? Like, I don't understand the point. What's the link?
A lot of people just started to started to feel like there was this
racism in sports
behind the scenes. Yeah. This behind the scenes kind of racism occurring. Like, first of all, a lot of people kind of felt that way long before that. Like,
yeah, I've heard a lot about, especially him specifically, Donald Sterling. They said a lot of shit about him. But honestly, I think that incident was wrong. And again, maybe it took that incident to get a whole bunch of other stuff highlighted, because he did way worse. It was just, this is what got put out there. But I mean, that incident, I feel like it was wrong. A conversation that you have in your house and somebody sneaks it out, and then you end up losing. That's wow. And what we don't know is the real reason and what he really was doing and the real stuff that was omitted. You know, we're just getting the whitewashed. Okay, finally we got something linchpin. It involves women and controlling and racism and Magic Johnson. You know, it was enough to finally get him. But I've heard ex-NBA players talk about playing for the Clippers and what they had to deal with dealing with that guy, and how he would come into the locker room and just treat them like they're literally stud horses and shit. But it to say the organization as a whole, NFL or even NBA, I think there are bigoted people.
That's the boogeyman shit.
Yeah, but it's just
no. I'm not gonna go that far. Again, statistics prove that institutions are systemically racist.
They exercise and they perpetuate racism, but the institution itself, like a gun, isn't a murderer. You can commit murder with a gun because it's a tool, but a gun is not a murderer.
Right. And so that's what I was saying earlier. Okay. Like, no, you can't say that every person in the organization is racist and that they're intentionally racist, but systemically, are there 9 out of 10 racist structures? Absolutely. Like,
not the structure, the people in charge of the structure, the people who are doing the hiring. It doesn't say like we only can hire. That's not going to be in the black law. Like the America, you can't say America is racist. The people who are running it and writing the laws maybe are trying to put it in, but then they take that shit off the books. But that's off the books.
When I say structure, I'm not even talking about like so when I say structure, I'm talking about like from its inception and how it's been built over time.
Okay.
These things are predicated on racist, kind of culture. And even though years down the line, these things don't appear to be racist, but you got to have a certain amount of, affluence, a certain amount of money. You have to have a certain amount of connections. You have to have a certain amount of things that aren't accessible to everyone. You already have to be a part of a certain elite group to even be an owner, to even be sit on the board or sit on the like the decisions are made by a certain group and their perceptions are 9 out of 10 around certain ideals. Like this is what you call like institutionalized or systemic racism, because even though it's not even actively being thought about, it's so deeply ingrained in the fucking organizational culture, you don't even notice it anymore. You understand? Like the NFL as we know it, this has always been the way we know it, but the way we know it is, inherently racist. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I see it. But I feel like because I've had so many of these arguments and I just had to boil down to, it's hard to, even if it initially started, the organizations, they evolve. And the reason why they evolve is because the people in the institution. So the needle or the pendulum can swing one way more racist, and then it can swing more or less racist, or more laws or more opportunities. So that in itself shows that it's not inherently in itself, it's just a tool that goes both ways. Just like America started out with niggas at the bottom of the boat. Now, in this modern time, you got motherfuckers who are police officers running around actually with guns, putting white people in jail, or presidents who are standing up to, So it's like, but to say that America is racist, no. Practices. I'm sorry.
So the idea that if white people participate in the success of Black people, or Blacks have access to some degree of financial wealth or success, that means that they can't be racist, or this is obviously they're not racist. Like that's a flaw in the logic. That's like saying
no. When you say obvious, that changes it. When you say something obvious, it's not that definitive. What I stated specifically is it's hard to explain. It's real hard to say that or make that definitive, because if you are racist, if you understand what racism is, down to the science, down to the T, you are not lifting someone up on the other team out of poverty. You know what I'm saying? It's different between bigoted and not liking a motherfucker. Racism is a whole different degree. You are trying to annihilate. You see the battle of competition of resources, and you are a threat to me, and you got to be taken out, like they did with the Native Americans and the Buffalo. That's why it's so extreme when you call somebody a racist. That's why they get so offended, because they know what it means. We don't know what it means.
Right.
They know.
Wait, hold on.
Had civil war against each other over that shit.
Do you believe to own slaves you had to be racist?
To own a slave, did you have to be racist? If someone was a child and they grew up with slaves and their parents died and they inherit the slaves and they're just perpetuating a system, but they're still friends with them, they never beat them, and they allowed them to do stuff to the point where their neighbors shot them and stole their slaves, it's kind of hard, because I've heard that tale. There are certain circumstances, not playing devil's advocate, but it's way more complex. We can't just boil it all the way down to say everyone who had a slave was specifically racist, especially when they were playing it in front of other people, but their slaves were really running shit. And they knew this is the only way. Like Schindler's List. He had all those Jews. He was buying Jews. And so people from the outside were like, he's just as bad as all the others. But we know that he wasn't doing what everyone else was doing with their Jews. He was buying them to keep them alive until the war was ending. And when they came over, he made like he was treating them bad. And some he actually did start, So again, it's not cut and dry.
So
making sense.
I got you. So
maybe
let
I'm
me
not
be a
to your
little more.
point.
Let me be a little more specific. So if someone held a slave due to the ideology that this person is less than me, or not even a person at all, I can own them because they are like livestock. They are my property. I can breed them in the way I want, feed them what I want, or not at all. They do not have any rights that I have. Do you believe that person? Huh?
Backed up by the system, yeah. Backed up by your laws and everything else. I think they are practicing racism. Yeah, they are practicing it.
So, do you believe that if someone had sex with a female slave that believed all of these things, so they're practicing racism, had sex with
When
a
you say
female
have
slave.
sex, I don't believe a slave can give consent in that manner. So
But
I mean, like having
the idea is that the racist hates and wants to annihilate Black people. They have to, like, and I'm just merely trying to highlight that racism doesn't have to be wanting to see Black people dead or wanting to see Black people scrounging around in poverty. I mean, truly, racist is just having a supremacist ideology. I'm better than you.
That's kind of bigoted and prejudice. There's different levels of it. When you go to racism, that's the reason why. That's why I said before.
Yes,
I don't think Black people.
It involves
have the same
prejudice,
definition.
discrimination.
No. We lump it together because we suffered through it. You know what I mean? We have that Stockholm syndrome. We're like on the other side. Just like I couldn't really understand what our immigrant brothers were expressing because we're the bastard child. We've been beat on this country. So if this country's getting their ass kicked, we're kind of looking at them like, yeah, we may not want them to die, but nigga, they need to get theirs too. You understand? It's just not that black and white. So to say that,
I'll read the definition because I'm very clear on what racism is. Do you want me to read the definition?
If you have an argument to make and you feel like that'll make it stronger, please.
Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior.
Okay. So if I feel like my race is superior to yours and I spit in your soda and give it to you, that's practicing racism. That benign and that small, and that's just, and then if I decide to start a war because I have the infinite power and I can just wipe out and annihilate all your things, that's exactly the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, if we're saying that,
hold on. Actually, there's levels to racism.
Oh, shit.
So you can be racist on an individual. Do you want me to go through the levels? I can pull up the site.
I thought that's what I was originally trying to explain to you. That it's not cutting.
But that's what I'm saying. But hold on.
We're saying the same thing. I don't want to argue with you.
Yeah, we're saying the same thing. So let's walk it back. So what I was saying earlier was that because you said, well, this can't be it because it's hard to explain that.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to explain that when this is going on, but these things do not negate the fact that racism, they can still be racist and do those things. You understand what I'm saying? Like they can.
Yeah, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I agree with that. But what I'm trying to explain to you, the real connotation of racism, and then the power and the magnitude that these billionaires are, for them, if they want to be racist, they will exercise their racism. They may have a bigotry or maybe prejudice or may have a different view, but in my mentality, and maybe I have the wrong definition, I would view someone racist with that amount of power, they will operate and move in a completely different manner, as opposed to someone who's making me wait at the DMV just because they don't like me and they're going to make 400 people go in front of me so they ignore me, or I'm waiting in line at a restaurant. You know what I mean? I know there's different levels, but based off the understanding, knowing that it's hard to be again, if you're under the guise, I'm about to make my billions, so I don't mind making a few Black people millionaires and knowing they're going to give it to more Black women when they go to the strip clubs, and those women are gonna not be raising their kids and they're gonna have more thugs in the street and this and that. Maybe it is the science like that. And they may enjoy I'm gonna take the poorest and the blackest and the most uneducated and give them the $1 million who's the most athletic. Maybe it is done to a science like that. Who knows? It's just not, to me, it doesn't seem as likely. It's easier for me to believe that if I'm in a Blackology or if I'm a victim mentality. But if I'm thinking of a pure economics and business, which is this on that level, to those people, money matters more. To the point where they changed the game up and they allowed them to kneel now. Got Dr. Dre in it. And the basketball money speaks more than this racism shit. To those people up on top. Not to us who are dealing with it, but I'm talking about to them because their scope seems to dominate our point of view. We always want to look at it from their prism. We answer questions and use analogies going through their point.
I've always felt that way. But
that's why I feel we agree.
I don't think that I think we fail to realize though that as long as So to me, that kind of just proves the point, right? Like, it wasn't that the NFL. So by virtue of the NFL's primary audience being white people in a nation where we know racism is an issue and a problem, this black man taking this knee, it had nothing to do with him making the organization look bad. He was pissing off the audience that is, at this point, expressing some racist views because they have a problem with this man, kneeling for police brutality. Now we can spin it and say, well, it's bad for the brand, it's bad for this, it's bad for that, blah, blah, skippy,
but look at the people,
but
Amber, look at the people who came out, they were more, look at the responses that they were saying, like, what the fuck is this? I watch sports to get away from politics. I don't want politics in my sports. Or it was, this guy's not even a good quarterback. He's just using this to bring attention to himself. He's trying to get a new contract and trying to get traded because this shit's up and he lost his starting position job. And then it went from, he's going against the police officers. This is not even like, it wasn't even about police. It wasn't about the police brutality. It was about the flag. It was about the troops. But like, it was like the people were running with the narrative that they wanted to run with because they were trying to escape the whole point. So like, even though what he was doing, it was just, he chose to do it that way, and it caused a ripple effect that it gave people opportunities to run with it. It allowed Trump to make it a lightning rod issue. It split the locker room, and again, it caused the conversation, which is, I guess, quote unquote, what it's designed to do. So I'm not knocking it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree. I definitely agree that maybe it wasn't the best timing, but if they can say, well, I watch sports to get away from all of this shit, well, then why the fuck is we singing the fucking Star Spangled Banner at the beginning of every game, and I got to stand up and put my hand over my heart? It like, what the fuck this got to do with the game? You understand what I'm saying? Like, you can't have it both ways. This is something that very much affects Americans, maybe not the Americans that look like you, but Americans nonetheless.
No, what they were trying to say is the patriotism to make us loyal to the country is one thing. When you're doing Democratic point of view and Republicans point of view, Black Lives Matter, defund the police, it was like, it's real loaded. It gave people an opportunity to run with the narrative because it was so sloppily done, and he explained it. It was just a moment, and then Tucker Carlson and Fox News, their whole rundown, everyone was allowed to say what it's about, and they don't respect their sports. And I'm sorry?
Now I'm laughing at Tucker Carlson. Okay.
Oh yeah, Tucker, Sean Hannity. I can go down the list. It was like everyone used that as an opportunity to just lightning rod. And now I can say stuff about Black people. I can say stuff about the Democratic Party. I can say stuff about these liberals. And I can, it actually opened up a larger can of worms that some of these NFL teams didn't want to deal with, that actually may have been on his side. But now you made them lose 40% of their shares, and their Pepsi don't want to fuck with them anymore because they're not taking a strong stance, or fucking Cabela's gun shops and hunting sporting goods is dropping them because they actually didn't get rid of this person fast enough. It was like both ways. They were losing millions and billions from people who were with the police and with the troops. And like, nigga, this has nothing to do with the police and the troops. It's about the police officers who are abusing their power. It's not saying 100% cops are bad. We're not saying defund 100%. It's just some of these cops are getting away with it, and we didn't want to bring attention to it. But he didn't clarify that, and so he allowed other people to run with the narrative, and it cost them. So they have lawyers, and they were sitting up there shooting that shit down. But when it boiled down to them, once they got together and say, no, we're not doing him, now they were in the wrong. And that was what they got sued on, and that's what they had to pay out. So to me, it was like, okay, the fact that they conspired to quiet the incident that was costing them money was really the issue.
Collusion.
Right. The colluding was the issue, because it wasn't even the being pro-Black. They're super pro-Black as fuck now. You know what I mean? We just watch these niggas trip walk and see walk all throughout the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Black Lives Matter everywhere.
Everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's all cliche. It ain't changed no laws, but him kneeling wasn't going to change no laws for no football players and no football owners anyway. You understand? It was just, it's just like if somebody taking a kneel in Popeyes while they're supposed to be frying chicken, and then the news cameras and all there, then all of a sudden people are running out like motherfuckers, anti-chicken, anti-grease, he should be air frying. It's like people are running with the narrative, not even understand, like, my nigga, I would really tie my shoe. But since y'all gonna give me money and pay, we have no idea. But it costs all these other people, and all of a sudden KFC's stock went up 15% because they lost. But the whole point is one incident caused a multitude of reactions, and it's hard for me to say that.
A ripple effect.
Once I start learning, because I didn't know all that shit, I'm like, that didn't make sense. But once it got broken down to me and I start cross-referencing, looking it up, I'm like, oh shit. There were some white people or white businesses who said, we want to perpetuate this racism shit. We thought that this, like the My Pillow guy, like some of these people actually, they saw this as their opportunity to cash in on the racist group, just like Trump did.
Right.
So some of them were pro that shit. So to say, knowing all that, for me to just say 100%, yes, racist, when there probably was certain groups who were playing both sides or who were pro-black and we're spending money with all these black corporations and black colleges and all this other stuff that we don't know about, and we're just gonna say, yeah, they're all racist, but they gotta fit in or they just own the team.
Yeah. No, I agree. But like some motherfuckers seen it as a bag grab. Like, you know, there's a bag right here, I'm gonna grab it. Yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah, it's tricky.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's what Trump did. Shit.
Bingo.
Of course.
And it worked. And it fucking worked, Amber. So some of these NFL players who are actually, I'm not even saying players, some of these owners are sitting in their think tanks and with their high-priced lawyers are like, go for it. Fuck it, double down. Like, that's the Cowboys, Jerry owns anybody who kneels for the Cowboys, you're gonna lose your contract. In Dallas, we kneel. And all the motherfuckers shut the fuck up. Some of these owners didn't bow down.
Yeah.
You damn right we went in there. Some of these motherfuckers was proud as fuck to say we ain't paying that motherfucker. They don't give a fuck. Just like right now, they're not hiring any coaches. Like, motherfucker, you can't tell them who to hire. Just like Dude made the analogy. You can't tell me who to date. Nigga, you only dating these Asians and these white girls. You ain't dating black girls. Okay, fine. I'll interview them or I'll give her a date. I might even smash, but I ain't married. I ain't taking her home.
Right.
I don't feel comfortable around her. She don't eat the foods I eat. If I gotta fire her, she gonna go crazy. So these people are gonna hire who they want to hire as their owner. Now, the fact I think it's not right. I think it's fucked up. But at the end of the day, you're not gonna convince a billionaire what to do.
Nah.
He got that mentality of not doing what everybody want him to do.
Right. Don't forget, a billionaire feel like he's smart, everybody else is stupid.
Facts.
Right.
So I'll say this. They probably running the numbers. How much, if we make this choice and do what they tell us to do, how much we stand to lose? Okay, we do the shit my way. How much we stand to lose? Okay, do that shit my way. Fuck what they talking about.
You know, they got Amber, you know, this dude probably got charts and graphs and PowerPoint presentations where all his underlings are explaining why he's gonna do what he want to do anyway. Because if you don't tell him, if you don't co-sign what he want to do, he gonna fire you and hire someone else. This dude won't hire no head coach because he needs to fucking draft the players.
And look.
Any coach that coaches for him know that you are a fake coach. That's fucking sad, bro.
Hey, the wiser, can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm talking over you.
You can hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a little sidebar, but I'm talking about billionaires though. So I'm still talking about money. A little sidebar though, because not NFL. Okay, so Grant Cardone, right? Billionaire, white guy, billionaire. Okay, his only two references in one interview that I watched. His only two references of a smart person is Jay-Z and Kevin Hart. This is a white billionaire. And the only two men he mentioned as to prove his point of success, he mentioned Jay-Z and Kevin Hart only, nobody else. He's a billionaire. Okay? So some people, like what Watch might be saying, maybe some truth there, that some motherfuckers just out for the bag. And wherever the bag leads them, that's where they're going. If it's a highlight racism, I'm there. If it's a highlight pro-black shit, I'm there. And that's the reality of some people, not all people, but some people.
Now my question is, do you think that reference that he made to Kevin Hart and Jay-Z was his authentic feeling?
Yeah,
or do you think
authentic because it highlighted some shit that I ain't know about Kevin Hart. You know what I mean? The average person, believe me, if you're not a Kevin Hart fanatic, you have no idea what he's doing.
Oh, he went through it.
You have zero knowledge why he's on Shark Tank. He's on Shark Tank now. If you're not a Kevin Hart fanatic, you have zero knowledge why he's on Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Okay, so the white guy, he definitely explained why he's on Shark Tank. So he highlighted why they're brilliant. Like so he highlighted their brilliance, by the way. So he did. Like so if you know nothing about Jay-Z or Kevin Hart, he highlighted why they're actually brilliant.
I'm biased. Do you agree with this? A lot of these people are in these circumstances and situations. They have a skill set and a talent that they can hone in on. However, a lot of it is serendipity, being born into situations, bumping into the right people, but then they have an ego about them, like they're just great. There's something innate about them that makes them superior than everyone else. But it was like, dude, you were just born, or you just inherited that money, or you just happen to be in share the dorm room with these guys who worked on these computer programs. You know, it just simple shit.
And to watch it, that serendipity will apply to white folks majority, right?
Facts.
But for them, like, do they really believe the bullshit? You know what I mean? But like, dude, like, you really just were set up to come into those, like your experiences were like rare, my man. Like, that's not normal. And because you have access to that capital and to those people, that's why you're even dealing with that.
But you got to recognize they're sold that dream as well. Like, you're in a system where you can look at the police.
Of course.
You're smarter than these people right here. And a lot of them, when they're going through high school and they recognize it's not true, and then they see that their girl likes this other guy, and that's why they're so depressed and they're shooting up schools and they have all these type of issues, because they're being fed mentally that they're superior and this system is set up for them and they're going to win. But every day they open their eyes and they see that's not the case. There's a certain percentage of the people on top who are at these private schools and these country clubs, and they're the yachts and the sweater softs, that all these corny cliches and shit, but nonetheless, they see themselves on the outside. So that's why Trump was a speaker for them, because he was like the forgotten man, even though they forgot that he was a fucking billionaire for some reason, but they just believe that he was an every guy that, like, he's one of them. He's sticking his thumb into the system.
He's dumb as fuck like them.
Right.
Oh, this motherfucker retired too.
Yeah, he likes his sister extra. He likes his daughter just as much as I like my daughter.
Yeah, he was relatable.
Bingo.
To the poor whites.
And then he grabbed that racism bag, and then he grabbed the populist bag. Like, I'm Bernie Sanders. I'm not a part of the system. I'm the outsider. He was just grabbing any bag he could to soak up or to enlarge those numbers, and he did enough to take off on Hillary. And that's all it was. I mean, he tried to run that same game plan in the second, but I guess they were prepared. Like, nah, you can't do that. A lot of people got racist. Like, I thought I'd have me 2 niggers by now. I thought we were going to have slavery back. You fucking fake and fool me. And especially when he started pardoning, who'd he pardon? Kwame Brown, or not Kwame Brown. Who was it? That mayor, like, he would start giving out all these like, everybody, like, they believed he was so racist, but then he started, what was he, selling pardons?
Yeah, that was shit toward the end when he was trying to.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. This is when the facade broke. Like, people recognized that they were really believing Trump was racist. He's not as racist as he's playing.
I don't understand how. Like, I don't understand how. If you go back and watch, like, if anybody watched The Apprentice,
Amber, these people don't watch The Apprentice. These people watch NASCAR.
Right.
Well,
you understand?
I did have a question.
They don't have a TV type shit. Go ahead. Coal miners.
Yeah.
He broke down his demographics. He traveled and changed his story up. Every city he went to. He was out here in Bullhead City, Arizona. I was getting some work done, and I was listening to the shit he's talking. And I'm like, you talking to farmers and shit like you own it? Wow, and they eating it up too. Go ahead.
Man, if someone is gay for pay, do you think they gay?
Gay for pay. I don't know. What does it mean to be gay?
Yeah. So I'm gonna say. So my answer, Amber, is this: I can't tell somebody what they are. They only could tell me what they are.
That's what I'm saying. Do you believe though? So we all have our opinions.
So my belief system. Okay, so my belief system is very limited. So of course I'm gonna say gay, because I'm born in a society, a black community that thinks like that, right? But we got thoughts that's like fucked up. You know what I mean? So yeah, of course I'm gonna think that. But as I'm coming into science, I can't tell somebody what they are. They can only tell me what they are. And I gotta either accept it or reject it.
Facts. I agree with that
I
wholeheartedly.
don't totally agree with that either, but go ahead.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly because in my mind, I had to learn that you had to separate the actions that people do and who they are. So I can see somebody messing with a girl. I see another female messing with a girl and I'm like, you gay. And she's like, no, I'm not gay. I was just. And as long as she can counter and say all this other type of stuff, who am I to really counter her? I'm like, boy, you did this act. Then it's like, well, is Rachel Dolezal, is she black just because she do that? Or she suck a black dick? Is she black now? Or she had a black baby, is she black now? And so after being ran down on that type of shit, what you do don't necessarily make you who you are. You put weave in your hair, now you black now, you cultural appropriate. No, so now you really black? Not necessarily, oh, you. And so a gay person to be sitting in their gay welfare line, and then this dude like, man, you just suck one dick just so you can get in this welfare line. You're not really gay. You ain't got to go through the struggles I go through. You ain't got to take it up the ass. You just did one, or you know what I mean? It's like at one point in time, do I really want to get into that argument?
Yeah,
bro, you gay if you say you gay, you not if you not. I'm not even getting into that type of shit.
Yeah, it makes sense. That's all I'm at.
I had to step out.
Okay. Right. If you
I've had too many of these damn conversations.
Right. If you're gay,
so I got to follow up.
Cool. Yeah.
So if a man transitions to a woman and he now identifies as a woman, that means he's not under any obligation to tell you that he used to be a man because he now identifies as a woman, right? Because you don't tell people who they are. They determine who they are. So if they say they now a woman, then they don't owe you anything to tell you that they used to be a man. Is that a fair assessment? I agree that some people believe that. I agree some people believe that. But based off what Unbiased just said, I just want to know if that's a fair assessment.
Now, okay, so look, so for me, I'm going to bow out because our community is so fucked up. He's a bunch of motherfucking losers, uneducated people that unfortunately you cannot give your ever true opinion because you'll be judged and held and tried and convicted. So no, I'm not going to go on live and give you my true opinion about nothing like that.
Okay,
because at some point you got to be political just to save face. You dig? So I'm not gonna respond to that shit at all. You dig? That's a losing response.
Is it?
I can't win at all from this.
Ask the question to me, Amber, to see if I can touch it. I might not be able to, but let me hear it one more again.
Well, whenever you're ready to conclude the live, I'd be interested to know your answer. But I'm gonna ask you in 1 second, but I just want to say this kind of gets away from what I was initially kind of getting around at, because my initial point was that I was trying to make was, okay, we could say, oh, you racist for pay, nigga, not really racist, but if we apply that logic in other areas,
wait, run that back. You said racist for pay. I'm sorry, racist for pay.
So like yeah, like.
Can you define that?
Right. Like
racist.
the bag.
Okay, I get it. I got you.
You understand what I'm saying? So that's what made me ask, okay, well, somebody gay for pay, did that make them gay, or did that just make them like what are they? Just an opportunist?
Yeah, because I don't think Trump is racist, but he plays the race card.
But to me,
just like I don't
think
Tariq Nasheed is racist, but he plays the race card.
Yeah.
But I think to a degree, racism is one of those things where you can't really not be, right? Like, first off, I think Black people are also, like I feel like everyone has some degree of racism in it.
I think so, but I think you understand that it's a pseudo ignorance though. Once you're smart enough, you understand it because it's built out of insecurity. Because you're trying to rely on a group achievement and group success because of your failure iniquities. Like a lot of white people got to believe that our culture is better and that's why we're superior because they're fucking inadequate. And the most people who hang on to that shit are the least accomplished of people, I should say.
Yeah,
people who accomplish shit, they're not
or experience though. Like Black people, we tend, I say and or experience. Like I think Black people tend to feel like we're better because we feel like we're more compassionate. We feel like we're stronger. We can cope with, struggle and
we're gonna find all those strengths are going to be attributes that are dominated by a lower field working class or the slave class, as opposed to people who aren't any of that. Well, my skin is fair, so I'm meant to be inside, or so I'm special. God loves me. I'm smarter than start all your attributes that benefit you are going to be favored upon, and all our attributes that we make, we're gonna try to put it in the best light possible. When someone else is like, you're strong, but you're dumb as an ox. Yeah, you're strong, but oxes are strong too. Right. Like they're gonna demean it because it's gonna benefit them. It's just it's just cultural.
Right.
Just, but that's why I think it's insecurities.
But again, from our experience though, they are more brutal from our history. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily
that's a fact.
It's not necessarily an insecurity on our part. No, this is just what you've displayed. You don't have compassion. You're more brutal. You
say white folks as a whole more brutal.
Well, the Blackology would say that since they were born in the caves and they didn't have the resources, they had to fight each other.
Right. So let me just throw my opinion on that. I don't see that because I believe in evolution. Right. I believe what humans do is what humans do.
But what people say is there's a group of humans who are actually stuck up north in caves where Yakub originally led them.
I
didn't close the caves up, so they end up going back in there.
Right, but that's also
that's part of evolution, though.
Right,
they evolved to be more brutal and more savage and more resource hungry and based and more quote unquote economic to what we see them today. This is just the evolution of them. Okay,
I got you. I got no problem with that. Right.
Okay.
Right now I don't, because I got a bigger point. Okay.
So pause that. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Again, I know it's black pseudoology. I'm not saying this. Okay.
Yeah. If we're in Africa, shaking our fucking ass all day, singing fucking songs, and another people see, there's a lot to be done here.
And the only reason why they see is because they're in a place where nothing could be done. They couldn't grow shit.
No.
So it's just an exploitation.
Now, wait. Now that might be black out because I just literally watched Tariq Nasheed reply that to a white person. And because the white person was a racist, clear racist. And they're trying to say black folks. So the white person argument was the fact that white folks don't have much. That will breed cooperative people to get it done together. And his argument was, if you're near the equator, you're not in need. So therefore, you are separate. You're not really independent. So he was saying like you are more violent than anybody because you don't need nobody. There's no incentive to group up.
No, that's the opposite. It's actually the opposite because when you if you're on the equator and you have an abundance of resources, you don't need to organize each other we have to work and there's no disincentive. Like if we don't get it done, we're going to starve. In opposed to we have super seasons where if we don't plant these crops, then when it's too cold, we're not going to get it because we're so far. So it's more imperative, and people who don't listen, you have to have more harsh and stern consequences. You understand? And then if you didn't listen, then you're more likely to beat up the people who did listen and take their resources. So I mean, they were under a different, in opposed to people. It's just like people who have and don't have. In the broke ghettos, niggas don't have much, so you're gonna get robbed more. You're gonna get raped more.
I got you because that's turning shit. That's turning shit.
But we also have to realize that sometimes he can be right, even if he is wrong. So everything that comes out of his mouth has to be right. He said it's raining today. I don't believe him. Fuck that. I'm not taking my word.
Right. Okay. But the thing is, when we say something, no problem. It's like, okay, but what does, like, where are the experts? Because in that case, we're all experts, right?
Yeah.
That means anybody say something is just true, right? So where's the evidence? Where is the comparative analysis? All that type of shit. And neither one had it, right?
But
my thing is neither one had it. So neither one had it. They're just talking out their ass. Like both races, you dig? Because Tariq Nasheed, black folks did everything. White folks didn't do shit. The white races, white folks did everything. Black folks didn't do shit. So both are racist. Both don't have no support or any claim, right? They just talking out their ass. And if they get called on it, they freeze up. I see Tariq Nasheed freeze up a lot. Motherfucker. Andrew Schultz. If you Google Turn That Sheet versus Andrew
I saw
Schultz,
that. I saw that interview,
right.
and that's when that's like the defining moment when he fell off to me because Andrew Schultz exposed him as an exploiter.
Right, exactly.
You know, and he said if you had someone like me on your side, then that would sharpen you up, make you tighter on your game.
This nigga said all the artists was black man. Oh, that black guy. He said, really? I never read that shit. Prove it.
Yeah. He just called him. He just looked stupid. He thought he was dumb, fucking with a dumb comedian, and he's fucking with a dumb comedian who does a little reading.
He looked at dumb as fuck. So anyway,
yeah, he did.
So now you got two races. You got Tariq Nasheed talking, and you got a straight racist white guy talking, and they both like making goofy points. So the one white guy said, the one white guy counter to Tariq Nasheed was, well, no, if we got limited resources, that means we're gonna be more cooperative with people. I mean, that means it's more incentive to join together and get food for everybody.
That's not historically accurate. There's no civilization that operated that manner. When there's limited resources, then there needs to be limited mouths. Okay. That's how it goes. That's human nature. Okay. So, I got a fish tank.
Right. I have looked that up. Only put that out. But secondly, I want to say this though. While African niggas out there shaking their ass, dancing and clapping and shit, you got another people looking like the potential that can. This world is up for grabs, and if I could just get this shit,
listen to the disdain with which he says "shake their ass," clapping, and like. First of all, what the fuck
he ain't got no booty.
Be doing when like they
Amber, you gotta hold
it.
Amber, we still twerking to this day. We gotta hold that L. Let him get his point out. Because we also got to recognize that not everybody was twerking. There was a couple of group of blacks over there that weren't fast enough or didn't have the best arrows to catch the antelope. So they're like, fuck it, we're going to kill these people and take their arrows and figure out their technology and reverse engineering type shit. Everything wasn't all peaceful. And then the white man came in and brought in violence.
But I'm just talking about the narrative. Right. I'm just talking about the narrative that he's spinning. Yeah. We were shaking ass. Continue.
Yeah. So if I could just finish, can you hear me clear? Because y'all was breaking up on my end. Can you hear me clear? Right.
Sorry.
So
when you got crocodile done, you can do a lot.
For Africans, they're shaking their ass and dancing in their own world. Okay, they're in their own world at this point. The history shows, not just your opinion. History shows that white folks seen a bigger and better opportunity than dancing, clapping around the fucking circle and being tribal. A lot of Africans
the Arabs,
tribal up. Okay, so
the Arabs first, right? The Arabs, not white
I'm
folks.
dealing with Africans right now. I'm dealing how they subdue Africans. You know,
I'm just saying I just want to put the Saharan slave trade in there before the triangle. Okay. So it's not like the white people came in and did some shit. No.
Oh, yeah, I got you. All right. So okay. Good point. So my thing is that every human being has a vulnerability. Okay.
There we go.
Especially when somebody want to take over the fucking world.
Okay.
When they see that when they see your vision is limited, you're seen as easy prey. Like, okay, this is easy to get rid of motherfuckers because they
I
don't
see that in the sandbox. Kids will show you that in the playground.
Right. Yeah, this is up for grabs, and you're looking at this person like this is up for grabs, and they don't see it. So this is gonna be easy maneuver right here. This ain't nothing. Okay, but other races that seeing that the world's up for grabs, they realize, okay, this might be a fight we don't want to deal with. You dig? And they might avoid that fight or try and then back off. But for other races, they're tribal, they're in their own little world, and evolution is apparent. So when I look back, I'm looking at just the division. The vision is limited. So motherfuckers, and I'm saying this is human evolution. This is how humans think. Not white people, not black people, not Hispanics, Chinese. This is how humans think. Okay? When you accept evolution, this is how humans think. Okay? Oh, all right. Well, shit. I'm trying to get this done. They in my fucking way. And they ain't doing shit. They ain't serious. Let's remove them and keep it moving. And as a result, they've been very successful. The world's theirs right now. You dig? So it actually worked out. So, and even now, like when niggas be sending me like YouTube shits, motherfuckers dancing and joking, comedian. I'm like, yo, this is what got us in trouble the first time. Like, yo, we ain't serious about shit. Like, yo, we are below everybody in the fucking world. We're below. We're in the best country, but below everybody. Like Haskell pointed out, and Supi pointed out, that the median in Jamaica is better than the average African American. And we're in the best country in the fucking world as far as opportunities. So
they don't have a whole bunch of Europeans to add into their equations, but okay.
Yeah, but my point is we are fucked up as far as education, right? We're done. And technology, right. We're done. STEM period. STEM period. We're behind. So when a nigga send me a video of a fucking 3-year-old who could do the fucking nay, you dig? I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that, nigga. Send me a fucking video of a little 3-year-old doing some great shit. Stop sending me fucking dancing and laughing. Send me some real shit, man. Because that's all we talk about in these fucking channels. This fake ass blackology shit, how black folks can conquer the world. Not by fucking dancing. Use your mind. Start building and creating shit. Stop sending me fucking dancing videos, man.
You don't think we could twerk our way to the top?
Huh? Say that again?
I said, so you don't think we could twerk our way to the top?
Nah, Amber, I didn't even hear you to the second time. I mean, okay.
Look at Amber Rose, cuz. Come on now.
Look, no. Wait. Okay.
Cardi B.
Please, wait. Please don't group me in with other black men. I have no problem with how women get their money. Zero. As long as it ain't some blatant disrespectful, you know what I mean? Some straight disrespect, you know what I mean? Some gutter shit. As long as it ain't that, I'm pro OnlyFans, I'm pro stripping, I'm pro all that shit. So I'm a different nigga in America. I'm pro all that. I'm not in your bag at all. So if a woman can twerk to get her goal reached, which is like to save black folks, I'm cool with that. I no shame for me. Get it, you know what I mean? Do it. So I'm not one of those niggas that believe you gotta be dressed up, you know what I mean, head, 3/4 clothing, veil. No, that's not me. That's not me. You're a human being. If you want to have sex or do what you want to do for money, you're a human being. I'm not religious at all. Like, go ahead, go do it.
Flex. Look, he's showing his baby work. Period. She doing more than just watching TV and videos. So, she ain't over there TikToker.
Nah. I don't pocket watch at all because I want nobody watching my pockets. So I don't pocket watch how people get their money. If you get caught, whatever. The law gonna get you. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's why I say if it's not like if you selling drugs, yeah, I'm 100% against that. If you're like selling kids, I'm 100% against that. But if you're a grown man or woman and you want to go on OnlyFans and do what you want to do, or go to strip club, do you want to do? I have no issue with that at all. Zero. You're a grown man dealing with grown women dealing with other grown-ups. It's pure consensual. Okay, no problem with that.
I ain't knocking it. Oh, that's by the way, she's 5 years old. Real quick, so she ain't gotta. You got a story about a 5-year-old who's doing 1st and 2nd grade work, and she's going to online digital school at the university.
See, now that's the stuff.
They not all fucking up. Be proud of that, my nigga.
Right, and that's the videos I want to see. I don't want to see no little girl or little man shaking his fucking ass. I hate those fucking videos. You dig? Don't send me that shit. Send me some shit. We're smart. Okay, we're smart. I ain't go none of my nephews' basketball games. No, give me none of those shits, man. I ain't go none of your fucking games. Send me some academic shit. Yeah, I'm flat out. Send me some academic. Send me some.
That's
smart
kind of
shit.
harsh right there, man.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you like to play basketball, shit.
No, but I'm not going to nothing like that. I'm not supporting no youth that's in that shit. That's
what if they're good in school though?
No, okay. Even then, I'm good. I'm not going to need a basketball game. I'll go to just the academic shit, debate, whatever you want to do. That shit's some eventually I'll be there. But anything with sports, that music shit, I'm good. Don't invite me.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, don't invite me. STEM, shit like that, educational, invite me. I'll be there. But in that dancing shit, I'm good.
Now I'm fucking with all of it so long as you get your grades. Now what I ain't finna do is be showing up to nobody basketball game. The motherfuckers got straight D's and F's. I don't give a fuck about him playing basketball. I think it needs to be in them books. Now I ain't gonna support that. Yeah. I wouldn't give a flying fuck if he went pro. I'm like, the nigga dumb as a box of rocks. Who gives a shit? Like, I mean, to me, it's certain stuff like you don't gotta be no genius.
At Kentucky right now.
You don't gotta be no genius, but it I do feel like we need to take more pride in our kids knowing the basic shit. Like, you should definitely know how to read. You should definitely have some very basic understanding of how to write. It bothers me to see grown ass people that can't spell basic shit. Like, I think that's sad.
Spaghetti. But let me clarify a little bit.
Spaghetti might get me right now. Settle down.
Yeah, I'm more harder. Look. So look, I'm more lenient with the black girls, women. I'm more lenient. So I might go to a black girls basketball game because of what they're dealing with, right? In real life, politics, WNBA. So I'll go to this shit for that. Okay, that's why I'll go to this shit because they're seeing it
sounds
like
kind of
lower.
Unbiased.
You going to watch? You ain't slick after that conversation Stu Peace had. I know why y'all going to watch the girls play.
No. I'll tell you. First of all, I never sided with Stu Peace. I mean, like there's some shit I admit, as far as like the men has a clear advantage over women. We can dunk the ball. Okay? So that's why men will always have more viewership than women. We can dunk the ball on a level that women can never fathom, right? That's why men will always reign supreme in basketball. Right? Because women can do all. I showed you the video clip, Amber, that little girl, doing everything Allen Iverson can do. She was killing it to watch her. So somebody like her, I'll go watch. But it's out of support because I know how women, period, white, black, Chinese, how they view in the sport of basketball. So I'll support like some more emotional shit. I'll go off that. I'm a human being. I got emotions. So I do emotional support. But when it comes to basketball, rapping, black men are winning. So I'm good. Don't invite. But go ahead, Amber.
Well, I took it that you was riding the fence a little bit, cause he was talking a lot of shit. Like, they should do the women. They look like men. Don't they look like men? They should wear something more feminine. You like, Now I don't know if he was egging them on to just keep talking, but it sounded like
no. You might have missed, and it's recorded. You might have missed everything I was saying. I'm saying that men, like basketball, is male dominant. Okay, that means that people want to see a crossover how a man does it, not how women do crossovers. They want to see a layup how a man does it. So when a woman can mirror that shit, a man will watch. That was my whole point on that show.
No. That was my whole point. I was saying that.
Was my point. I said that.
Boy, if you don't run that shit back.
Yeah.
I literally made the argument. I said, for me, why the reason why I don't watch is because they don't play on the same level that the men play. It's not as competitive. The movements aren't the same. Like, it's not as fluid as when men play. It's a little more awkward, a little more uncoordinated.
I heard you right.
Yeah. I also said that.
What do you think I said?
Well, when Stoopy started out with his argument, you did kind of I ain't gonna say kind of. You did agree that a lot of the women's viewership Like you said, I agree that if the women were as competitive as the men, they would get more views. I don't think that they don't necessarily not get views because of what they have on. What I'm saying is you didn't really have a problem with the idea that even if women weren't as competitive, if they had more revealing clothing or if they were more aesthetically appealing while they played.
I got you. Right.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead, because as the conversation grew, I said, and you said that the level of women and skill set is a big drop. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a woman like Cynthia Cooper out there as the watcher, and you have a woman playing like fucking nutso in above the rim. You dig? So that don't happen in male basketball. The competition is very close. So I said, so that's the reality of today. So if you want views, don't forget, it's about view. You want viewership. If you want viewership close to the males, you have to fit the stereotype. Okay? Men won't have a problem paying to see women with revealing clothes. So I'm saying it's unfortunate. This is where we at today. This country has not evolved and matured enough. Okay, so when it comes to women, men still have certain stereotypes about women. So when the skill set is that far from Cynthia Cooper to Steve Urkel, now the only way to get viewership now is everybody's revealing colon. And I'm telling you how I'm with men all day. They're perverts, they're sexualized. This is what they want to see. And my example was the flag football women who's in nudity, right? Straight like bikinis and thongs, not nudity, I'm sorry, but revealing clothing. Thongs, bikinis, they got millions and millions of views. They're horrible in football, but they're sexy. And this is an unfortunate stereotype. So now another example I gave was boxing. If you watch boxing, the watcher, he does, Terrence Crawford is probably one of the best boxers ever, but he'll never be mentioned amongst the ever because he doesn't fucking talk. He does not fit the stereotype of black boxers. Black boxers, Mike Tyson, Floyd Mayweather, and Muhammad Ali, they all talk. This is why they're the most memorable boxers ever. Jack Johnson, talk, flamboyant. Okay? Eddie Boss was great too. Dempsey, Sugar Ray Leonard, but you'll never hear about them because they never talked. So unfortunately, in this country, if you're black, you gotta fit the stereotype if you want to get viewership. And that was my point that night, Amber.
Okay. So you genuinely watch the girls play to support and not necessarily that they may be wearing some revealing outfits.
Cynthia Cooper and Cheryl Swoop are not attractive to me at all, okay? They're not my type at all. But they were the best basketball playing women probably ever. Well, Cynthia Cooper definitely number one. Cheryl Swoop's up there somewhere. But Cynthia Cooper is the best basketball player woman to ever play. And she was not sexy to me.
Better than Cheryl Miller?
Yes, everybody. Cynthia Cooper is the best ever. She got back-to-back champions. She won every fucking ring you can possibly. She did it all. Her average scoring, she was a beast, bro. She had no flaw. She was Michael Jordan of women. She had no flaw. And she was a small woman, like maybe 5'11", some shit. You dig? She wasn't a tall-ass woman. She was a beast, bruh. She had she had no flaw in basketball. She was better than, I told Amber, she'll beat most of the guys in basketball at that time in the NBA. She'll beat the fuck out of Muggsy Bogues and them niggas. John Starks, she'll fuck them up. She cannot be guarded. And there's nothing about her sexual to me.
Okay.
And that's the most I ever watched NBA basketball with Cynthia Cooper. When her reign, I watched the most NBA basketball. And look, she stole the other chick I named, Cheryl Swoop. Cheryl Swoop was like the face of basketball until then. Cynthia Cooper came out of nowhere and took her fucking shine because everybody's big on Cheryl Swoop. Cynthia Cooper came and took that shine and became the face of NBA basketball. And I guarantee if you talk to anybody, she's probably still recognized as the best NBA player ever, WNBA player ever in women's basketball. Cheryl Swoop.
We got her jersey. How many people wearing her jersey?
I don't know.
She's not cute. You know who Skylar Diggins is?
But don't forget this though. WNBA basketball was not respected at all. 0. So she actually had her back by herself. So
that's true. But I think they were actually putting them out, and then but what they went to the Dream Team. There was a lot of promotion behind it. You know who Skylar Diggins is?
Because I mean promotion. But I'm saying well deserved. I'm saying well deserved. What flaw she had? If you watch her play, she go left, she go right, she got a jump shot.
I was too young to really I was too young to analyze at the time. I just took it on face value. I didn't watch it because
you go YouTube her ass, right?
Yeah, I mean I get it, but also when the younger you are, your access to entertainment and things are limited. So you're gonna log more hours playing Nintendo or looking at other options on TV when you have 5 to 10 channels. But once you start getting up to having multiple, what I'm trying to say is you're only gonna watch it because you have limited things to watch.
Yeah, right.
If the men were playing, you might not have watched it, but they had the men's season right before the women's season, so there was nothing else on, and it was before football. And, you know what I mean? And so it was. How am I trying to say this without hating? I can't make a statement because I gotta support it.
No. I don't think it's hating. You saying for lack of a better option, you engaged in watching the sport, but with more options available, it's not something you watch.
Right, but I mean, I was gonna use an analogy, and my analogy would have personalized it, but still would have taken a shot. So, yeah, I like the way you paraphrased that for me, Amber. Yeah. I can leave it there.
Look, if I got to throw out a guess, and believe me, I have no research behind it. I'm going to guess the NBA most viewership was behind Cynthia Cooper. I don't think it ever had more viewers behind it other than her. She had the face of basketball, in WNBA basketball on her shoulders. She was balling like a real guard in the NBA, man.
But bro, I'm telling you, there are certain girls who are out there hooping, but they don't even look nowhere near as good as Cynthia Cooper looked. And she was not the best looking. I keep asking you, do you know who Skylar Diggins is?
No, I don't.
Okay, she's in the WNBA right now. She played for an Arizona team. Her and Brittany Griner, she just got locked up in Russia.
Yeah, I know Brittany. Yeah.
Yeah, but who's the other female? She's on TNT.
Yeah, the real good women, I'm gonna know about them. The real good women, I definitely. Yeah.
The who?
I know. I'm saying like the real excellent women basketball players. I'm probably gonna know about them.
Okay, the one she's on TNT right now. She took over. She's pretty much the most accomplished. Not Sue, outside of Sue Bird now, but the little light skinned chick. She tall. She looks like a female Anthony Davis damn near. But she's
see, look, that's the thing. Like Candace Parker, like all these tall.
There, that's who I'm talking about. Candace Parker. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. See, but watch. That's my point. When you're tall in basketball, when I pick teams, if I see a short guard that can play or a tall guy who can play, I'm going tall all day long. I'm
because you're the guard.
Tim Duncan. Yeah, right. Because I know that to win it NBA history, period. Right? If you're big, you're winning. Small teams don't win shit. You got one exception, but I dare you give me that one exception. I'm prepared to give you all the other teams who won with big guys.
The Golden State Dynasty.
Okay, good. LA, Lakers, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Okay, your turn.
The Golden State Dynasty. Their dynasty. They won more than one championship.
I got you.
With no big man.
Right, and I just said the Lakers with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Dynasty. Okay, your turn.
You're trying to say my argument wouldn't be that there's an equal amount. I'm saying that it's been done and not just done once. It's the new style of the game.
No, but that was never. Well, who won after them? Can you tell me?
Toronto.
Okay, now they
benched Marc Gasol. They're big.
Okay, yeah, no. In that case, they'll favor you. Because they really ain't have a dominant big man. So I'll favor you there. All right, so that's two teams.
And
after
who
that,
won next? And who won next?
Who?
Who won after the Raptors?
Was it the Lakers?
And Anthony Davis is a 4?
No, bro. They had Dwight Howard, McGee. They had a whole bunch of tall motherfuckers on that team, bro.
Who didn't play past the second quarter?
No.
Alex Caruso and
no.
Caldwell Pope.
No. Hey, yo, they had and Davis is a big guy,
Green
right?
LeBron
James is a
Green.
big guy, right? They had a big guy. No, LeBron James and Davis big guy, and McGee was big in that shit. And they had Dwight Howard, right? They
in
were
the
very
first
big.
quarter, my man. In the first
No.
quarter.
No, they were very,
Okay.
very influential in those games, bro. I'm not doing that with them. They were very influential.
Okay, influential, like Mutombo was, right?
Yeah, Mutombo was, but he didn't win shit though. But look,
Why didn't? So you're telling me that the Lakers wouldn't be? Come on, my guy.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to explain to you, the last fucking valuable 7 championships that we just witnessed is without the big man. That's all I'm explaining to you. The game is changing. Wait. The big man is obsolete. And if you want to argue with me that in certain series Dwight did something, knowing, let me finish. Your argument is trying to be that Dwight and McGee did something. I'm not saying they didn't do anything, but I'm trying to.
LeBron,
you know where I'm going. I feel like you're trying to cut me because you want me to get it out. And I don't think we're really arguing. What I'm trying to explain to you,
because I want to rebut. Go ahead.
I know you want to rebut, but let me get it out so you can rebut. You can't rebut until I get it out. Try it.
No, go ahead.
I want to get it so bad. What all I'm trying to say is
both of them know basketball, so I'm waiting.
Right, but once I say this, you're gonna have to fall back.
Okay.
These guys were used just to be wasting fouls. They did not play in the second half. JaVale McGee started the game, and then he played 4 minutes. Then they took him out and put in Dwight. And then they took him out, and then they ran small ball the rest of the game. They did not play more than 40% of the game combined. So with that understanding, because you start with 5 people on the court, and that 5 spot's supposed to value. But if you play 60% of the game without a 5 in each series of the playoffs going into the championship, and you played another team without a 5 in Miami, and then Giannis is not a 5.
No. Stick to the Lakers. Play only right now, because I'm going Milwaukee next. All right, stick to the Lakers.
I just named the last champion. All I'm trying to explain to you is
now
the evolution of basketball. You're trying to bring up the game when it was dominated by a big man, and we're not even there anymore. Just like your argument, it was skewed. You're going to pick a big man because you're a small guy. But if you were 7 foot, your argument would change. You would be talking about looking for a shooter who can hand the ball and give it to you.
Back up. Is LeBron James known as a big man or small man?
He's not a 5. Next question.
No.
He's not a JaVale McGee. Does he play the same position as JaVale McGee? You're trying to change the question.
No.
He is a 3. He's not a 5. He is a 3, not a 5. Next question.
That was not my question.
Okay, so did Elijah Muhammad actually pay anybody for any services that they did? Oh, he made an employee. He's a business player. He's a worker. He paid anybody for anything? He didn't pay for any restaurants. He didn't pay for any flights. He didn't pay for no. I can't believe that. I can't believe. So you're trying to say he never generated any dollar in his own? He never earned $1 on his own for speaking, for educating, for bringing out Malcolm. He doesn't deserve any monetary value for anything that he's done.
No, he did not. Okay, the Nation of Islam, brother. The way they get their money.
I asked a question, and your response was no.
And I answered no. And I said the way they get their money is not through speaking engagements. Okay, that's not how they get their money. They get their money through final calls that you pay up front, and they get the money from charity.
What about offerings? What about offerings? Who supports the pastor? Who supports the pastor?
Okay.
Who supports the pastor?
I got you. Now watch this.
The congregation, right? You can argue around my point, but I'm asking questions.
No.
Notice how I'm asking specific questions to get to a point, and you're stopping me from getting to a point.
No. I need to answer. You asked the question. Let me answer.
I asked
Elijah
yes or
Muhammad,
no. I'm asking yes or no, and you're
okay.
not answering
Cool.
yes or no.
I didn't answer at all just now.
Okay.
Elijah Muhammad did less speaking engagements than any of his ministers.
Was that the? I'm glad you answered a question that I didn't ask.
Yeah.
That'll help you do more of that.
Okay. So Elijah Muhammad did not speak for money.
Okay. I hear what you're saying, but I'm asking you a specific question.
Okay, go ahead.
When pastors speak, or when they preach, or when they talk, do the congregation donate money to support the pastor?
Yeah.
Or do they donate money to like support the church only? And
No.
nothing goes to the pastor?
I mean,
they don't want to see.
No.
Okay.
A portion goes to a Christian pastor.
Okay, so the Muslim setup is the Elijah Muhammad and the permission, and his whole congregation. Everyone's under the understanding that he's not to generate any money for his speaking, dedicating all his life and his research and everything he's doing. I'm just trying to get an understanding that you're arguing so hard that you're.
I got you. So let me respond.
You're going into a gray area, my man.
Right. So
you ain't gotta like the dude.
No.
Because we're way off the point. I only brought that up just to show you how illogical you're being with this.
Okay, but I'm not.
Okay.
I'm gonna respond to that. Okay. So in the
keep in mind we're talking about the 5-man. But go ahead.
I got you. Oh, right. So in the church, the pastor who's speaking, I got no problem with him getting all the money. I think Amber been on my live before. Stu Peace too. I got no problem with you being so eloquent, so charismatic that your members love you and they love to hear you speak. They'll pay to hear you speak. I have no problem with that. I got a problem when you're charismatic, you're eloquent, you're articulate, and you can do all that shit. And you get a penny, and also the nigga who ain't do shit get a penny. That's Elijah Muhammad.
Okay. Well, you keep saying he didn't do shit, but you can understand how other ministers who speak, because this is like, okay. So you're telling me Elijah Muhammad didn't speak and educate no one?
Elijah Muhammad could barely, you can't even hear the fuck he's saying.
I see. So he taught through Braille?
Okay. If you can bear his accent and his way he speaks, if you can bear it, okay, then you understand what he's saying. But you gotta be a diehard fucking fanatic ass Farrakhan Malcolm X ass nigga. But the average listener, right?
Okay.
But the average
this
listener,
is what's killing me, bro. You're trying so hard to make this argument because you feel like you baked this cake and you got it all ready. But what I'm trying to explain to you is, it's not a cake. It's not clean cut. It's not cut and dry. Just like I was having that conversation with the sister earlier.
But bro, you
what I'm trying to. Okay. Look. Because I feel like you gotta, in order for you to make your arguments, you just gotta drag me into the deep water.
No, I'm not gonna drag you. I just want to make one. No.
Go ahead. I listened to all these other Egyptologists and all this. This is what they do. You don't understand, bro. Let me take you all the way in here with the experience of what I know and what I did this and if
no. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I think it's important. All right. This is very important for you and the viewership and the panelists.
Okay. Go ahead.
Elijah Muhammad has no known speeches.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I hear exactly what you're saying.
He has no known speeches. That means that
let me ask you this question. Who did he get his information from? The fraud?
Yeah, he got it from fraud, he says.
Okay, so all the information the fraud got went to him. So anyone after him got the information from who?
Him, Elijah.
How did they hear him?
Now, okay, the Watcher, because he had Malcolm X at his bedside.
But before he was at his bedside, Malcolm was in prison.
Right.
And he was speaking. What? Before Malcolm was speaking, he was speaking, right?
So guess how many members they had before then, before Malcolm X? Guess the membership. Tell me.
I believe they had one member that went out there and got Malcolm X.
No. They had.
I believe they had one member that went out there and got Malcolm.
Okay, wait, hold on.
My question though, when you say no known speeches though, like
yeah,
what do you mean? I need you to.
Okay, that means that he has no. Okay, Malcolm X has a ballot of bullet. He has a message of grassroots speech. Farrakhan has the Michael Jackson speech that's known. He has other speeches that's out there, even the Phil Donahue show that's memorable. Elijah Muhammad.
He has a message though that he gave to the black man.
Oh no, he got a message. I'm not. That's a book. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying his speeches.
You said he has no known
speeches, right? Where you're speaking on over a microphone that people can buy, or because all this shit for sale that people buy and listen to.
You telling me he never preached to his congregation?
No, that's not what I'm saying, my brother. I'm saying that when
you're saying something that
you're implying it like a motherfucker, and then when I put you
something that he can,
you're backing off of it.
I'm not
saying something that
off.
he can package as a product. He doesn't have any speeches that can be
nothing.
Okay.
Nothing, because you can't understand what the fuck he's saying.
But I do want to know why is that required?
Amber,
you're begging the question, bro.
Amber, I'm not saying it is. I'm waiting to hear what the watcher is saying to me. That's all. I'm trying to hear what he's saying.
Oh man, cause it's.
I just, if I may,
go ahead.
It's like a real life fucking blizzard here, and I'm very upset. But y'all can keep talking.
So, the watcher, believe me, bro. Amber, and you might also think this too. It would appear that I hate the nation. My barber is DJ Focus's older brother. I was in his barbershop today. We're not debating. We're not arguing. Okay, the Nation of Islam respects me. Okay, so I'm not some bitter member who's hated. I'm respected today by the Nation of Islam members. I could go to a mosque, I could sit in, I could listen, and nobody will tell me to leave. I'm not.
You're not saying much about these mosques, but if you spread these ideas, bro.
No. I'm just saying, like, my ideas are not foreign, because a lot of shit I'm saying now, I was like asking questions to mosque. So normally, when you leave the Nation of Islam or any really religion, like you're like excommunicated. For some reason, I'm still fuck with. They fuck with me.
Fucking with some phonies, bro.
Nah. Well, how? I'm dealing with all the members.
If you're talking the way that you're talking, I just don't see.
Okay, bro.
Bro, I went to school with the Farrakhan's. They're down the street. I'm like, I just don't see Josh being that cool with you. He's with the FOI now, doing. I just don't see you spitting and speaking the way you speaking, and him just tolerating.
So why don't you arrange a meeting?
No, I don't know, because I don't do that. Because Blake don't do the gossip shit and drama shit like that.
So I got you. So that's just your opinion. But I'm telling you,
and that's why I'm stating it.
Right, I got you. No problem. But your opinion don't have much merit. I'm telling you that I'm still invited into circles. The Kareem Kafkar is second to fucking Farrakhan. That's my boy's grandfather.
But listen to what I'm saying to you.
Okay. Yeah,
all the people that you associate and you bring on this line and you rag them down and you ridicule their faith and their religion and you drag them, and then you're telling me that you're allowed in them circles and you're respected. You're not speaking too highly about the whole. It's just like a dude bragged to me about snatching a cop and beating him up and taking his gun. And let me explain, bro. Let me explain.
Yeah.
It's just an analogy.
The same, though.
I know it's not the same. It's just trying to help you understand what it conveys to some people. He's trying to explain it as if he's tough and he's bad. He beat him up, took his gun, kissed it, threw it away, called him whatever he called him. And then I'm like, what type of cop is going to allow you to take their gun and beat him up? It must have been, and then that diminishes whatever the image that he was thinking. So what I'm trying to explain to you is you can't be just shitting on the organization the way you do, but then just try to prop yourself up like you're well respected amongst them is what I'm saying. That's it.
I'm gonna say
that's all I'm saying. Maybe I
real quick, unbiased. I just want to add some context. DJ Focus has said numerous times on this show that he is not actually in the NOI. He was raised around the NOI. So I just want to put that out there for context, because he's not actually a part of the nation. So whether or not he welcomes you in or still has a relationship, I don't know about his brother. I know that he said that he's not NOI. He just followed some of the teachings of Elijah Muhammad.
Okay, I got you. I understand what he says, okay, because that's his way out. Again, I know his older brother, his younger brother, and his father, okay? His father was a big deal in the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan gave his father high praises. Matter of fact, Eric Muhammad, who debated Polite, in those series with Sarnetta, he gave his father the utmost respect. How his father molded Eric Muhammad. Okay, so their father is responsible for a lot of people in the Nation of Islam. A lot of people. So Kaleem can say what he want to say because he's the saving face. But if his brothers talk, they're gonna disagree. Now Kaleem is the only person in the family who went rebel. He got locks in his head. That's not Nation of Islam, tradition. So now, although he condemned me when I had my braids, "Oh, you a savage, you a savage." Now, I jokingly told Kaleem behind the scenes, I said, "Kaleem, remember I had my braids, you called me a savage, and look at you now." So that was before any live anything, right? I know these guys. So now Kaleem
bro, you in Jersey?
Yeah.
Ain't that the state that's responsible for what happened to Brother Malcolm?
Yeah, he's talking about Newark Miles. Yeah, number 25, right? Newark 25, yep.
So you out in that area. Yeah. Speaking on the minister.
Okay. No. I never.
No.
I never mentioned the minister. I mentioned him. I mentioned the doctrine. I mentioned Yaqub. I mentioned.
You said he ain't never did shit. He ain't done shit. Ain't never gonna do shit.
No. Okay. Look, I said
he ain't had no job. He said do for self.
No.
Hypocrite.
No. The watcher. What I'm saying is this: it can't be like I said. I had Rob Bourne on my thing. I had many people. I had AJ Black Man. Nobody.
We don't have evidence of that. You scrubbed that shit.
Okay. No. Who scrubbed it?
You.
Who scrubbed it?
You.
When?
Didn't you tell me you erased it or you blocked it?
No. Okay. For the sake of Rob Bourne, he was out of character. Just like how people ask me to
oh, you saved him. That's a first.
Right. Yeah. Oh, the watcher. Listen, my brother. People ask me to make shit private.
Okay.
All the time, and I do it.
Well, I remember the next day when me and you had a conversation. This is revisionist history. This is not our. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Go ahead.
So what happened? Okay. So what happened to me and Rob Bourne was, Rob Bourne had a presentation set up. He was showing me all Nation of Islam what they did, right, for the business, whatever. And my thing was that he was not prepared for. I was like, Rob Bourne, the Nation of Islam, that's not them. That's individual members accomplishing shit, and the Nation of Islam getting credit for it as though they did it themselves.
I remember you explaining that.
Right. So, and that's the only way around that shit. So, and I don't believe he's prepared for that. So it got personal. It came to a shouting match, okay? And I felt like it wasn't a good look for either one of us.
Right.
So
go ahead. But I'm okay. So we got the shouting match, but I mean, you reference that conversation a lot, and you reference everyone on the line to mention or to bring or to clarify what point.
I only mentioned Rob Bourne because Rob Bourne knows the lessons very well, right? He knows the history very well. So I only mentioned that because he can validate me in what I'm saying.
Okay. So you're saying that you spoke this in front of him and he didn't call you out on it?
Yeah, none of that. Okay. So it was.
Okay. So that's why you're saying you're bringing it up. That's what I'm trying to get the point of why you're bringing it up.
That's why. That's why. Yeah.
That makes sense. That's a very key point.
He's not gonna deny. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I got petty too. That's why I said it's really for both of us. Because I got real petty. I got real childish.
This is the story I remember when me and you had the conversation on the phone afterwards.
So, yeah, you're right. So he got real petty, and both of us. You know what I mean? We got real petty, and I felt like it wasn't a good look for either one of us. You know?
I remember it now. Yeah,
so I blocked it. So I ain't blocked. I put it on private, and then so according to Indigenous Black Man, Sarnetta claimed that he ain't flagged me. So therefore, I don't know why my channel got deleted. I don't know that. I thought it was Sarnetta. Sarnetta said he ain't do it according to Indigenous Black Man. So I don't know that. But
I thought he did when he got mad over the
Yeah,
the Goober
and,
thing.
and that's what I thought it was. But he told, according to This Is Black Man, he said he ain't do it. You know, so
he probably had one of his flunkies do it.
So I don't think he allowed me. But
he has moderators, bro, that have way too much control too.
Yeah, that can happen. But my point is, overall.
But don't you get a report when your channel's flagged? Like, who?
Yeah, but I mean, if he's smashing,
Amber,
he ain't gonna
Amber, I asked YouTube 1,000 times. They never told me the reason. They never told me a reason why. They just said I violated. They won't tell me how or why or when, and that was it. I appealed it 40 fucking times, and they never told me what I actually did. They just deleted my shit. Like, all right, whatever.
Well, it may have been not nobody actually flagged it. It may have picked up something in the algorithm that you were using.
Yeah, of course.
It
was also the possibility of me, because I was sharing videos that was privatized. I was not respecting the YouTube guidelines, the community guidelines. You know, I wasn't really, I can't say purposely I wasn't disrespecting purposely. I just wasn't really educated on everything, you know what I mean, and the totality of what I can do, what I can't do. And I kind of like disrespect. It was like negligence. I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say you ain't give a damn because if you care, you'd researched it.
So Sanenda could be right. He could be right when he said he ain't do it. It could be YouTube catching up with me saying, "Hey, man, you done violated several times." And look,
I know we watched some NFL games one time.
And the watcher, look, the watcher, I fell asleep. And I ain't gonna say no names, but people were sharing private shit on my channel. Okay, I went back and watched it, and people sharing shit that shouldn't be shared. So
somebody
I
said they were me on it.
Nigga, I share whatever the fuck I want to share on as far as I'm concerned.
I remember somebody hopped on and said they were sharing porn or whatever, or trying to show something, and they were saying they're the watcher, and Unbiased was like, no, I'm not Unbiased, it was like Haskell. And he was like, no, it's the watcher dude. I'm like, no, I'm not, I'm right here. And as I was talking, my name was coming up, but it had my name at the bottom, and it was showing something too. So they logged on my shit. I remember that.
Yeah, so somebody definitely porno bombed me too. Right. So but I take ownership because
but that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Because you violate what's about YouTube standards is that when you violate and they email you, they tell you there's nothing you can do. Just don't do it again. That's what they say. There's nothing you can do to make it right. Just don't do it again. That's what they say. So they say, look, don't take no actions. No, don't worry about it. You got one more time though. We're gonna just delete your shit. So then it can be right because I definitely violated. I didn't give a fuck, and panelists violated.
You know, he's a man of character. He knows what he means. He's honest, upfront, integrity. So of course he would never do nothing ever.
But look, so the watcher. I do want to say this though. When it comes back to the minister, okay. So there's some things the members will tolerate, something they won't. They don't mind me challenging the doctrine. They don't mind me pointing out that Elijah Muhammad did not do for self, because that's a fact, right? What they won't tolerate is me going after Farrakhan and trying to make him look bad.
Farrakhan?
That's what they don't care. That Elijah Muhammad don't matter. Farrakhan is the guy that they don't want you attacking, making him look bad. Okay, and you notice that none of my live streams ever really mention them too much. Zero. Because that's
got
when
you impressed.
Well, it's just respect thing. You dig? Like, you know what I mean? That's like a blood, like, you know, ruler or whatever, or what do they call him? Like a general. I'm not gonna disrespect him.
If
like,
that blood general told me that he want my eyebrows to be
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with him, but I'm not gonna go out there disrespecting him when I know he got diehard followers who will kill me. That's just, to me, that's just not wise.
Yeah, but you don't think that? I look at it like this. You're right. He do have diehard fans, but he's a diehard fan of Elijah Muhammad. So, shit, he might fuck around here. The commentary you got behind him.
No. But Farrakhan went opposite Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad said America must fall. He wrote a book called Fall of America.
I know, but he still utilizes the name, regardless as to whether or not he
No.
He holds to the teachings. He uses the name.
But let's listen. Believe me. The members don't give a fuck about that. The members don't follow Elijah Muhammad at all. The members only follow. Farrakhan contradicts all Elijah Muhammad teachers, basically his core teachers. He contradicts all of them. So the members was put in a position to make a choice. Farrakhan and Elijah. That's why you got people like Eric Muhammad. You got Salis Muhammad. You got the Son of Man. You got Solomon Jenkins. Like, these are people who stood with Elijah Muhammad. So members were put in a position to choose Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad. So that's how different they went. So Amber, he used Elijah Muhammad by name only. He's not. Elijah Muhammad taught Farah Muhammad is Allah, but Farrakhan is trying to appease the Arab community, so he's not going to say he's not going to say he's Allah. That's shirk. He's not going to say that. He'll die over the Arab countries. So what he's going to say is, well, he appeared in Farah Muhammad. So in other words, Allah is separate from Farah Muhammad. Farah Muhammad's a vessel. Allah would just appear to him. So it's like little things like that. But he's not going to say Farah Muhammad is Allah, which is what Elijah Muhammad actually taught. Because he know that no Arab will ever fuck with him if he taught that.
Mm-hmm.
Because to teach that, you're saying Allah's a man. And every person, if I get Morpheus on here, he'll tell you, and I got his number, he'll tell you that no person believing in Sunni Islam, Orthodox Islam, will ever accept Allah's a man. Zero. So Elijah Muhammad was never considered a Muslim. And for no, I'll get my boy Hassan on here. He'll tell you Elijah Muhammad ain't considered a Muslim at all. Don't fuck with him. Farrakhan, what you say, what I do? Farrakhan played the gray area. He says Allah appeared in this vessel, not that the vessel is Allah, because he wants to win that audience over there. So believe me, but Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan, they're two different directions. Elijah Muhammad said white man's the devil, don't fuck with him, don't fuck with no government agency, none of that shit. Farrakhan has been known to take government fundings. And had white folks in his mosque, and he's doing Scientology and all the other shit he's dealing with. So they're two different directions.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my whole thing is I don't think the guy really. I think we're applying contemporary requirements or understandings in a time that can't really apply for that, and we're also minimalizing his contributions and the work that he did do. We're dismissing it like this nigga was a housewife, and that ain't real work, in opposed to understanding or breaking down what he did do, what he contributed, as if it had some merit. But you want to put it on the frame, like, because this nigga built a birdhouse or change the spark plug off a lawnmower or rake up leaves and shit, that may not be the case. I'm not a fan of the dude. I don't want to argue, but at the same time, it's hard to make declarative statements saying this nigga didn't do now not anything, when every time Malcolm opened his fucking mouth, the first thing he said, the great honorable Elijah taught, the great Elijah teaches, the great Elijah says. And so it's like, okay, the nigga must have taught and said a lot. God damn, is there anything that you can contribute that he didn't say? That's what it came out of my mouth. So to hear someone just dismiss all of that, it's just like, well, damn, that can't be right.
All right. So I got a phone call. I missed something.
What's the things that you said? Because now I'm going to challenge you.
You went faint. You went faint. I can barely hear you. Is that me?
Yeah, nah, that's him. He faint.
You went faint, bro.
What's some things you said that he did was great?
I'm biased.
Black community.
I don't know if I said anything he did was
biased.
great. Oh,
you're low.
You're real low.
We can hear you, but you're low.
Hold on. Yeah, what the fuck? Can you hear me better now?
Somewhat. I wasn't saying he was great.
Did you click the The speaker at the top.
It says microphone is on.
You
No,
might
I'm
be on
saying so.
speaker.
But you know the speaker at the top, like of the screen, like hit that and then hit it again. Sometimes I have to do that.
No, but it took me off. Okay, so I was
you better now. You better now.
okay. All right. So because the speaker makes it my car audio. Now I'm just on speakerphone. All right. So the watcher, I caught the end of your thing. I got a phone call, and look, while the phone was ringing, I couldn't even hear you anyway. So when shit be ringing like that, I can't even hear none of y'all. So I'm like, fuck, I might as well just answer. So
I see. I know what you mean.
So now I'm willing to challenge the good that he's supposedly done. All right. So can you name me?
But the thing is, like, so from this standpoint or your position, you're holding a Mossberry shotgun ready to shoot down anything I put out before it's put out. So I mean, like, in your understanding.
Nah. That's a wrong depiction. That's a wrong depiction.
I'm sorry.
I'm saying, that's a wrong depiction.
If you say that he done no good, you're ready for me to say anything for you to shoot it down. I don't see a better analogy.
Now, my brother.
Go ahead.
If we're gonna communicate, please quote me correctly. I never said no good. I said I'm willing to challenge the good you believe he's done.
So you're saying that any good that he's done, I don't believe it. I don't know it.
No. I said that you believe he's done, not all wrong what he ever done. I said I'm willing to challenge what you believe he done.
So what I'm trying to say is you're under the pre-notion understanding that I don't have any understanding of any good he's done.
I'm betting.
So you're prepared.
Right.
You're prepared to say that anything that comes out of my mouth,
right,
you can counter it.
Yeah, because I don't believe you're educated on him enough. I think he's going cliche stuff. Okay.
I'm sorry.
And I said I believe you're going to go to cliche stuff, cliche achievements, right, of him. And I'm willing to challenge those things.
The cliches.
Right.
So okay.
Can we determine first what's good?
Huh?
Like who determines what's good?
That's what I'm saying. I want to challenge. I'm not saying good, bad, yay, nay, nothing. I'm just going to challenge it. That's all. Like you know, a different angle.
So he you just gonna counter or provide some type of perspective. Sight unseen. It doesn't even matter. You up to the task.
Bingo. Right.
You say you just got it.
But see, the thing is I'm not conventional, bro. I'm the type of person when I see someone who's argumentative or into the debate type shit, 2 + 2 can be 15. If I can already tell that no matter what I say, you're not prepared to hear if it's 4, you don't believe it could be 4, you're coming from the pre-notion before it comes out my mouth that you know.
No, that's not.
I think he's just saying a friendly banter, like, okay, you say a good thing, I'll counter it. Like,
but to me, but that's being a contrarian for the sport of for contrarian, and I don't do that. What I'm trying to get an understanding is you don't find any value in him educating someone to the point where they can educate others.
All right. Now you said educated. Now I don't know how an uneducated man can educate. So again, I want to hear.
Well, I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you.
But I want to hear an example.
See, when I hear Malcolm X say, "The great honorable Elijah taught me," ... Right. You can counter every speech and every time the man done said it. You're powerful to me. Obviously, I can't do it. You're like I said before. That's like it's the deep water fallacy. Like I listen to all these other Egyptologists. You can't understand. You can cut me, bro. You can cut me because that's what they do as well. What I'm trying to explain to you, they have a tactic that you can't possibly understand this because you have to be this deep in the experience, this deep in the water, read the Medu Neter, been around the Islam is I've sold this many bean pies. So let me finish, my guy. You got big scissors ready to cut. but I'm just trying to throw out the dynamics that I'm faced with, because it's not just you. I've given different examples, and it's a tactic that I feel like. So it's like, in order to engage in this argument, you have to swim into this deep water of experience.
So, but how are you different? See, the thing, I'm only contention about that is that you just explain how you're different. But now I'm just
how
normal.
am I different? How?
You
run
said
that back.
that.
Say
No. In your spill, you explain how you're different, like separate yourself from the masses. But now I'm a part of the masses. I think I'm different too.
No, I don't understand your point. I don't.
You say you're not a contrarian. You know, that's like you don't want to just argue for the sake of argument, like, and then
someone's ready to just tell me, no matter. It's just like, okay, I have a girlfriend, and she's like, I know you was at the strip club. Like, no, I wasn't. Where were you? But I know you was at the strip club. Why the fuck am I able to say where I was if you're already under the guise to have the argument and saying that I was at? That's not a logical conversation to me. So I tend to fall back. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know what you're going into. I'm just like you. If you're just like me, you wouldn't have a stance of just being argumentative for the point of being argumentative. Or the tactic that I'm trying to explain. Is my mic still on?
That's not my angle. So I'll compare
I'm talking. Oh, my headset went dead.
Yeah, no, I compared the vaccines. No, that's not my angle. I compared the vaccines. Hello? Right? That you can hear me?
Yeah, my headset died, so I was talking and I couldn't hear anything for the last few minutes. Give me a second.
Right, but now that's not my angle. Right, so when you're ready, I'll tell you my angle.
Okay, so I don't even know where I stopped at, but what I'm trying to explain real quick is, go ahead, tell me your angle.
Okay, right. So my angle is this: when I debate people are anti-vaccines, they're already in the losing position, right? Because I never met one who actually knows any true information about vaccines. So,
okay, hold on. So when you say you debate somebody in a position, they're already in the losing position.
Right.
That's relative to the debate if you're arguing. That's not relative towards facts, because the facts are something different. Just like someone can win a debate being a flat earther. Like I've seen Sanchez beat people up on flat earthers.
Of course. I understand that. And that's why I said I'm ready to hear. So I'm putting myself on the chopping block. I'm ready to hear the good this niggas then told on the roster. I'm willing to hear the good. I don't know any good.
I see, but if you can tell me with a straight face and a clear conscience that this man has contributed or done no good, and you're in the system and the organization, I don't feel the need for me to even continue to have this type of a conversation.
So let me say this. I'm saying that he's a motivational speaker. So
that doesn't deserve to get paid and shouldn't have gotten paid.
No, I never said that. I don't count bags. I don't count nobody pockets.
Yeah, you do. If you try to say this, the man didn't do for sale. He got money off other people's.
No, bro, that got nothing to do with a bag. Okay, because bags, as we just pointed out early in the conversation, bags could come out different ways. Misinformation, information. I'm not counting none of your shit. So how we get your bag, that's on you. Unless it directly affects me or it really hinders Black folks as a whole, then that's what I'm going to speak. That's why I had the credit repair shit earlier on the, you know what I mean, before the thing even started. Because I believe credit repair is really fucking the Black community up. So that's why I deal with that. But other stuff, man, look, that's person to person basis. Like I got no problem with that. You ain't read the contract, that's on you. You dig? So I don't hold every instance like foul. I believe that both parties are responsible of how shit happened. But there's that credit repair bullshit. General contractors fucking over Black people. I believe people playing on our ignorance. Okay, so when it comes to the minister, I believe a lot of she's saying is playing on our ignorance.
Okay, I feel that way about fraud.
Okay, so now the watcher. To be fair, let me go ahead and tell you, I believe calling Black men gods was the worst thing to do for us in our condition at that point. Okay, I think that's the worst thing that could have happened to Black men.
Because
go ahead.
Because fill in the blank. Why?
Because to call black men gods means that there's nothing more to work towards. So when Booker T and all these W boys are pushing for excellence and do for self, now I'm just God by birthright. I ain't gotta do shit. I'm just God.
You believe that, or you don't think that there's a standard that you have to maintain and uphold being godly, or you just think that's a free pass to?
Okay,
I'm perfect. I believe that some people can think that, but I don't think everyone would think that. Okay. To me, once I hear that standards come into play,
I got you. So, okay. So now Rob Bourne is part of Nation Gods of Earth, which is like more notably known as called the 5%ers. Okay. Those people, from what I know of, they don't. Now I'm not saying Rob Bourne because we know he got the exercise shit going on, like the health and fitness and workout. You know what I mean? I ain't saying him. I'm saying the average 5% ain't got shit going on because they just drink and smoke and they just believe that their God no different than white trash person in trailer park. They believe I'm better than Neil Tyson, Damon John, any black person you can name. I'm better than him simply because I'm white. So I'm saying that when they push that black man as God shit, that put black because no matter what, no matter how much I achieve, I'm still better than the best white man because I'm the fucking devil. And that's why I say the worst thing you can do is teach a black man that doctrine right there. Because it kills the whole do for self, educate, motivate, kill that. I'm God no matter what I do in life.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because again, I have to defer,
Okay.
Because a lot of my formative years, I was in a lot of multicultural situations. So I wasn't in a predominantly black situation where I can cast a survey or actually group them based off a significant amount of experience. So, I mean, like, I would just have to defer to you. So my question would be, of these 5%, how many of them do you believe, percentage-wise, no pun intended, came from a single-parent home? There was no father.
Oh, yeah, majority.
Majority, like over, majority. So 51% plus? 61% plus?
I'm talking about high 80.
There we go.
High 70 to 80%.
Okay. So if we got like 70 to 80% born in a situation or dichotomy where they're told to be, or they are kings and gods, but there is no clear-cut example of a king, god, or let alone a man to give them that blueprint or standard, I can see how they may feel already accomplished. All I got to do is make it to a certain age and then shit, I'm the man, I survived. A doctrine that turns you against the system that you may possibly need to generate. Go ahead, Amber.
I was just gonna say, I also want to say to a degree, I agree with unbiased, because if we take the idea of the God concept that we have, and I know they'll try to say, oh well, it ain't the same, they don't have to. No, the God may not have the same quote unquote powers as all knowing and all of that. But there typically seems to be a common theme that God, so to speak, is free of error, right? There's no wrong that they can really do.
That's true.
So,
I've heard that.
So for me, it becomes a problem because even if they feel at one point that a God should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, these things, when I get tired of trying to achieve that, I can just let it go under the guise of, well, I'm God, and I'm God anyway. Like I really don't have to do all of that stuff to be God. I'm black, so I'm God. You understand what I'm saying? Black man. So what qualifies or what makes you God is not really in what you do in your action. It's in you being a black man. So at any stage when you stop doing these things, if you feed into the delusion that you're God, these things you would not, it wouldn't prohibit you from still being God. You understand what I'm saying? So too, I can see how it could make people either, you know, unambitious, or, you know, complacent, or just outright, you know, stagnant.
I don't think that's unique to that doctrine, but are you
I don't
saying
think so
that's,
either.
but you guys are saying that that's pervasive, like that doctrine promotes it, whether it's subconscious or unintentionally. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's promoted
That's what I'm
simply
saying.
because it like you still have that behavior outside of the doctrine, right? Like anybody can be stagnant or unmotivated or unambitious, but it kind of makes it a little weird and dangerous to me because it almost gives them a sense of superiority even in their mediocrity.
Yeah.
You understand? You understand what I'm saying?
Damn it. Oh yeah, I understand that. I felt that. Shit. Damn.
So
Damn.
yeah.
I ran across this quote from Samuel Clemens. What's his name? Samuel Clemens. Mark Twain. And he said, it's not the things that we don't know that gets man into trouble. It's the things that we do know, but it ain't true. Yeah. So in other words, all these doctrines or politics or religions and shit that people really believe is true is what's really causing the most problem in the world. And that's the sad thing about it. Most people are scared of not knowing what they need to know to get the information, but what's really holding you back is what you think you know. And that shit ain't real. So
yeah,
it is really a fucking blizzard. I'm so sad. No, I wish y'all could see this shit. It's really
I'm laughing because I'm so glad your weather worse than ours out here. You dig? I'm so glad you got it worse weather than Jersey. I'm glad because our weather fucked up. I'm so glad your shit worse than ours. They ain't anywhere near snowing out here.
I hope that shit headed y'all way while you laughing.
I'm sorry.
I hope that shit headed right y'all way.
Well, I haven't fun because you going through with it. You going through with it first. So now the watching. So now because I was in the Nation of Islam for many years, right? Many years, and even I got it when I was inactive, I was still active. Like as far as in around the mosque, I was no longer selling final calls. I was no longer attending like mosque meetings, but I was still around the brothers, right? And I would go to like a Friday. I love the Friday meetings. The Friday's like open topic, so I love to go there and just bring up random shit. You know, so even though I was no longer in the nation actively selling final calls, I still believe Master Fard Muhammad was God. Okay, so that's what I mean by so I'm still around. I still know how people believe, right? And I would talk to brothers, but you can get but so far because it's super religious and super dedicated. So I can't get but so far, right? Even in their own doctrine, where it claims what they should be doing, and they wouldn't do it, I would point out in their doctrine, like, yo, you should be doing this, not that, and they be like, you know, they be looking like, oh shit, it says that, and like a Christian, they just won't do it. Like, all right, okay, what's going on here? You know what I mean? So that's why, like, I pretty much know a lot. You know, most members, if you notice when I interviewed them, my brother, they all acknowledge I know a lot. None of them ever said I ain't know nothing. Some of them yielded and said I knew more than them. Okay? Like that woman we had that Cincinnati yelled at, she knew a lot. So she probably knew more than me. But that's like rare to like know more than me. DJ Focus can't fuck with me. But that woman that had it, Cincinnati yelled at, she actually knew more than me. That's like rare. And it was one other brother, Amber, the brother I was yelling at that day, I like cussed out. I believe he might have known more than me too. That was about it. No.
Everybody who knows more than you cuss out.
No. He's very rude. He was very aggressive. He cut me off. I'll give him time to. No. So
what about the sister? What did you just say?
Okay, nah. So what I'm saying is this, my brother. You said you cut it.
Nah, he didn't cuss her out, sister. Nah, he cussed her out.
Nah, yeah, my brother. She talked. She dominated the show, and I let her go. Okay, she was rude to Amber.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, because the nanny called in and cussed her out, right? But I never cussed her out, right? I let her go, like how I do in my life. I let people just go, right? I don't cuss anybody out. So now the dude, I felt like now
I love Nanny for that day. Let me just say that.
Yeah, now me and the brother made amends, right? Because
second of all, you do be cussing people out. Just say you a reformed cusser out.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, again, everything recorded, nothing deleted, right? The brother was very aggressive and hostile, toward just hostile. Period. Very aggressive and very defensive. So after a while, my patience started to where I cuss his ass out. But even through that, I felt justified. I still apologized to him the next time he got on the show. I said, brother, my bad. You dig? So I didn't hold no grudge. I didn't hold no animosity. I said, brother, my bad. I apologize for I responded to you. And then he said, salute, something like that. Okay? So, but I felt like, so now, I ain't cuss him out because I felt like he knew more than me. I cussed him out because I felt like he was dominating the show. He wouldn't let me talk. The sister cussed out. She let nobody talk. She dominated the entire show.
Yeah, she was rude as fuck.
Right. So the brother, I felt like he wouldn't let me talk. And you know what I mean? So that's why I went that way. But it had nothing to do with him having more knowledge. Because what I'm going to do is, if you have more knowledge, what I'm going to say is, okay, you got more knowledge. Now let's challenge your fucking doctrine. Your doctrine bullshit. How much you know more than me? Your doctrine straight bullshit. So now let's get there. You dig? So I'm going to put it on your ass. I got a backup plan. Okay, you know more than me. Now, he knew more than me only because he's a 5%er. 5%ers typically, 5%ers like Rob Bourne, they're typically going to know more than me or as much as me. Okay, so the 5% are very, very studious. Who the earth, they're very, very studious. So it's not surprising. Matter of fact, when they can keep up, I already know they're 5%ers.
Who's that black guy that wore a fez? They used to be on Sunetta.
Huh?
The brother that wore a fez. He used to be on Sunetta. I think he was a Moor.
You want Roy Bay or
no, not him.
Who? Oh, yeah, Lord Abba. Yeah.
Yeah, Lord Abba. Man, I like that guy. What happened to him? Didn't he have a conversion?
Lord Abba is a researcher. So when you're a researcher, it's hard to not accept reality. You dig? So he a researcher, he came across some shit and he thought differently. He's still a Moor, but he thought a little differently about life, and how life is viewed as, and you can only respect that.
In fact, I was gonna ask, so he's not a 5%er, that's something different.
Nah, he's a Moor. Okay.
So what's the difference between a 5%er or more and a Muslim?
Okay, so I believe that so we say Muslim, that's a little crazy. Because
I mean the Farrakhan fraud
okay, I got you.
Branch, not Muhammad.
I personally feel like the Moors got the best stance out of those you just named. I feel like everybody else is because they are within their doctrine. Like Noble Drew Ali taught what he taught, and like Noble Drew Ali, like he's basically a sovereign citizen. So he taught like American.
Allegedly, or he literally was.
Okay, so he's a low budget sovereign citizen.
Well, you're not sovereign if you're low budget.
He pick and chose. He pick and chose for the sovereign citizen movement. He pick and chose. Okay, but
is that the one that plagiarized or?
Yeah, that's him.
Reference the circumcision or something.
The gospel of Jesus. That's him.
Okay, so those people. Okay, that's Noble Drew Ali. All right.
Yeah. So they had, out of the people you just named, they have the best argument because
Which
they're
is
more realistic.
okay.
It's more because they challenge government authority.
Okay.
Which is legitimate because government authority can be bullshit in a lot of areas. Which you was on the show, but I recently been studying the Constitution, politics, and how this American government even created, right? So the government definitely oversteps their boundaries a lot because
I heard Wesley Snipes make that argument.
Yeah, so the government but they do it because they base it off our ignorance.
No, what I'm saying is a lot of niggas spit that shit, but they still got to serve that time when they don't abide by the rules. I've seen a lot of cases where people thought they were some sovereign citizens and they got the book thrown at their ass.
Right. So the sovereign citizenship, you would never win. You'll never win because that's fake pseudo shit.
So God damn it, how you gonna say that number one, they got the strongest leg to stand on by challenging the government?
I'm saying that even though they're sovereign citizens, like you said earlier, everything they say ain't wrong. Some shit is correct.
Such as?
Okay, such as jurisdiction, such as constitution, things like that. Like
no, they say those terms, but they act like they're not subjected to it. But once they started with the birth certificate and started accepting,
no.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like, but that shit got real consequences now. Motherfuckers thinking that they God and shit. They, they ain't finna jump off that bridge.
I've seen a lot of 30-day sentences turn into 6 months because a nigga thought he had jurisdiction.
Okay, now look, you're right. When they do that shit, they're going to be unemployed and homeless. But so I'm not saying it's good to watch her. I said it's better. It's the best out of their shit because it's the most realistic. Okay.
When you're saying realistic, are you talking about without all the spookisms? They're based in some sort of.
I'm saying like the doctors, for example, like I work.
You think it's the closest thing. It's the one that's most rooted in reality.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. I work with a guy, the watcher. I work with a guy who had a fucking Fezor in a pharmaceutical company, which is you can't do. The nigga had a fucking Fezor. Okay? You dig? So that lets you know right there.
Those are Moors?
Yeah. So that shit kind of worked. That nigga had and then there's YouTube videos you can see in the courtroom where the judge call that motherfucker some long ass admirable name. Hey, Your Majesty, Jesus second born, blah 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 blah. The judge say all that shit. Man, he gonna sentence his ass to 50 years, but he definitely addressed them as the way he wanted to be addressed.
But I mean, you can pay for that and get your name changed.
No, they don't get it. They'll get name changed. Like that's something a real nigga would do.
So that's just a judge humoring him having fun. No judge is required to legitimize that shit.
Yeah, possibly doing that.
So then don't come to me with some anomaly fucking anecdote.
Nah,
but had a sense of humor.
The same way that you're picking their shit apart, you'll do better picking apart the 5% of Nation of Islam. Like they got more shit to pick apart.
No, I'm not here to deconstruct or be a fucking contrarian. I'm just trying to figure out what you're saying. You're saying the most realistic, but I don't see any, like the examples that I've seen of it. It just seems so fucking pie in the sky. Like they can get pulled over. I don't have to have a driver's license.
But
really, nigga, you would just stop. Just fucking stop. These niggas think they can drive cars without driver's license.
Not all of them.
And think they're gonna get
no, not all of them. Not all
the doctrine supports.
No,
to many of these.
No, the doctrine does not support that at all.
The doctrine doesn't support this to these people.
Zero. It does not.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to what you're saying. The doctrine does not support that. If you watch Tariq,
what did I say after that?
Go ahead. What did you say?
To these people, just like the fucking Bible and the Quran, that shit don't apply. But to these people, they believe that shit. They walked on water, swallowed by whales, cutting off penises, sucking it. These people in their doctors, they believe that shit.
But
so from the outside,
the watcher. What I'm saying is that when you hate white people, okay? When you hate white people, you start to adopt doctrines that support your hate. So the sovereign citizen movement is a southern losing pussy argument. They lost the Civil War.
Okay.
Okay, and they've been crying till today about
till this day. Okay.
Right? They hate the government. They hate Democrats. Whatever it is, they're anti anything that's not Republican.
Right, but I mean the fucking what do you call those libertarians and these white supremacists? They spit the same doctrine as these
right. Of course.
These sovereign citizens. Like you said, that's an argument from the South. I feel like they lost, but they're still sovereign.
Right. Of course, and only they push that, but it has no merit. Right?
Not only them, but the 5%ers do as well.
Who else?
But
Noble Drew Ali do as well.
Right. Because black folks are always late to the party. You dig?
You're right, and I can't knock that. We when you know better, you do better. I can respect that. I get it.
But what I'm saying is, like, it may not have any merit. However, it's not about whether it has merit. I feel like it poses, to me, I think this is the doctrine that is more dangerous because it has real implications in real life and real consequences. Because
girl
these
got
people
shot
actually,
in front of her kids.
These people actually believe that they have some,
immunity.
They have some immunity against law enforcement and against legal system and against the government here.
Laws, rules.
So, in the same way that the South has that problem.
Facts.
And although it's repackaged as other things, i.e. the January 6th debacle with the whole Trump shit, it has real implications because these people believe that they are sovereign and the government doesn't have a right to do certain things that it does.
Like you just said, it was a borrowed argument from the losing side of the Civil War. Right.
So, in other words, you're saying that the Moorish science the 5%ers and the Farrakhan branch of Islam is worse than these other ones that have you directly challenging the system that gives you immediate consequences.
Okay. So look,
wow.
No.
That's scary, bro.
Now, wait, hold on, brother, because you're missing what I said earlier. If you listen to Harker Bay's channel, right? Moors,
I won't, but carry on.
Right. The Noble Drew Moors, they were not sovereign citizens. This is some late shit from what's his name? Tariq Bey. That's
the Taj Bey, the etymology guy, or the Kung Fu guy?
Yeah, him. He's the reason, right? He puts that shit in maritime shit. That got He put that was not a Moorish doctrine. Up until him pushing.
Okay, they got infiltrated.
Okay, can you break down the basis of the original doctrine that you're speaking of then?
So now, disclaimer: I cannot represent the Moors. The guys you mentioned, Lord Abba, Roy Bey, all those guys are more qualified than me. Okay.
I respect the caveat. I respect that. Go ahead.
So all I can say is what I can remember is that most of their argument is just about they are not to be treated as Black Americans. Like they are their own people. They are Moorish Americans. They're protected by Morocco. So therefore the government has no jurisdiction. That's their argument. They need to be treated separate like the Native Americans, that's what I got from them. Don't hold us to none of this shit you holding the Black Americans with or any foreigner. We are like the Native Americans. We're protected people.
Damn. Well, you're right. That is more respectable without the pollution. When you got somebody telling them they don't need a gun and you send them out there as sheep against wolves and shit. That's just lambs for slaughter. That's just horrible, bro.
Is that suicide?
Yeah, at least David had a slingshot. You gonna send David out there to fight Goliath with nothing, bro? That's fucked up.
Maybe I'm unaware. So like, just because someone is native, even if they live on a I forgot what the fuck a reservation and all of that.
Right.
If they're caught somewhere else, they off the reservation, they out partying, getting fucking drunk. They get into a drunk driving car accident.
Yeah.
They treat it differently than
the
regular motherfucker.
Yeah. So that person will not be in court from the American judicial system. They will be in a native judicial system being tried.
And at no point does the American judicial system
at all
have the opportunity.
Zero.
And so they got more rights than even like the military then.
Yeah, but think about it. When somebody come over here with diplomatic immunity for another country, America can't try them. America, they got immunity. America can't even touch them. So America would try to convince that country to like either hand them over or prosecute them themselves. But if somebody come over as a what's that country? Iraq, right? No, not Iraq. What's the other one that America loves?
I do think in some cases it can be like it can be breached.
No, that's only if that country abandoned them, like disown them. Yeah, so if they disown them, then yeah, they're stuck with America. But if that country accepts that guy, yeah, no, it's a little different. Yo, what's the
Damn, I was
country
on mute the whole time. Shit, there was a dude. Did you hear about the prime minister? This a while ago. This is probably what you're referring to, of Italy. I don't know if he was their diplomat, prime minister. It was something, but I guess he was in a hotel in New York and he ended up raping. What do you call those people that come and give you the towels and shit?
Yeah, the hotel stewardess, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. But yeah, he ended up raping her, and I guess they were trying to try him. This dude hopped on a plane and flew back, and they couldn't extradite him type shit.
So I'll tell you,
like this shit, it happens. And they're like princes, like a prince from one of those countries over there, Dubai or whatever, was out here, and he had sex at some sort of party, and then ended up killing like 2 girls with drug overdoses, and they flew him back, and they didn't extradite him. Like this shit happens a lot.
Yeah, and look at LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball's in China, stealing shit, right?
LaMelo, why you shitting on LaMelo? No. That was Jello.
No, not LaMelo. Right, you got
that was Jello.
But it was a Ball.
You slanderous.
Right. But guess what? They did nothing to him, right? The American government, like, yo, send his ass back over. Don't charge him with shit. And he got no charges at all, there or here.
What do you mean? You mean he's blackballed from the NBA because of that?
No. But you get what I'm saying though. Like my man got no charges.
Again, China told them like, yeah, you can come play for us, but ain't no team's gonna pick you up, or they're gonna lose a lot of billions in deals.
Yeah, but my point is, my man ain't getting no charges.
I know what you're saying.
America or China.
Yeah, but see, that's what I was always wondering. Was it because Trump tried to take credit for it, but then Lamar Ball was like, nah, you didn't do nothing. You just came after the fact he was sent over, then you tried to come and come
right. So I heard Trump's name again. So I want to say this to people, and not you, the watchers, not saying you, but I'm saying to people, if you're anti-Trump and you have never read about Trump, I said it's my last live I was on, or maybe I just to somebody, probably not my live, but sometimes I talk to people on the phone, that's from my panel. But if you have never read about Trump situations, you should reserve your right to shut the fuck up. Okay? You're gonna be embarrassed.
Nah. I'll put my foot in my mouth, 2 people's foot in my mouth, and knees all the way down my throat. I can say fuck them all fucking and be wrong and correct myself.
I got you. But I'm saying that if you have respect for your reputation, your word, and you know what I mean.
Nah, I just got so much disrespect for him and anybody who want to cap and cape for him that I just don't pull no punches.
Okay. Now the thing about me, I don't cap and cape for nobody. I cap and cape for the truth, right? So I'm not
Okay.
gonna buy. I'm not gonna buy.
But
any
when you come out
propaganda.
so declarative and you don't counter points,
Okay.
you just make a declarative statement like I know
So
more. And
give
if
me
anyone
something.
tries to
Okay.
say anything against Trump, you better know what you're talking about. Because I'm
All
finna
right.
shit on you because I don't
So
think you know what you think you know.
I
I'm
got
gonna
you.
pull
So,
cap on that.
so let me. Okay, let's start right down there. What problem you have with Trump?
I don't like him.
Why?
What problem do you have with people who have problems with Trump?
Because okay, their knowledge of Trump is based off misinformation.
Who is they? Who is they?
Okay, the people who are anti-Trump.
Oh, all of them?
A majority of them. The people who are anti-Trump, they have misinformation, and
Some people.
Right, it's based off propaganda. Okay.
Okay,
So
the people you fuck
so,
with.
right. So I'm gonna say, well, I'm putting a challenge out there to anybody. I'm gonna say I don't believe none of y'all have accurate information on Trump's situation.
And then I wouldn't even respond to anyone who would try to tell me that I don't know much about politics, considering
Wait,
my
wait,
stance and what I deal with.
Wait,
It's not worth the time.
Trump's situation on what?
Anything.
That's, do you see that? Now listen
It-
to what you saying, bro. You're one of them niggas like we could debate on any topic. I'm gonna beat anybody on anything.
I'm saying when it comes to Trump, I want somebody to give me an argument. I'm up. So either I'm going to accept the argument or decline. So if it's legit shit, I'm not going to accept it. I'm gonna decline. But I'm waiting to hear certain shit. So I'm throwing it out there without giving you too much information. I want you, you know what I mean? Because this is a friendly.
Well, me personally, I feel like outside of policies, just
well, I have no
PR wise. No, I said outside of his policies. I can't take him outside of politics because he's a former president.
Okay. Cool.
So as a former president, I think he significantly diminished the respect the title holds just based off of his presentation as president.
And guess what?
His press briefings, his Twitter commentary, comments that he's made. I felt like they were very unbecoming of what we have traditionally and historically known as a president. So that's why I don't like him.
I agree, and I will never debate that right there. I agree. The whole
to me, I understand people.
Get the watcher. Get on you.
Mm-hmm. No, I was gonna say is like my concern about the standing of the president of the United States. I felt a lot of people say that they lost respect for it once it was a black man in there. So I can give a fuck about what people feel as long as they act accordingly when that motherfucker step into your place. So I mean, that really doesn't matter to me whether he's white, black, Trump, or anybody else. I respect the office because I realize the job and what you have to get done. I don't like how you try to play the race game and the race cards and then try to turn the football, the Kaepernick shit into a political football. Anytime there was an opportunity to solidify his racial base or try to codify the South or bigotry, he used that opportunity. So to me, shit like that is more harmful and dreadful because his intentions were far beyond his capabilities. The reason why people like one of our immigrant brothers was saying it's super hard for a dictator to take over the country. But what he did do is all the people he put into those courts that are going to actually fuck up a lot of people's generations, those bigoted and unaccomplished motherfuckers in all those federal courts, when people that you know or people that we know or people that look like us get in front of them judges, they're not going to get the sentences or the expectations of justice that they may have received if it was a little bit more biased or the previous president was allowed to fill some of those seats. But Mitch McConnell was playing the game and he fucked it all up, and Trump made sure to put in the Heritage Foundation's top whatever. I mean, I can go all the way down the list on shit and you can say you like it or dislike it, but I'm aware of the policies and the consequences that have happened, that will happen, or yet to happen. So it's not even worth me debating this with anyone because my points aren't political. Like I didn't hear talking points from CNN or MSNBC or some liberal news network, and then I'm formulating these points. And it's just like I listen to a lot of fake black Republicans who read a whole bunch of Reddit reviews and a whole bunch of chat rooms and stuff, and they steal Republican talking points and try to black it up and then run around act like they're an individual, and they're just fucking mudslingers because they're not saying any political policies. Like putting a fucking X on corporate dude who's been breaking laws his whole life in charge of the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. That's not a good look. Putting someone who says that they believe the education process should be done away with and everybody should be homeschooled, like Betsy DeVos, and putting her in charge of education is not a good policy. And so for the years that he was in there, a lot of shit was going down. We talked all that shit about the FDA and the Food and Drug Administration and all these other different departments who were severely undercut, underfunded, and they were put back in the situation that fucked us off. The people who were supposed to be over there in China dealing with all this, like, I mean, like, we can go down the list of the shit that he did was not savior, not beneficial to people. Am I hating the man? No, because I don't think that he's done any more or less than any other politician in there, because politicians don't work for themselves. They work for the people who put them in power and the people who are going to keep them there. So having an argument or a debate about Trump, to me, from someone who has a political background, is really pointless to someone who doesn't have a political background. Like, you have no interest in listening to me about Muslim because you felt like I don't have the experience or the knowledge, the deep water bullshit. I'm not going to play that card with you. I'm going to listen to you.
That wasn't my.
But hold on, real quick. Do you feel like the judge thing was like a Trump issue, or that was a fumble on Democrats and Obama's part?
I think it was a calculated plan by the Republican Senate, starting with Mitch McConnell. And the rules, the way the Constitution is set up, he exploited it. Just like he didn't want to nominate a Supreme Court justice, the Merrick Garland dude, he tried to held it and say that the elections let the people determine who it was going to be, and he put that broad in there. But then on his way out, when it was supposed to be Biden's turn, he's like, no, I'm going to go ahead and honor it. Like, they're just playing games. So there's no rules to it. It's just they're taking advantage of the rules, and I'm aware of that. So I'm not going to try to act like.
But that's what I'm saying. So, like, I feel like Democrats are tied to this whole tradition thing, and they pass it off as like this is the way things are. And we got an opportunity to see, so this ain't really the way shit is.
Right.
It's a tradition, but y'all been having it under the guise of this is the way things are. So I would consider that a strategic fumble on part of the Democrats. You can't be mad because you got outmaneuvered.
Right. So, the watcher.
I'm listening.
My brother. I'm not the whole Muslim thing. You keep saying that, okay? And I don't know how to articulate it in Spanish.
Wait, run that back. I keep what? The what?
Now the whole Muslim thing. You keep misrepresenting me.
I don't mean to misrepresent. Maybe I'm misspeaking. Right. What am I saying?
I got you.
Okay. The deep water thing. The deep water. Right. Okay.
But just your lack of knowledge at all, or the way it's ran. Okay, that's not what I'm pulling on you. Okay, so you gotta stop that. As I'm talking to you, I'm actually educating you on how it's actually ran. So I'm not going off what you're saying. I'm telling you how it's ran, and I'm saying if you don't believe me, check out Rob Bourne, Asiatic Black Man. So I'm giving you different sources who don't normally agree with me on a regular basis.
No. When that's not the method. That's not the tactic. The tactic is when you take someone into a field that you're expert in, and then you don't acknowledge the middle grounds or the steps that it takes to get to it. You just supersede everything and just go straight to the deep waters. You don't explain things from the. But you can disagree, but
or even believing that they can't have a conversation. Like, some things you don't need to have a whole lot of.
Right, but that's not what I did tonight at all. Okay. What I do is I listen.
All
okay,
right.
Because I think I'm a great debater, right? So I
thought I stopped you from doing it a few times, but go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, maybe you anticipated wrong, but I like to listen to what you're gonna say, and then I respond. Right.
Or you got called out on your tactic and you pivoted. But go ahead. It goes both ways, bro. I normally don't just come out of the bag with something that's new. I watch it.
I think it's a little. I think it's a little bit of both. I think maybe
it could be. I can acknowledge that.
I think maybe it's a little bit of both. I think maybe he's saying it in a way where it can be interpreted that way, and we're so used to his, the way he talks. I think it's just a little, you're picking up that arrogance and you're assuming that that's what he meant. And I'm not saying that you're wrong, because typically that is what he means, right? Like, but at the same time, he did walk it back and say, okay, all right, I didn't mean it like that. So, so to keep saying he meant it like that when he's tried to clarify that, okay, I didn't actually mean it like that. Now
Right, but
you all are kind of like,
no, I'm not accusing of. I'm just saying don't use a tactic. I'm not saying you're doing it. You did it. I'm saying you're not going to do it. I'm going to stop you, or I'm going to call it out, or I'm going to acknowledge it's not going the right way. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you're intentionally trying to do it, because a lot of times we do things that are learned behavior and it has to be called out on us. Like Amber is brilliant at clarifying and steel manning people's arguments so they don't try to put it in a bag. But I remember her and another person was trying to put me in the bag for steel manning because it's patronizing, it's condescending. But I'm like, no, it helps strengthen arguments and lets people know you're coming honestly and upfront. But not everybody wants to look at it from that point of view. What I'm trying to explain to Bias is that I can just, when someone hops on the phone wanting to debate and be contentious, I get real leery and standoffish. So whether you're hopping on the phone because you heard something, or you're hopping on the phone because you just got disconnected, or whenever you're talking about Trump, or when someone talks about Obama, I see you're chomping at the bits to prove someone wrong, or to get a point out, or not let someone speak wrong on your platform, or whatever it is. I'm not questioning motives. However, when we're going down the road and when someone's telling me that regardless of what you say, I already think it's this, or you don't possess the knowledge to get this information over here, I've seen those tactics before. And I'm just explaining it to you because some successful, respected people in our community do that. And whether it's conscious or subconscious, and they rub people the wrong way, I think that's what set Chief X off. Just that stance as if like, well, you don't speak the Metanetter, you don't know Mboli, you don't know French, you don't understand this, I've been doing this, and you speak from such a, I can't even, it's not, because it's not insulting to me, but it's just like, you don't give anyone credit. You think so high of yourself and your experience as if people don't do anything. You say Muhammad, or like, you know me, I'm going to show you 20% and you're not going to see 80%. You're just going to think that tip of the iceberg is one thing. It's easier to bumble and make mistakes because people think that more arrogant, and then you got them right where you want to. So when you want to be knowledgeable, you can. You tell me that Elijah Muhammad didn't do anything, but he got books, or I got hardback copies of Message to the Black Man that I read when I was younger, and it influenced a lot of people. I mean, it's just amazing when you can make declarative statements and then tiptoe back, but then double down on your declarative statements. And I'm not saying this, but did not absolutely nothing. Well, I'm not saying absolutely nothing, but no, it's like, I know what you're doing. It's entertaining and it's funny. But then when I'm saying something on it, sometimes you got to either say like, okay, well, that's not my intentions. I didn't mean that. And I'll back up off of it. But you can't get frustrated when I call you out when it's happening again and again.
Right. Okay. So real quick, I agree with you, Watcher. But what I was trying to highlight, and not saying that you're interpreting him wrong, I'm saying it's possible that you're interpreting him wrong, and that his tone is off, or that he's doing this thing and he's interpreting your communication as to, hey, just don't do that. Or you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to have a conversation. But
I rub people the wrong way when I speak because it's very direct, and sometimes I misspeak. I misspeak a lot. So when I talk general, when I talk to the audience, I don't necessarily mean to be attacking Unbiased because I'm aware of what he does. I watch him or listen to him. I know he's debating a lot of the different religions, or when he's speaking to people on vaccines and viruses. So I know how he gets excited. I know he does a lot of reading and he's ready and he's prepared for certain situations. What my issue is like, I don't get into debates. I try to have a discussion because I'm willing to concede when I'm wrong. So when someone comes at to me as if I have to be married to a position and they're ready to beat me up on a position that I don't even really am married to, it's like, okay, here we go. I just deal with that with people who are like insecure in the real world. I understand he has a real world life and he has a real job and real friends and he meets other people. So I'm not saying he's one of these people. There are people who have, or their world is debating, or their world is ripping someone apart or standing on their firm or whatever. I don't want to, because again, I fuck with Unbiased. So I don't want this to come across as if I think he's using these dishonest tactics intentionally. I'm just saying we're walking down the roads and I'm hearing quacking, I see something floating in the water. It's starting to sound like
it feels familiar.
Right. And so when I'm saying it's kind of like a hey warning, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. That's what I'm doing. Like, nigga, why you doing this shit? Nigga, you a whole ass nigga, you doing the same bullshit that whoop do.
You're not going to do this to me. I'm not going to let you do this to me. I'll back up. I'm not even going to argue. That's my position I'm trying to come from. Like, I will fall back before I get put into something that I'm not trying to be put into.
Right. But all I was trying to say, because I kind of understand, like, I get it. I feel the same way. Sometimes you just get tired of it. I'm not even gonna go down that road. I know where you're going. That ain't what I'm trying to do. I thought we was just talking today. I ain't know that, I'm being baited into something. But what I was trying to communicate, and I think this is kind of happening with me and you right now. Like earlier, you're like, I remember, the steel man, you're good at clarifying, but before I was told it was arrogant. And it's not that steel manning is arrogant. I was trying to address your tone when you do it, because tone is important. Same thing that I'm trying to say right now with unbiased. Like, if that's not how you're intending it, I can agree with Watcher. Your tone, that's what it's giving. You understand what I'm saying? Same way, your tone right now, what you're saying, well, I'm not trying to come at them this and the third, but your tone is saying, like, I know
Stop fucking
you're
with
trying
me.
to come
I
at.
see what you're doing. Stop fucking with me.
So
you do
what
this to
I'm
everyone
saying
else.
is,
Stop fucking with me.
tone is important.
But Amber, that was the stitch of my point, because I was trying to explain that to you, and it was Melvin, and you were like, it doesn't matter how you say it, because you're like, well, just give me an example. It can be anything, and it's like, if we were going, but the whole point was y'all was not even trying to feel it. Y'all weren't trying to budge on anything, as if it shouldn't even be done at all, because that was his argument, and then you co-signed onto it. So I felt like I was having a conversation with both of you guys, and this was early. And again, the way I speak, I get it.
We would definitely have to review that argument, because
I was sitting in a room full of
I don't
people
ever
who
have
were
a problem
laughing.
with someone clarifying, like, or saying, hey, well, let me be charitable and do this, like giving people the benefit of the doubt, or, okay, well, there's nothing wrong with that. So I would really be interested.
The conversation was going like, because you guys were tagging me with something I said Wujawu or somebody was doing. Like, whenever someone makes a point, you have to re-say the point to be smart. And I'm like, that's not what I'm doing. And it was like, well, sometimes I said, no, sometimes I have to explain it because I want them to know what I'm saying. So when I counter, I don't want to counter what they're not saying, because people like weaseling out of things. And it's hard having conversations with people who are intellectually dishonest, because when you're trying to narrow down what they're saying, like every time I try to steal, man, just to clarify, people want to hop off of that because they can see the arrow coming towards it, or they can see I'm trying to line them up. And I'm like, damn, I'm not even trying to line them up. I just want to understand what you're saying. But sometimes I am trying to line you up, or people recognize that once I get nailed down to this statement, I'm in trouble. But what I was trying to say is it's beneficial to do that. And if they don't agree with it, they don't have to. But y'all were tying it into something like, well, it comes across condescending, or people don't want to do that. Or sometimes you don't need to steal, man. The conversation or the statement that they make is quite simple. You should just counter that. And so then they're like, I'm like, anything can be steel, man. Then y'all try to give me an example. I steal, man, to see, you came across arrogant. I'm like, okay, wow. Now I just backed off of it. But again, I was in the room with like 3 other people. So we were listening to the conversation. It was like, well, not everybody took the course or it was a conversation that was brought to my attention that once they go out and do it, or they see it, then they'll learn it. Because there's been things that you brought to my attention, and I've had world views and point of views, and then you explained it to me. I'm like, shit, well, maybe I need to revisit that, or I need to understand that, or I was able to change my shirt back at fucking Calvin Klein because I handled it the way you told me to handle it. It's like a lot of times, like my daughter's in school and there's some bully type situation. Like, I listen to what people say, and if I think that you're saying something smart or intelligent that contributed, I'm going to write it down and I'll bring it to your face. Like, yeah, I appreciate you, but you gave me that knowledge. I'm not someone who has to be right. There's been plenty of times when I said, maybe I'm wrong. I'll hold it now. I probably conceded more than anybody on this platform. And some of those times I was right, but I'll just hold an L for the sake of a conversation, or these niggas ain't where I'm at, or they haven't read what I read. So they get beat up on me right now because I'm inarticulate. I've been smoking, or I've been drinking, or whatever the situation is. So I'll just hold it right now. It ain't about me. It's about the platform, entertainment. It's unbiased. They don't come here for fucking me. They're listening to Amber. So again, my ego's not tied to any of this. I just get annoyed when I feel people are super tying their ego towards me and then framing me as if I'm doing the same thing. I'm like, come on, bro. It's not that serious to me. To me, it's like going to the barbershop and pulling up with people that I fuck with. I don't have to go to the barbershop because I got fucking braids. But I still come in here because I like fucking with y'all. And I'll sit here for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours at the barbershop with fucking braids, not getting touched up or fresh or anything. But I'm not going to be a place where I'm tolerated and niggas talking crazy to me or just being slick. I just don't do that. Even if I fuck with you, I don't fuck with you.
So I'll say this. For me, I don't recall all the details of that previous conversation, but I'll say this. Like, there are times when I'm genuinely, like, I'm just trying to get clarity. And people assume, you're, like you said, you're trying to line them up. Now,
right.
It's not my fault that you feel lined up or you identify where you're finna fall. Okay, I'm fucking up because this line of questioning finna have me fucked up. That ain't my problem.
I've been on both sides.
Right, but there are some times when I know that the way I'm saying it, like I'm intentionally saying it this way because although yes, I'm still manning or whatever, like I know I got your ass. I know this. And I'm saying it in a way where I know I got your ass. And then there are other times when that ain't really what I was trying to do. Now, I did know me asking this question was going to lead to that, but I wasn't trying like to make a fool of you. Or I'm really trying to walk you through the logic of this thing. Right?
Right.
Like,
right.
But again, I can be honest and say, for me, yes, there are times when I'm being genuine, and there are times when I'm being arrogant, condescending, and I'm saying this in a way because, okay, nigga, you full of shit, and I'm finna show you with this one question.
I'm there now.
Yeah, now I'm finna show you with this question, and while I can say I do feel like you genuinely be at, you try to come in and be the mediator and the, but I'm gonna be honest, your fuse be kind of short. Like, so as soon as the motherfucker cuts you off, you'll switch to the condescending, arrogant, and this, that, and the third. And I was just trying to steel man your argument in this, that, and the third. And it's like, yeah, you was trying to do that, but now you got a little sauce on that too, and
right.
Like we can't say that ain't. Yeah, it might have started out with good intentions, but it's saucy as fuck now. You got some sauce on that shit. Like,
and I expect to be called out on that shit. Which I think there's been some people who called me out on that a few times. Haskell will let me know when nigga tripping. Chef will let me know. Sosa will let me know. Bias. Both y'all, niggas call me out to a degree.
Bias just argues back though. Like, and that's what we saying tonight. And actually, it's been entertaining. Y'all was actually entertaining me when I was even with the basketball shit. Like,
Yeah, because we
just
talk because we know it, but I don't think we get disrespectful to each other. I came at him with an arrow that I probably would use for someone else, so it was undeserving. I can admit that because when I'm going, I go. And I have a very bad habit. I think it was you who brought it to my attention that I have to let shit go. I have a habit of holding shit. And you said this maybe probably like 8 months ago. And I was telling my wife about this shit. And it was like, it's amazing how I may have heard it before, but when you said it, it rung true. So like when I be catching myself, even if I'm belaboring the point or over lecturing my daughter, sometimes I gotta catch myself like, oh, okay. Like even me bringing up that part about the steel manning with you guys, I could have let it go, but I just see you do it so much, and you really, because niggas lie in debates and arguments. I stop even having these conversations when I see you're going to be intellectually dishonest. So the only way to defeat somebody who's going to dishonest and lie, you have to nail them down to what they're saying, but you also have to be charitable in nailing them down. So that's what steel man is. It's not a tactic to be tricky. It's just you're tired of a motherfucker being jello running all over the place. So you want to say, nigga, is this what you're saying? Are you sure? You're sure this is what you're saying? And I'm saying it nice and possible, taking out all the fluffiness. So this is what you're saying? All right, great. Now I can attack it, or now I can address it, or now I can ask a serious question. But when people see you doing that and they don't have good intentions, the conversation starts getting murky. They start insulting you. They try to drag you into the deep waters and shit. And I don't like being dragged into the deep water. So before I'm biased, or when he was bringing up that intention, it was reminding me like, okay, nigga, you're going to start going into water that's above your neck. And I don't have a problem with that, but slow walk me to that. Don't just automatically just open up the book, start pointing at
pictures on the wall. Now I'm just completely immersed, and now I'm your student, and now I have to listen to everything that you're saying because I can't really refute anything or even understand it because you're teaching me. How the fuck are you going to debate somebody when you're teaching? You know? So Bias wasn't necessarily doing that, but I noticed that he was throwing that out there as if it was a badge on his chest, so he don't even have to do it. It's like, I don't have to drag you to the water, nigga, because I already know that you can't swim type shit. And no matter what the fuck, no matter where I throw you in the water, nigga, I know that you're gonna drown. It was so to me, he may not have been meaning it, but that's how my brain was hearing it. And I'm like, nigga, we're not gonna do this. Nigga, you're not gonna try to attack it on me. And then I had to explain the tactic, just like I had to explain Steel Man. I had to explain gaslighting. I had to explain fucking Gish Gallop. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm trying to be dishonest. I'm putting these conversations out there so we can get more intellectual and we can have a beneficial argument, or we can identify this nigga's bullshitting, or he's not even answering a question. He's just throwing a whole bunch of different responses that sound like a good, you know what I mean? Like I do this to cut out the bullshit. I want to throw all the bullshit off the table and just leave the facts. And I don't mind being wrong. That's the only way I grow. Because most of the time in the real world, I'm running shit. So ain't nobody trying to tell me shit. Everybody needs to get shit from me. So they're not trying to correct me. Nobody's calling me out on shit. And they damn sure don't get physical because that's not even a realistic option. You know, so in my world, I have motherfuckers. That's why I feel sorry for a lot of these athletes and entertainers and shit, because when you get into an environment where you're a provider or you're making a way for multiple people, they're not telling you the fucking truth.
Top dog, people afraid to challenge you. Yeah. Unfortunately, that ain't my ministry. Shit. Fuck you, nigga. I don't give a shit what you do. Take all that shit. Fuck you. I'm still say what I say. Fuck my goddamn talk.
And I married the broad.
Listen. Got to. Shit. Cuss, nigga.
Man.
Shut your ass up. You don't know everything. Listen to me. You'll go fine. But what was I getting ready to say? Yeah. Well, first, we already identified Unbiased off mute. I thought he was asleep, but we identified earlier. Unbiased came on the line on one. Okay. What y'all say about Obama?
I felt he missed this. I honestly felt he missed this. You know what I'm saying? He was excited to get back on.
That nigga said, what you say about Obama? Don't nobody better not speak on it. If you haven't read books about Obama, I advise you not to even say his name.
Not okay. So yeah, both.
And that was at me. Something I said.
No,
but you know he didn't. You know he didn't really know who said it. He had just came on the line, so he really didn't know that.
That's why I was laughing, and I made sure to clarify. But I mean, like that was like the first straw. I'm like, okay, here we go.
Look, so what I'm saying is this: you got a lot of anti-Obamites that knows nothing about what he's done. Okay, right. I actually read some shit, and look, some shit wasn't even supposed to be about him. I'm reading the credit book. They got nothing to do with Obama. His name is in there. I'm like, dang. I'm reading about marijuana. Amber's on a call by this crazy motherfucker. We're reading about marijuana, right? His name is tied to a lot of shit happening, and I'm like, I know these niggas don't know this, right?
Yeah.
So with that being said, when I start reading other stuff, I see Trump name pop up for like positive stuff. I'm like, yeah, I know anti-Trump type don't know this shit. You dig? So I'm like, they're gonna be in trouble because they're not putting in real research, right? Not you watchers, but real research. So when we cover vaccines, we try the best of our ability to cover everything about vaccines, the good and the bad. So therefore, we can never be caught off guard with ambush scholarship. You dig? So we really read the good and bad, or even the possibility of some surprise shit. That's what we do. So therefore, when they try to pull that shit, it doesn't work. Like, nah, I know about that too. You dig? I can explain what happened right there. So like that's one of them. So the watcher, when I interview, okay, I'm only interviewing. All my views are recorded, and I've been doing this for 10 years. So a matter of fact, a dude that hopped on, I think his name Cleophas hopped on Amber.
I interviewed him 10 years ago before YouTube. None of y'all was ever thinking about this shit. I interviewed him on a free conference call number. There was no YouTube. It was, well, I mean, it was YouTube, but it wasn't as popular and
It's like a
accessible.
party phone about religion.
Right. So it was a free conference call that I later uploaded on YouTube. Okay.
Yikes.
I later did that, but it was no YouTube. It was not popular. Nobody knew about that shit. So he came back on and he didn't do any better. So the watcher, what I do is I don't start the argument. I interview every last one of them. I have them give background and I ask their opinion about certain doctrines in the teachings. And they give me their opinion, and then they're always disingenuous, the watcher.
Yeah.
Because they believe I'm just a regular motherfucking interviewing. They have no idea I know the doctrine better than them.
I've seen a few of them, and I love that shit.
Right, that's mostly all of them. Okay, so when they try me, I'll say, hey, because watcher. The only way I can interview them is that I gotta appear I don't know the doctrine. Like I have no affiliation, never been a Muslim, never had an ex. Or they
You
won't
gotta
come
hide
on.
your power level. I get it.
Right, but they won't come on. So I gotta act like I'm just curious about the Yaqub doctrine. Just tell me more. They come on thinking they're gonna be teaching and lying and educating, and I say, hey, well, what about this? And then eventually they're gonna realize, okay, this brother knows the doctrine. And half of them don't even know they're on a live YouTube feed.
You ain't shit.
They think it's a free conference call.
Oh
right?
yeah. He been setting motherfuckers clean up. Motherfuckers been. I fuck around, mention the chat, like
yeah.
Be like, this nigga don't know. This nigga don't know. So now he gotta explain the chat. What chat? Oh, we on YouTube.
No, but I'm glad. But look, Amber, I'm glad.
Watcher, the tactics he's been employing, shameful. I have to tell you about it one day. Shameful.
Oh yeah.
Shameful.
Listen, I'm no different than the rulers of this fucking world. You dig, motherfuckers? There are no rules. You dig,
man.
Now all of a sudden you a victim of circumstance, nigga. I'm just a product of my environment.
Hey man, you gotta meet power, you dig?
That's the truth. I'm learning now that I can't disarm my daughter. I'm like, you know what? Don't lie to your mother and father. When you go out in that world, make it home. I don't give a fuck what happened out there. But here, you ain't lying to us. Don't lie to your mom and father. What about other people? Fuck them.
Yeah, right. I'm trying to tell you, Amber.
We all learn.
Is that
as
wrong?
we get older. Shit.
No.
Lies are a part of survival. Everybody learns to lie for some reason or another. Now you can't be no petty ass habitual liar. But everybody tell lies. Come on.
I just don't want to disarm her. You know what I mean?
No. You did great. Okay, because I was talking to Tiara, right? Tiara, Amber. Tiara be coming on. I'm talking to her on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
No, it wasn't even her. It was somebody else. But the subject of lies came on. And they seen lies as some evil shit. I said, yo, that's your religious perspective. If you take that out, lying and telling the truth is useful. Okay? So, Amber, if somebody gonna threaten your kids, and your kids gotta lie to get home, you're gonna stamp that shit.
Facts.
Watch it. You're right. So lying is useful. There's nothing wrong with that. Religion makes it like it's just evil.
Yeah.
Because tell the truth will get your ass killed too. Or how about when they interrogate them niggas on First 48? They tell the truth, and guess what? 50 fucking years for telling the truth.
Facts.
So telling truth and lies, that's a religious perspective.
Here's another example. A kid feels like a kid's answering a door and somebody comes to the door selling solar panels or a newspaper. Are you home alone? Are you home alone? Is your kid allowed to lie? No. I'm not home alone. Or yeah, I'm home alone. You see what I mean? Like at a certain point in time, you got to recognize you have to teach your kid to survive, and deceit might be a necessary lesson. That's why I'm like, well, don't lie to your mother and father. That's the rules. You don't lie to us.
A simple philosophy class Well, but even in that, right? Like, let's say, because there's exceptions to every rule.
Right.
Let's say, God forbid, and I'm just using the phrase, God forbid.
Of course. Go in.
There's a catastrophic accident, right? You all maimed up in the hospital, fucked up, broken up, this, that, and the third. You depressed over the next few months, you upset over the next few months because you not yourself, right?
Right.
I'm ugly and I'm disfigured and this, that, and the third.
Right.
You gonna want to hear your baby girl say, "No, daddy, you're beautiful," or "No, daddy, you're handsome," or "No, you understand what I'm saying?"
Right. Damn
like,
right.
even if she don't, if that ain't what she believes, you don't want her to say you're scary or you don't look like yourself, Dad, or I'm frightened. You don't want to hear that shit.
Right.
Lie to me, motherfucker.
Right.
That's what you gonna, and that's what your wife gonna encourage. Daddy needs to hear that this is, that he's the same, and he just as strong, and he make you just as proud. And you understand what I'm saying? Like, even if that ain't the truth in this moment, these are lies you need to hear to keep you going. This is the shit that keep you fighting. You understand what I'm saying? So all that bullshit about don't lie, like, nigga, lies is useful whenever the fuck you do. They serve their purpose. The truth ain't always the best.
That's true.
Right.
But also, my daughter, I didn't even teach. We don't teach her, but she's only 5, but she's already figured out that she's like her mommy's protector. Like, so if mommy does something, she'll lie for her mama, or she won't say anything.
Right.
Like, and I be testing her. So like, we had some donuts, and I'll put 3. It's 3 of us, so there'll be 3 donuts in a napkin. So after we eat, everybody will grab their donut or whatever it is, just something like that. And so like, mom will play, or she'll just take. I'm gonna eat them both, and she'll take my donut. So I'll come in like, "Did you take my papa's donut?" And I'm like, "No, I did not." And they're like, "Well, who took my donut? Where is it?" And she saw mom did. We all saw mom do it, but she won't say shit. She won't say shit. And she just look at me, and I'm just like, "Wow." But
Right.
So there's certain things in her, and I don't want to fracture, so I'm not fucking with that shit. She's
mama.
supposed to do that. You understand?
Yeah, I'm allowed to protect mama.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, and not only that, kids pick up on, because your daughter knows how many times she's done something. She knows she done something, and she was, and mommy didn't tell daddy, or mommy didn't. So real recognize real. I got you too. Like, baby, you keep your mouth shut, I keep my eyes shut. We here. And I'm pretty sure that there's stuff that when it come down to, I know this would upset mommy if I said something that daddy did, so I ain't gonna say that. And I'm gonna let him have that.
Yeah. But she does, like, she'll get like, "Baby girl, what happened right here?" I'm like, "Who did this?" And even if I did it, she won't say shit. I'm like, "Oh shit." Like, "Oh shit." So I see she's there's at that age, you're smart enough to recognize the situation and they don't want to give an answer that might compromise the comfort level or whatever it is that they're going through their mind. I don't want to psych the kid, but it's like their preservation of peace is heightened at that age. Yeah. Which I was oblivious to, I believe, until I started paying attention to her. Like, she recognizes when mama's getting upset or papa's getting upset, and she does the little things to keep shit at bay, especially when she fucks up, and then we're mad at each other.
They some conflict resolution specialists.
Man.
When I say me and my youngest sons, that we couldn't get along for shit. Like, for shit. We'll have little spurts of getting along, but like, if we're around each other too long, we guarantee to get into an argument. Like, full-fledged, acting a goddamn fool argument. Because he reckless, fuck that. Who you talking to? But my son, he'll come, he's like, "Come on, mommy," or "Come on, dad." Like, he gonna step in and, "All right, now I gotta separate y'all." Like, literally, like, "All right, come on. Let's just go to the park or something. Come on, daddy, I want to watch a movie." Or he's gonna interrupt and like, We done with this shit. Y'all doing too much. Let's go.
Yeah,
like
see that. See when kids be doing stuff like that, I get amazed, but then I start feeling like shit. Like my daughter, I'll make her a plate, and I get a conference call. Or I gotta hop on a Zoom or something, and so like I'll make her a plate. It's in the microwave. 30 minutes go by, and I'm about to come downstairs, and I hear the microwave door shut. I'm like, what the? Oh shit, I didn't get it. And so I'll come downstairs, and she's eating her food. I'm like, oh wow, is it cold? Like, no, it's not cold. I'm like, you Papa left your food in the microwave? No, I got it. Was in there long? No, it wasn't in there long. And she's not making any contact. She's fucking 5 years old, bro. She's not even making any eye contact with me. She's pissed as fuck. Papa forgot about her and her food, but she's still not gonna throw that in my face and make me feel bad. Just the shit I'm dealing with.
Oh damn, she actually be mad. Nah, my son will grab something, but truth be told, and I'm talking about when he was that age. But truth be told, I don't think he felt no way about it. Honestly, it's almost like he was trying to beat me to the microwave to make sure, like that made him feel independent and like a big boy. You know what I'm saying? So he ain't really give a damn. It was one more thing that he could do.
But it's sat in there for at least 30 minutes, Amber, is what I'm saying. Because I put it in there right before I went upstairs. And I thought I said get it when it comes out, but maybe I forgot. I was in such a rush. But when as I was coming downstairs, I heard the microwave shut. So by the time I came all the way downstairs around the corner, she was sitting at the table with a plate full of food. So I know she just got it out, and it was not really warm. So she said it was warm enough. And I feel bad because yeah.
Now is that the kind of response that your wife would have gave? Like, oh no, don't worry about it.
Yeah, she's really unbothered. She's a lot of shit don't get to her. Well, I take that back. Like, she has a breaking point. It builds up.
You probably should have warned. Like she said,
I warmed it back up. I warmed it up and like, apologized, gave her a hug, and I'm sorry, baby girl, I forgot. It's okay. It's just I feel bad because I was raised a horrible different way. So to her, it just rolls off her shoulder. But to me, I was raised by like step parents and stuff. So I was constantly measuring and trying not to get fucked up or sit back or neglected or whatnot. So all my love was conditional. It wasn't no unconditional love. We love you forever. I knew that if I fucked up enough, I was out. You know what I mean? So being raised that way, you don't really know what love is or being tolerated. You know what I mean? You don't know if people want you around or you're just being tolerated. But then as you grow older, you start seeing their children, your cousins, the way they're being treated and things that aren't allowed to happen to them. And here I go sitting on the psych chair this late with Amber again. But it allows you to see the difference being a stepchild or an immigrant or not being of the stock, you know?
But the thing is, I do feel like, and me and a friend of mine had this conversation not long ago, because her mom died at like an early age when she was young. And so she was raised by like her aunties, grandma, but you know, everybody pitched in because she was the only child her mother had. But even though her aunties never said it, she kind of always felt like there was that boundary of there's a limit. Like there's a limit to what I can do because, like you said, I'm not their child. I'm a plus one. So there's this, you know, invisible limit. I don't know what that limit is because I haven't gotten there. But there's a limit, right?
Yeah. And you want some examples?
So for me,
like being a boy, you can't hug the auntie too much because her boyfriend, who ends up becoming her husband, don't like that shit or feel insecure. And then when his son comes around, he doesn't want you being too buddy, and now you got to call your auntie mom because he doesn't want his kids called. Like, there's a lot of things that happen to a child psychologically that the trauma comes out years down the line. Like, what the fuck happened? How come they're treating me this way? You just don't get it. And you know, and they don't explain it. And then you get 18 and all of a sudden there's an apartment book guide on your bed. And he's like, nigga, get the fuck out. And then you go out in the world and you make your way, and everybody and all the family want to make it seem like you are obligated, but not recognizing that your story was a Cinderella story, nigga. Your ass was holding everything together. So that trauma has me overanalyzing the way I interact with people, or especially with my daughter, because I was raised with a certain temperament and no nonsense, because was playing and all that shit wasn't allowed and tolerated. So sports, lifting weights and all that shit became my mechanism to get my own independence, and then getting money and then and all that type of shit. So when I'm raising this one, I'm trying to not reintroduce traumas to her that was introduced to me, because it's like what I'm realizing with kids, the hardest part about raising kid is raising the you out of them. So when you may have tendencies or habits and things that you do, your child is picking up because they're watching you. And then as you're watching your child, they're going to start doing things that tick you off, that annoy you. And then once you get that realization that that's you, then it's that lesson. And again, I'm only 5 years into this shit, so I can imagine all the epiphanies and come to Jesus or Allah, Buddha, whatever, Noble Drew Ali moments you don't have with your children, or epiphanies that like, damn, am I doing the right thing? Or damn, I'm doing great at this. Or man, I might be fucking up. Like, how do you not fuck up your son with dealing with Black women? Or do you not even think that you can do that?
I mean, that's the thing. I don't even focus on shit like that. Like,
but do you understand that can be a real cause? Like, I have a lot of homies who think that because their mother was a strong figure in XYZ and it may have went a little too wrong one way, they're like, I'm only fucking with Mexican girls. I only fucking with white girls. And it hurts because I know that their mother meant well, but for some reason or some way, somehow it was taken the wrong way.
But I'm finna tell you, like,
I'm listening.
Me, my sister and my cousins just had this conversation last night, and it's gonna be a little, unpopular. But a lot of parents, like as parents, motherfuckers put too much into it, and it's a lot wrapped up in ego. Like,
explain.
You guide your kids, but ultimately you don't really make them who they are. They choose to be who they gonna be. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I have kids that are studious and, they value certain things. And I introduced it and I was consistent with it, but they could have just as easily said, fuck that, I'm doing this other thing, because they've been exposed to some degree to that thing. So while I can give credit to myself for introducing it and being consistent with that, ultimately I don't get the credit for their choice to actually stick with these things today, because then they still gonna get out of my house and they have other options to choose to do other things. I can only hope that they stay the course and I've shown them the benefit to stay in the course and go on this path and the benefits that it provides versus the opposite. The bottom line is I just have to be who I am. I have to support in the way that I know how. I try to self-reflect and self-correct and change things as I go along. I try to have grace when, like you said, you see the things that you don't necessarily like about yourself, or you realize that you didn't even realize it was a flaw until you seen that behavior manifested in your child. I try to embrace those things, look at it like, damn, that's what I be on. Okay, let me find a way to one, self-correct that, and then try to find a way to express to them that this ain't necessarily something they need to internalize. I try to communicate to my kids that my flaws are not necessarily their flaws. They don't have to make mistakes that I make. And even though I'm steadily making them, or, I'm steadily expressing them, you could choose to do something else. I'm not saying don't do it, because ultimately that's hypocritical of me. I'm just saying this is a flaw that I have and I'm working really hard to change it. And it would be best if you didn't adopt this thing, because it's going to be just as hard for you to change it. But as far as I'm concerned, a lot of parents get themselves too, like, you will have a person with 7 kids and, okay, maybe 5 of them doing excellent. And they're like, oh, I raised these wonderful kids. The other 2 is trash. I don't know where they got that from. Well, didn't you raise them? The fuck? How you get the credit for the 5 wonderful, but the 2 that ain't wonderful, you won't get the credit for that. So bottom line is people give themselves too much credit for the outcome.
Damn,
you create
Amber.
the environment and the space and the experience, but you do not ultimately control the outcome. So don't give yourself that much credit.
I hear that. I mean, because that's the issue that I ran with a lot of my family members and shit, because a couple of siblings ended up incarcerated and passed away and shit, and then they hear at the funeral or after the passing how everyone wanted to be buddy and lovey and partner with the sibling. But I'm like, I remember visiting you guys and I get a phone call and I accept it. I'm like, hey, you want to talk to him real quick? No, I want to talk to that nigga. I'm like, oh wow, okay. But when the extended members of the family come, it's just like, it's wild how the family like do not give a fuck about this child, that child, this child, but the one that did succeed, they want to cling to that. Like, yeah, I put all my hard work into this and all my sacrifices. You did this, and you're like, oh wow, really? Hearing motherfuckers saying they made Hove, nigga, what happened to the last 4 Hoves that you had?
Exactly.
You got all these kids.
First about the shit is manipulative, it's toxic, like it's narcissistic because
gaslighting.
Like
that's where I fucking learned this shit.
It's a lot of parents have a God complex. Like that's that pastor shit, like or that Elijah Muhammad and the NOI they saved me and I was down here and I was in the street and I was doing this and you wasn't shit until you found this thing like they weren't shit. I raised them up, made them beautiful kids and made them and they successful because of how I did. Man, bullshit. Like, give yourself the credit. No, you're successful because you stayed the course. You're successful because of the discipline. You're successful because of the hard work you put in. You mean to tell me a motherfucker want credit for what they did 15, 20 years ago? But how you living today, that's the result of what they did 15, 20 years ago. Oh, okay. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Bingo. Because you could have fucked that up at any moment for the last 10 to 15 years ago. And then they would disown your ass like a motherfucker. I don't know what happened to him. He didn't listen.
I don't know where they got that from. Why not? Why the fuck not? Oh, no, I was on my own. I was raised by wolves. I'm a
facts, man. But what kills me is it's the gaslighting, the intellectual dishonesty. So like they want to take credit for all the good things, but let family come around, or you try to have a conversation and you bring up something that was maybe unfavorable or unsavory about your childhood or something like that. Then they'll gaslight you. That didn't happen. We didn't do that. I didn't say that. And then all of a sudden,
you're remember, like, or
am I tripping?
When you was sensitive, when you was, you was just that happens all the time. Again, like I said, I was literally on the phone for hours with my sister yesterday discussing this shit, and just because I come to realize there's a lot of people that are under these types of traumas. Like they don't even realize they adults still reliving fucking trauma. Like your parents still talk like this and you believe it and you don't even recognize that you're being manipulated, you're being gaslit. Like you don't even realize that motherfuckers is playing all in your face. And honestly, to be fair, I think most parents, like our generation and above, they've come up under this type of parenting, so they don't even realize they do it. They don't realize that, you owe me. You should be thankful that I brought you into. I gave you like the entitlement. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
Like they don't even realize they look at their kids like that as though they're entitled to it, regardless as to whether or not they gave them the best upbringing. Like full clothes and shelter, you owe me for the rest of your life because I gave you that. And don't let me gave you some good advice once upon a time. Oh, you really owe me big. Like it's bananas to me.
But is that how we're raised? Because when I was talking to one of my homies, I even hear Haskell say, but it's hard for me to give Haskell the full credit because he's too comical and he enjoys the masculinity too much. And I love it's funny as fuck. And it could be condescending to a degree, but it's hard to really I don't want to say that because that's being dismissive. Let me find a better way to phrase it. Fuck, I'm gonna forget my point. Go ahead, I gotta come back to it because I gotta.
Oh, I was just it's a little crazy to me. I ain't gonna even say little. It's a lot of crazy to me. But I was talking to my sister the other night because we were discussing. I said, well, I've always been the outspoken. Like it ain't just here. Like everywhere I be doing this shit and motherfuckers be mad, right? So of course I've shared that I came up in foster care, for several years. Stayed with my aunt initially and then went to some foster homes and then ultimately got reunited with my mom when I was 11. But I had the least amount of, in-home time with her. But at the end of the day, my mom you would not know that for the first 10 years of my life, my contact with her was minimal because of the way she speaks regarding what we owe her, right? Like, she's very entitled. I can go through and read text messages and you'll be like, what? Like, it's bananas. But my other sister's entertaining, right? Like, she texted my sister the other day, take me on vacation. Blase Skippy Whoop. Like, these are the type of things she asked for. The previous year, my sister was getting her vows. The previous year, my sister was getting her vows renewed. And she, kind of let everybody know, oh, I'm getting my vows renewed. I'm thinking about doing, little vacation in Hawaii or something where everybody, go out and we renew our vows. Now, no, when my sister then plans things like this, my mom doesn't have to pay because that's how her husband moves. Like, their mothers don't have to pay for anything, right? Her mother don't, his mother don't. Tell me why she said whether or not she go depends on what she get for her birthday.
What the
So just to give you an idea, right?
Yeah.
So for me, when I hear certain comments like, I can't help, oh, well, I gave y'all this. Now I'm always going hold on, let's walk it back. Let's slow it down. You were very absent for very key moments where, y'all get this and that from me, and I taught y'all, and we've got into arguments. So you do know when I was reunited with you at 11, I was already who I was going to be. I had already had my values and principles aligned. I wasn't one of these people that was just finding themselves. I knew very much the person I wanted to be at 11 years old. I had already been exposed to all types of literature, personalities. I had already concocted how I wanted to present myself in this world. You ain't really had nothing to do with that.
Wow. Wait a minute. Who raised her?
Her mother and father.
Oh, so she had a mother and father who raised her.
Yes.
Wow. Yikes. See, this is what I don't again. That's the point I was getting to because my homie brought the conversation up in the Haskell. Well, he was like, Black women aren't raised to be subservient. Shit, that is a Haskell argument. I've heard him say it. But how he was bringing it to me, it was just like, nigga, you're not gonna raise your daughter to serve no man. Say, what person do you know? Be real. That's raising their daughters to serve a man that's not in no religion. Everyone's raising their daughter to be independent, be strong, and to be self-sufficient. Now, where do you think we're going to be in the next 15 to 20 years? If everybody's telling their daughter they don't need a man, they don't have to compromise, and they can do everything and have everything they want, the fabulous career, the longevity, and all this type of shit. And it's the argument I had to hold because I felt like it was valid. But then when I hear a lot of the trade arguments, I'm like, damn, we just going to end up wiping all of us out of education, teaching the women to stay at home and the men going into trades. So,
but
go ahead.
here's the thing, and you know, I guess Unbiased can go back and clip this later because I don't necessarily, you know. I've been on a quest for the past few months to try to get. So, my mother is the youngest girl. They have 5 girls and 5 boys, so it's 10 of them total, right? My mother is the youngest girl. I want to say she's like number 7, 6 or 7, right? In the line of children. So, and she was raised by both parents. So this isn't a, you know, she didn't have a father in the home and this, that, and the third. She's been married. Most of her sisters and brothers are married, have been married, right? But I've been on a quest for the past few months to try to get some context around the woman that her mother was, right? Because she died in 91. I was already in the system. Although I was staying with her sister, we had minimal contact. My auntie was real churchy, even though she was a more non-denominational Christian, but she was Christian. She kind of felt like she was a little above all of her other siblings, you know, more money, bigger house. She just really didn't fuck with her siblings like that. And that's who we stayed with, me and my other 2 sisters. So when my grandmother passed, I was young, didn't quite, because prior to that, I lived in Texas. You know, we hadn't been in Indiana long. So I didn't really get an opportunity to bond with my grandma or really get to know her. So as I got older, I'm like, well, damn, because my grandfather just passed in 2019, her dad. And he's always been the rock as far as I can remember in our family, from what I, you know of my family from when I can remember. He's always been that staple, that foundation. So I know a hell of a lot about him. Like we have whole family traditions surrounding him. We celebrate his birthday, February 14th. We had a Father's Day extravaganza every year until he passed, and probably will be starting that back up, you know, soon. Just to celebrate in his memory. So fathers are celebrating in our family like nobody's business, right? However, you would think that my grandmother passed when they was little kids. I had to think, me and my cousins on the phone, I had to think, well, that's a who the fuck on. We never hear stories about grandma, and why is that? Like, they wasn't kids when she passed. They was grown as hell with full families. We talking 30s and 40s. Right? We've asked our parents, and it's 10 of them. We've asked our parents, tell us stories about them. Because she was a submissive wife, and all we ever hear about her was she was sick. She loved her husband, you know. They can't tell us stories about their childhood. They can't tell us stories about who she was, you know. Once they started building families, like, she's forgettable. Do you hear what I'm saying? Their mother, they can't.
Damn.
I'm not being funny. I'm being dead ass, and it's bothersome to me as a woman. Like, I can't imagine. They were older than my kids are right now. I can't imagine my kids not being able to identify one memory or one thought or one funny story to give me a stock answer. She loved her husband and she was sick. Like, the fuck? But who was she? What was her personality? Like, why you can't communicate that? Do you understand what I'm saying? So,
damn.
I don't think people realize that subservient shit, that quiet, meek stuff. I'm pretty sure if you ask most of these
people who came from that background, just ask them who their grandma was as a person, as a woman. Ask their kids. Most times they don't know because they didn't even have a personality, and if they did, they were scared to express it. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I see it. I get it. I get it. My response to homie was like, I never was of the stock to make my daughter wait on no other dudes. I mean, like I've been to different cultures, homes and stuff. And so from teaching, tutoring, coaching, I've been to Croatian or Bosnia, Herzegovina, whatever. It's like a combination of Croatia, the Bosnian, and the Serbians. So it's a whatever. One of them countries that Russia probably gonna be going after later. You know what I mean? But anyway, their family, they're Muslim, the traditional, not the more 5%er and all that stuff. They're like, I don't want to say real because that's relative, but I mean the Quran, I should say. They follow the Quran type shit. But when we went over there, me and my wife, like they had their daughters waiting on us, hands and foot. And I trained their son in basketball. He's playing in Nevada right now, for the University of Nevada. But it was just shit. I gotta be careful what I say.
Uncomfortable. Yeah.
I don't want to dox it, but yeah, they do everything for them. And it's just like their culture. And I mean, they're sweet kids. I don't want to call them kids because they're in college. Well, they're all in college now. But I mean, they took my plate, took my wife's plate, they took our shoes and gave us sandals because you don't walk in their house with shoes. They give you socks and sandals. I mean, like it's they live like that, you know what I mean? But just how the women did everything. And when people come to my house, I don't even like my wife serving at the motherfuckers. I need to go get your shit. She ain't. It's just. But I don't know what it is.
It's cultural, though.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, truth be told.
But wasn't that our culture, or that's just what they picked up from the slave master?
That's the thing. At a time, it was, but then I feel like more recent, like more contemporary, urban culture. It changed it's like.
But what's Black American culture other than culture taught to us by the slave master, or mimicked by the slave master, or done in response to, or the opposite? Because like parents want to take credit, like they inspired you, but sometimes your inspired came in spite of them. Like you decided to do everything opposite of them. You know what I mean? So that's what I wanted.
You learn from what you're taught and what no, fuck that. I don't want to do none of that shit you're doing. I'm gonna do the opposite thing. Oh no, I don't want to do that. But I agree to a degree. Like there's no one root, and there's really no one Black culture, because even what is collectively identified as Black culture can have slight variances depending on where you are. Like,
true.
So for me, I'll say like traditionally it used to be serve, women serve this, that, and third, because we were emulating a certain, dynamic found in white society. And then as that changed, it changed for us as well. And then you had other things that changed our culture even more outside of the scope of what was quote unquote mainstream culture. You had rap coming in, you had like the hood, baller dude and gangs and this competition for the baddest woman, where it became Marcher's gone, where it became kind of taboo for your woman to pay other men attention, or for your woman to give the same type of consideration, compassion, service, however you want to phrase it, to another man outside of you. So then it became a exclusivity thing. She's exclusively mine. She exclusively serves me. She exclusively affords me these things. And if you want this type of treatment, get your woman to do that. Versus it's hospitable for when you come to this man's house for his woman to serve him. It became, no, I'm the man and my woman serves me and no other man. That became how men asserted their dominance over other men, if that makes sense. At least that's how I perceive it. Give me 2 moments, watching. I'll drop it. Yeah, so for me, I think men started to assert yes, yeah.
I'm using my daughter's tablet.
Change the name.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do that.
Let me see if I can do it.
What the hell is it?
I can. I do it.
Thank you. Sheesh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, you said
But,
something about the. Now you had I missed the point that she dropped, but you were saying how it got to that.
I was saying,
Like, you don't
so
want.
at the point we had already kind of transitioned to the women becoming a little slightly more, independent and not necessarily being straight servants. You know what I'm saying? Like, but then even in Black culture, it went a step further because, once we started getting into, like the baller culture and gang culture and rap culture and, starting to create kind of our own little thing outside of mainstream, along with it came these different symbols of status with the bad bitch and how you exerted your dominance in that relationship. So at this point, these women become exclusive, and their service and their gratitude and their, goodwill or their compassion, their consideration is solely focused on their man. You know what I'm saying? It's not and it extended to just anyone. So that became kind of like a status thing. Like, nah, this is my woman, and if you want this kind of treatment, then nigga get you one. Like, nah, my girl ain't to be serving no another nigga. That's what she do for me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it became one of those things that was just kind of, it transitioned into being a symbol of something else. Like, this what sets me apart from you. The fact that she do all of this shit for me. She don't do this for you.
Well, I can see that to a degree because I can't even say that to a degree. I can see that because I can see the lineage. I can see the line of it. I would say I'm possibly evolved through that because I remember that stage or that phase, and I think it was both ways because she disarmed by doing so much, if that makes sense. Like, she came into the game showing that she can and she's willing to do. And once I saw that, then I was like, all right, nigga, you ain't doing no more. If you with me, you ain't got to do that. You ain't even gotta do that shit for me. I can make my own shit. Honestly, I'm probably a better cook than you. So your job ain't to be making me meals. However, if I need something made, then don't trip. And you better learn how to order food. You know what I mean? Like even when we have these arguments with some of the brothers on the panel, I'm not into my woman knowing how to make me a good meal, and opposed to knowing where to get the best steak or where to get the best meal order, knowing what restaurants I like on what days, and we can do it that way. You understand?
Yeah.
Like you gotta have value, but I mean your value doesn't have to be solely
It don't have
domestic.
to look like. I mean, again,
solely domestic. You know?
Yeah. Truth be told, I feel like it's very sad, as far as I'm concerned. It's very sad. And we talk about the oppression of women, right? I want women to be subservient, but we don't really get a chance to talk about the oppression of men. Like, men are very oppressed as well. And yes, they have more of a choice. And it's crazy because it's like, nigga, you don't even know you're in prison. Like, you don't even know you in shackles. It's sad to hear men regurgitate these ideas of what a woman should be doing simply because it sounds like the masculine thing that they know to say. Like, you don't give a fuck about half this shit you talking about. Like, you eat every day without a woman. What difference do it make if the motherfucker can cook or not? You're a single man right now, and yet you've managed to fucking find a way to eat. I know you ain't up late at night. Damn, I wish I could find a good woman to cook me a meal like, is this the shit that keeps you up at night? Like, it's bananas to me, but they will continue to have these same redundant, ridiculous, dead-end conversations like this is the shit that matters in their life. And maybe it is, but I can't front. I'm not even attracted to a man where shit like that matters that much, baby, long as we eat. Right. Now, I will say, me and my dude had a conversation because I would tell a motherfucker I hate to cook. And I can't cook, I just hate to do it. And part of it is that obligation that women should know how to know. I bucks all rules, all expectations. I'm bucking. I don't got to know how to do shit. As long as I know me and mine eating, I don't got to do a motherfucker thing. But we had the conversation, and he was like, I don't expect you to cook every day, but can I get twice a week? Nigga, I can get you twice a week. I can do that. I can get you twice a week. I can. But at the end of the day, you asked, I considered, I answered, and now I am committed to delivering that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, right. It wasn't the expectation, though, that you cook every day. But guess what? I know that you gonna make sure it's something in there to cook twice a week. And I know you gonna make sure it's something in that motherfucker to eat 7 days a week. So I'm good with that compromise. Yeah. But we not gonna pretend like this no big deal that I don't cook every day and this, that. Like, and truth be told, I don't cook every day even now with just me and my kids. Like, and I dare not give a nigga something that I wouldn't give my own kids. Now, did I do it more when they were younger? Yeah. Had more time on my hands. They were less able to do certain shit. But as they get older, I'm teaching them to be independent because I don't want y'all out here settling with no bitch because she can cook every day, but she trash as an individual. I don't want you having to deal with little stupid shit like that because you think that's what the value of a woman is because you don't know how to fix yourself a fucking meal of your own.
That's wild. That's wild. I don't think it's one thing. I think a woman. I don't even, it ain't even a woman. It's like, nigga, whoever the fuck is home, make sure the fucking kid eats. So if the nigga's gonna be home at 6 o'clock or whatever, and the female doesn't get back until 8, then nigga don't sit there hungry until 8 o'clock, and vice versa. If I'm gonna cook some shit, or I normally cook on Thursdays, and I get called in, or I can't make it, or if I'm out of town type shit, then make sure the kid eats. I just don't understand. We're a fucking team. If I don't score the basket, nigga get the rebound. Let's put the ball back in the hoop. You know what I'm saying? We gotta fucking win. When we sit here and just not scoring because you want me to score, or it's just it's wild, petty. And that's the same thing I feel about like working. If I'm out here working and you want extra shit, then get your ass out on the floor. So we both working. We'll find ways to make it happen. If you don't want to work, then we're gonna figure out how it's gonna work with you not working and what needs to be done. Everything has to be spoken. Even if you have infidelity in your relationship, you'll be surprised if you fucking speak and talk that shit out. It works, in opposed to just sitting there conniving, scheming. Give the nigga a chance to leave, or get that female a chance to leave if that's what you want to do. If you have to have a relationship where that woman cooks, then realize that you're gonna be in that holding pattern, searching for that female forever, and vice versa. It's just you can't come to the table not willing to compromise and think that you're gonna have a relationship. And a lot of my brothers feel like this, I don't want to say Neolithic, but it's just archaic. It's dated. Like, I can't even find the right word without sounding loaded. It just seems obsolete. Damn. None of these words are kind. I can't even be charitable. It's just inefficient. It's ineffective. Maybe that's better. It's ineffective.
Yeah, ineffective, inefficient, unrealistic. I mean, and it is very dated. It's just what it is. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, there's also the other issue of, okay, let's say you find a motherfucker to cook every day, every meal, 3 meals a day. Do we care about the taste or no? Because motherfuckers have had the audacity to then complain. Well, she's delivering what you wanted her to deliver. So even if a motherfucker's willing and able to do that, there's still some room for disagreement or disappointment. You disappointed with the performance. She disappointed with the fact that you're not appreciative of her meeting her end of the bargain. Like, at the end of the day, it's just, I've come to learn that there are some things that just do not matter in the grand scheme of things. I've kind of always known that as well, but I always knew I'm just gonna have to have the nigga that know how to cook or don't give a damn about that, because it's certain shit I'm not willing to compromise on. I'm not even finna lie to a nigga and tell him that, I'll cook 5 days a week, or I'll cook it, like, just to get them and then change up. I've known people that did that too. Because that was what they, quote unquote, the man wanted. So they pretended like they was going to be able to deliver that and then stop delivering it once they got what they wanted. Like, I'm not even finna play that game and tell that lie. Like, no, who I am is I'm a woman who don't feel like this shit is all that important, long as we eat. And if you're making, an issue about it, then I feel like we don't really got nowhere.
She just went upstairs. I'm sorry. She just went upstairs and said, "Yep, she's from Compton."
For real. Like,
because let me just say, I'm sorry, because we had this conversation the other day. It's like, once we got past like the first month, once she showed that she could cook, she really has not, unless it's like a holiday or it's been asked for, she doesn't really cook. And it's not because I want her to. It's like, I like the shit was put up front from the beginning, from the gate. And that's where we had this conversation in the beginning of the relationship. So to be 20 years in and then know the fact that my wife can just get up 7, 6, 5 o'clock or whatever, make her something to eat and be cool. She'll probably make something for my daughter, but I have no expectations of her making something for me, because she's just going to get her something to eat. And it's been like that when we both were in college. We're living in our dorms or living in apartments. So if I need something, I know she'll do it. If I ask her to make some spaghetti, she'll get the ground, she'll get it done. But if I ain't asking, she ain't gonna do it. And I respect that, because I'd rather her do something that she wants to do instead of doing something to try to keep me being fake and phony. Or I don't want her, maybe I'm spoiled, but like, I don't want her doing anything she don't really want to do. When she chooses to cook, I appreciate the fuck out of it, because I know it's something she didn't want to do, but she wanted to do it for me or the family, or she was in the mood to cook. But I've learned to value the effort, because I've met so many people in classes well beyond me, and I thought they had everything taken care of and great. I mean, multiple car garages, just making 2 commas. The wife don't have to do shit. But I mean, homie successful and famous, but I mean, I'm sitting with him in the parking lot and he just shedding tears because he feels like his wife puts out no effort. Life is just so easy. She drives the whip that she wants to. She goes shopping and leaves the bags in the cars and shit. And 80% of the shit in the house still got tags on it. And they go out to restaurants. It's just like they go to Hawaii every fucking summer. They go, it's like, he's miserable. And I'm thinking he has it all together, but what he wants more than anything is just a right to give him some effort. But he chose her because
but that's like
she can.
People.
She's a hip hop and love artist type bitch.
Yeah, but people underestimate the value that somebody just sincerely wanting to do something for you to make you happy or see a smile on your face. Like that's why I'm such a fallback, no pressure. I want to see what a motherfucker want to do. I'm not going to tell you what I want from you, what I need, what I'm looking for in a man. I'm not doing none of that because I want it to just work or don't work. Because if you're doing it just because I'm telling you I want it and you're trying to pacify me, you're going to get tired of doing that shit. I need to be attracted to you doing what you want to do and that shit work for me. Same way I do what I want to do and that shit work for you. I don't want you doing no phony kicking it, no faking the funk, no tolerating. And don't get me wrong, to a degree, there's certain shit you gotta, kind of like, I don't really like that you do that shit, but whatever. You
don't have to compromise, Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the shit that I'm attracted to far outweighs and supersedes the shit that I'm not really fucking with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's even like I almost don't even see that shit because this shit is way I gotta have that or I don't want it. Like, period. Because there's nothing I can't be fake. I don't even know how to do that. And I'm so serious. Like when I get turned off, I get the fuck turned off. Like how people stay in relationships and like I don't know how to try to make myself fuck with somebody that I done decided I can't fuck with. Like,
do you think that is that unwilling to compromise, or is that having standards?
I don't even think it's
both, or
I don't
neither.
think it's unwilling to compromise. I think people are unrealistic about what can reasonably be compromised. Like a lot of people, they be compromised. You can compromise so much. Like what's the foundation of what y'all building here? You compromise this, like there's so much compromise required in this fucking relationship that I don't even know what y'all had in common to begin with. Everybody giving up. You understand what I'm saying? Like it doesn't even. I don't even understand why y'all were even sitting at this table. Like to begin with, why was y'all here?
That's ego. Most of those relationships that I've run across, and maybe I shouldn't project my experiences on you, but what I've encountered, those people who are in relationships that have passed their expiration date, like you go on double dates or you run into people or meet couples and it's just like, why the fuck are y'all together? Y'all don't like each other. Y'all don't tolerate each other. Y'all don't do shit for each other. It's just control. You don't want her to be happy with nobody. You don't want to see this nigga out in the streets. It's just like some petty type shit. They argue and bitch. You can't even be around them. I've seen those couples, and I've actually come like I respect the cat woman. I respect the woman who can be by herself with cats and shit, in opposed to just compromising some sort of relationship or a dude just worn down and out by like just. It's just sad. Like when someone will come knock on the door, want me to chill, and the first thing I do is look at the face, and they got what's bitch troubles. I think that's how my homie explained it to me. Like, and you can see it on the nigga face when he got bitch troubles. And the way he said it was like a comedy routine, right? but he just looked just dried the fuck out.
Yeah.
And it was so
brow
funny because
furrowed.
we saw Kinfolk maybe a year or two after that, like his face looked full again. You couldn't see the bones in his cheek. Like you could like this.
You look healthy, nigga.
Right. Like life was breathing back
that,
into him. But I mean, like they were together, like 3 kids, they're together maybe 7, 8 years. I mean, they were together for a while, but it was more, they both were successful. It was just optics type shit, you know?
Yeah. And a lot of people really, they heavily tether their value as a person or their success as a person on their, especially for women. Like, women have such a problem with failed relationships. Like,
what do you mean?
As far as letting a relationship go when it no longer works or suits them, you know, like
Why is
works for
that?
them. Because a lot of women, that's how they validate themselves, on their ability to attract and keep a man.
Black women or women in general?
I think women in general, but especially Black women. Like, I've heard white women, you know, refer to, oh, well, you must don't have a man, or my husband, or, you know, like, these are things that if you ever pay attention to when women get into it, one of the very first digs that a bitch gonna make is, bitch, where your nigga at? Or where your man at? Or that's like the automatic go-to. Like, not what's your educational level, not you know, what are you doing for your community, not what type of parent are you, if you are a parent, not what is your character like, it's where's your man. Fuck what the man is or what the man does for a living, or if he's a person of good character. It's, do you have a man, bitch? Is you getting dick in your life? That's like the number one dig.
So in your opinion or your experience, a Black woman ties her value to her man?
Most.
Why are so many women single? What would you do, or what would your reasons be for that? If the value is having a man, why are so many single? Or I don't, or maybe is it a guy thing? Like I don't.
I'm like, yeah. You asking
so the guys
why?
fucking it up. The percentages, sort of women are doing everything.
It's not even the guys fucking it up. The guys know that this is something women want, right? They're in the position of power. I don't necessarily have to have this thing. It doesn't take away anything from who I am as a man. As a matter of fact, if I can marry a woman as a man, or settle with a woman as a man, I get kudos from a certain group of men who've done that. But if I don't, there's this other group of, you know, bros before hoes that I fit into as well. I'm not out anywhere. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I always have a group that I can fit in with, because it's not any dig against my manhood and my masculinity, whether or not I have one woman, or whether I'm committed to a woman. As long as women are attracted to me and I have access to women, I'm masculine. You understand what I'm saying?
I see that. I can speak to that, because I mean, like, I've had those moments, especially when I was younger, but I don't know if it was my maturity or some of these females that ran a nigga into the ground, but I had to start changing my scope on what a woman's value is and what I wanted. Because like what you're saying, I think a lot of dudes do look at women as an external, almost validate. What am I trying to say? something external, external validation. Like my woman allows me to get some sort of credence amongst these guys who are established in that area, or me not having a woman, but pulling a whole bunch of broads allow me in this tribe of dudes who are out there bagging bodies or whatever. So I it's more, all those are really external. It's nothing internal what you really want. You're just trying to do this for other people. Just like niggas get bitches and they want to walk them around like trophies to other niggas and then get mad when a nigga knock their bitch and then give her right back to him just to show you that nigga, she was for the streets. I know that's grimy and cold, but I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I see that more than I see the alternative, because it's like a lot of guys will get a girl not of his caliber and stock. So in other words, like you'll get a straight dude who'll try to get him a square broad, or a square dude trying to get him a street broad, and that street broad run that square dude into the ground because that square dude thought he was street or hood, or the vice versa. That girl thought she can change the dude, and that dude done dicked her down to her head to a point where she screwed up and don't got her life on track.
Well, you know what they say, real recognize real. But you know what they like, two street niggas is not going, like a street nigga and a street woman, 9 out of 10. It's like, and we talking about, because I consider myself to be hood, right? I'm not a street bitch, I'm a hood bitch. I've been around a lot of street motherfuckers. So I would call myself like toting the line. A nigga could get with me and feel like they got that square with a little flair. You understand what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time though, you're not gonna see and I'm gonna just take the two extremes. You're not gonna see the doughboy with the stripper. They're too much alike. You understand what I'm saying? They're essentially the same person. You're not really gonna see that.
But do you think they would be more compatible and they would work? If they honestly compromised?
Honestly, I don't think necessarily they wouldn't be compatible. I think it would boil down to their personality types and how they, because you have strippers who get money and have the mentality, but they're not like flamboyant, or they're not the extra over the top. They still have a calmer demeanor. You have doughboys that get the money street, but you seeing them, if you was to meet them outside of the street environment, you wouldn't even really know they were street niggas. You understand what I'm saying? Like there's different ways to carry yourself.
I just might have an idea.
So for me, as far as I'm concerned, like it depends really on their personalities. Now the two ego, condescending, uber arrogant, over the top stripper or the over the top, drug, those two personalities are not gonna mesh well. You might, and truth be told, I'm not gonna lie, even maybe the quiet dealer and the quiet stripper could probably make something happen. But typically the quiet, more inconspicuous, conspicuous personalities, they don't really like that rah.
Nah.
Like I could be rah because I'm in this lifestyle, and I could be rah. I'm choosing not to because I feel like it's safer or it's better or it's more smart. So why would I get with that personality that's gonna bring all this undue attention that I actually do not want on me? You know what I'm saying? So I think maybe the two quiet personalities, if they were to get together, they could do it. But the other ones, I don't think so.
The only way to work is if the street dude or the street female, they have a complete understanding, because you got to evolve. Because if the street female or the female who's up in a club, or even if she's stripping and then she's messing with the doughboy, eventually she's going to generate a certain amount of clients to where her money's going to become stable, and then she can start paying bills or paying rent or it just, her life just switches. And opposed, the same thing with the D-boy. Once you get your clientele consistent, or your blocks or your routes right, then all of a sudden you can start planning for a future. Now, when that happens, when you start, it's a point, no, I hate to be so technical with the craft, but like once you get an equilibrium to the point where your risks and your finances are kind of balancing out, or your risks start to decrease and your financial security gains, then that's when you have to evolve. And that's the downfall to a lot of D-boys and the strippers. They don't want to evolve. They want to be I don't want to say Donald Trump. What can I think of? They want to be
they're committed to the
of
hustle and the
game.
grind and the, like the bread. Like, and to that degree, as far as I'm concerned, like I didn't even consider them ever evolving out of it. I'm just saying these two personalities could probably work with each other. But
what I'm saying is like,
if evolution is the goal, though, I don't think that they would be compatible, because they're the same person with the same mentality, essentially. Like the goal is always to chase paper. Nobody's really gonna, even if they had the thought of, I want to get out this life and do this, to take time away from this life and making money and the grind and the hustle, to actually put together a plan and research and like, I got to get off my grind in order to make this shit work. And that's kind of why you need that square or that opposite, because I can stay on my grind and you could present me the plan, and then you make it make sense to me. And I'm like, okay, you're right. I can see where the money coming from, but to set up the plan, to do all, like, these two personalities, they're gonna be hustling. They're gonna be, like.
I see what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
I see it. I thought it would work, but realistically, now that you teased out the thought exercise, now that you verbalize it, I can see it. They're not really compatible. It's like those star signs and stuff. When you're so much alike, you don't know what you don't know about each other. And so you guys will keep duplicating all your attributes that are the same. And then that part that needs to evaluate or sit down and evolve, it can't happen because you're too busy running the streets. And because that's like, I've been gone from the community just because when you're out chasing money and you're working and you're doing all these type of things, you don't have that time to decompress. Like, I forgot how, like, what time is it? It's all late in the morning, but like, having these conversations or just teasing out thoughts or just stepping away from traditional thought process in my moves into having a conversation like this, or speaking when I'm biased, Haskell or you guys, I forgot how it is therapeutic, but I mean, it's an opportunity to take my mind away to go back to the grind. And if I'm living in an environment where I don't have these moments, or if I got a person with me and she's stripping a certain amount of hours and she's sleeping a certain amount of hours and she's doing and taking care of it, it's like, you really don't have that time to self-evaluate and let's work on our exit strategy, or we're going to make certain amount or 100K, 150 or whatever, and then let's transition to something else. It seems pie in the sky, or it seems realistic and easy to do, but honestly, when you're in that pace, it's not there. That time is not there. If you're really about your grind, it's that time is not there.
And even like, so I say like with my guy, and this is going back to previous. And the crazy thing is, I do realize it ain't even necessarily okay. How I want to say it. Because before I used to think it, and I ain't gonna even say I used to think, because I don't want to say that. Before he went to prison, he was a street nigga, we spent time together. He did his thing, but his schedule ran like a fucking machine. The nigga didn't waste time. And it was a lot of times like our dates and our memories, like, it's crazy because he has such this, oh, you remember when I took you for your birthday? And I'm like, yeah, but do you actually remember the day? He's like, yeah, I took you to such, like, he can remember the restaurant because this is stuff that he cared about. You know, that making people smile and this, that, like, I know his intentions was always good, but his schedule was always fucked up. So when I recount details, like, nigga, I was mad as fuck. You don't remember we had just got there, got seated, this, that, and the third. We only had like 30 minutes to eat because you had a move to make. Like, nigga, you don't remember that shit? Like, he like, oh, straight up, yeah, I'll cuss you the fuck out. We drove all the way to Chicago to be at the restaurant for 30 motherfucking minutes. Like, nigga, you don't remember that shit? Well, you know, I had
for a guy, or at least how my OGs explained it to me, is your main goal as a man is to make memories and moments, and also do that for other people and the people you care about, because when you're gone and when you're locked up, and that's the context he gave it to me, and when you're locked up and you're by yourself, that's all you're going to have is your memories in those moments. And when people are thinking of you, if they choose to think of you, it's going to have to be based off your memories and moments. So if you're adopting any unorthodox lifestyles that may put you at certain risks, you better make sure that you're making memories and moments along the way. But then I've heard that same argument from someone told me, being Black in America, you can't take any moment, any opportunity you have for granted. So you better live it to the moment, take plenty of pictures, speak to as many people as you can, and make memories, because your job is to infect people with your personality and who you are, if that makes any sense. Because I feel like I've learned a lot from people on these panels and different Sonetta, even on Bias channel. Both of you guys have a lot of, like, I can have a conversation with you guys and I can see that I've evolved or I've changed in a way. Like, there's a piece of Amber in my thought process, or Unbiased in my thought process, how I handle certain situations. And I think that's what matters, and to listen to how your conversation and your homeboy's conversation, and what it, to me, is like he done ran across I'm talking fast and probably getting tired. I've been around a lot of dogs when I was younger, and they made me smart, but I didn't get wisdom until I was around the lone wolves, because they've been there and they've mastered it, and they were smart enough to, I don't need to be in a pack anymore. And so that, what you explained, what he was doing with you, and how he can remember the I don't want to say the minutia, but the compilation of facts that make the memory, all those little things, I can see that someone's taught him, or he's come to that same conclusion as well. Like, shit, I got to make memories with this. Like, I do that now with my daughter. Like, she'll be in the room and I'm like, fuck, I don't want her to be bored. I ask the wife, like, okay, we're going to go here. Let's take the kids to the parking lot and ride her bike. It's like I'm constantly remembering to put memories into her head as she's growing up, so she can have fallback points. Because I don't know if it's a trauma or subconscious dilemma that Black men go through, but maybe it's my own. I don't want to project it, but I don't know how long I'll be here for my daughter.
Absolutely.
I know I can be gone at any moment. So
I think it's a combination of all of that. Like, I think it is putting your imprint on the world. I think it is making memories with your loved ones, because he also from day one had a thing with taking my pictures, right? So even now he'll send me an old ass picture out the blue. Oh, nigga, why the fuck burn that shit, nigga? Burn it, do not. And man, I love this picture of you, and nigga, fuck that. Like, he sent me a picture, and it's crazy. He sent me a picture of him holding this watch. And I'm like, damn, that watch look familiar. And he like, you remember you got this for me? And I'm like, nigga, how about you that? And he like, you don't remember? So he getting mad now. Like, you don't remember? I'm like, well, I kind of do remember, but like, that probably was the first year we started talking when I bought him the fucking watch. Like, I was like, damn. But the crazy thing is, he's so funny, but remember, I said, I don't even know why I bought you that. Like, I feel so stupid. Like, nigga, I bought you that shit for real. He cracking the fuck up like, I ain't never wore it, but yeah, you bought it for me. And I was like, oh my gosh, why did I even do that? Like, It was an Aldo watch, and when I say the fuck, he get custom made jewelry. Like I don't even know what the fuck I was thinking of. Like the fuck,
What kind of watch?
What
kind of watch you got on?
It was an Aldo watch. But I was just like embarrassed, like, oh my gosh. He was like, I was like, no, I literally, I said, well, I don't even know why I bought you that shit. That shit was dumb as fuck. He was like, he was cute. He was like, you know, you was just, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Debbie not being worn. You dig? That's just whole in a drawer type shit. Like, thank you. This shit going in the drawer.
Niggas making fun of me wearing my Movados.
Yeah,
exactly. I wear rollies and shit. I'm like, nigga, this is where my family at right now. I was
Movado, but Movados at least used to be the shit. Like,
right.
Yeah, Movados at least used to be the shit.
Yeah, I was getting roasted because these niggas was rocking up they shit. You know what I mean? And I wasn't even a watch guy. I was just wearing it because the lady got it.
I was never a watch guy, bro. I was never watch. Like right now, I got Movado, and that shit ain't the time is wrong, and I don't give a fuck. I just wear just my outfit. That's all.
I just like them because I can start a collection and I can just buy a watch for under a G. So I'm like, oh shit, I can have different color watches and I ain't gotta break bread. My shit is 50 G's. I'm like, nigga, I got 3 watches.
I got Movado because, like I said, it's slightly under a G, but it looks like it's not worth shit. Like I made sure there's nothing flashy about it.
Right. It's simple. It don't even have dials. Now, don't get me wrong. They have some for G's and shit. They have the expensive ones.
I know that. I'm saying they got shit under G too, but I'm saying my shit.
I just can't
like
do it.
But I purposely got mine because Movados be look tricked out. I purposely got mine like a regular business watch only. It don't look like you got no Movados to know what I got on.
Facts. Yeah. That's why I like them because they're all you see is that dot. You know what I mean? I forgot. I have a few of them. She bought me some that are.
It's a chrome bracelet. It's like a business watch.
Yeah.
But
they have
when I go
to
the store, they know what it is. They got so that matters.
Don't make me turn on my camera. I'm gonna turn into unbiased.
But my thing, the nigga literally got Rolexes. Like I don't even know. Like I don't even know what the fuck made me do that. And I want to say it was my friend's idea. No, I'm dead ass. I want to because I feel like
that could be disrespectful though. Like what the fuck you think I am?
Right.
That's what it was. But if you love the person.
Right. I mean, and that's the thing he said, you know how many gifts I've given away that people gave me over the years? He said, I refuse to give this away. Like, it's a memory. You like he's like, I could have been gave it to somebody, but shit, like it's still in the box, look brand new. Like he ain't even took it out the box. Like, look what I got. I was just like, wow. But I don't know. To me, like I understand what you're saying, but my biggest problem with him was like, I always enjoyed our time together. But nigga, you was just so much on the grind, go. So fast forward to now, right? I used to think it was the dope game, right? I'm not sure if it's him trying to stay on the straight and narrow, and that's just his pace, like, cause he a paper chaser, I gotta do this. But the schedule ain't much different. You get what I'm saying?
And
it's still the goal. It's still and it's I again, like I told him, you never gonna hear me complain about a nigga being on their grind and on their hustle and getting to the bag. That's not my ministry. However, when it comes down to certain shit, like he be feeling a certain type of way that I'm not the fuzzy, let's take pictures. Like I'm more like that now because he was gone so long, and I'm like, fuck. Like I sat back and thought, like, damn, we ain't even got pictures together. Like that was like heartbreaking to me. He got pictures of me. I got pictures of him, but we just didn't really take pictures together. And I'm like, fuck, that's crazy. So it made me miss that when I didn't have the opportunity to make those memories. But even still, I'm still not like warm and fuzzy like that. Like I'm not the. I'm just
You gotta
not.
grow. You gotta grow, kiddo. It sucks, but I'm learning that shit every day. There's a lot of things I just. It seems pointless and tedious, but I'm starting to learn like those little things really matter. Damn near saving a marriage and raising my daughter. Those little things. I know it seems tedious and weird, but it matters. To hear what you're saying about dude, it's funny because I've had those moments where I'm looking in the mirror like, am I wasting my time doing this? Fuck it. You know, it's because you're working so hard and you know that if you take your mind off of it, then you can get sidetracked or distracted. And it's hard to get back on that soapbox or you don't want to get knocked off your pivot. At least that's with me. I can't speak for him. So like when I put my head down, I go full force and I'm studying, I'm focused, and I'm taking on clients and I'm like locked in. Like that's why I'm off social media. That's why sometimes I'll go 0 dark 30 and then I'll pop up months later or whatever, or I may pop in and see what you guys are doing, and then I'm like, now I gotta get off. I got 5 minutes I can get on. I can't get on a panel or nothing, but because I know it's easy for me to get distracted. But if I don't build in times to decompress, I get burnt out, and then I'll get quit, and then I'll get resentful, and it's hard to pinpoint it. And I guess people say it's like men getting on their periods or whatever, but I have like a 8-week cycle. Like if I can just work and not do shit, not do anything recreational really for me. But like once it gets to like 7 to 8 weeks or 2 full moons, I don't know what it is, but I just get snappy. Shit just bothers me. I just see it build up. And I hate the way I just snap at my daughter. Everything she does is like, and I'm sure I do it to my wife, but I never really noticed it. But just like the littlest things that they'll do, it just irritates me. Or I'll misunderstand the situation and I'll pop off without having all the facts. And then I got to apologize because if I just waited a few seconds, I'd realize what was going on. And that shit bothers me. I hate being
No, man, period. That's you being overwhelmed and not knowing how to identify that you overwhelmed. Like
right, but when you spaz on your child and then they're traumatized, and you got to realize, like, oh, nigga, I'm fucking up. I need a break. I need to go hang out with the homies. I need a drink, or me and the wife, we need to go to movies, or it's like you try so hard because it's I think it's like a disease, like a what they call like provider's anxiety. I don't even think it's really a term, but maybe it'll come
really an addiction. I've
is that what it is?
Yeah. But I've come to realize it's a lot of men that really, really, really fear not being perceived as providers, almost like they don't even know if they have a value outside of that. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's when my homie was crying. He was on that shit. He's like, yeah, I don't want to get into his story, but yeah. Like when you are a provider, they take you for granted, and they're less. How do you say it? When I come home, I can just open the door and throw my wallet in before I come in, and no one will ever see me. The only reason why they look at me is because my wallet's still in my pocket, type shit. That's fucked up.
But here's the thing, like I know that there are some people like that, right? It's funny because I was on
professional athlete. He's hurting.
Have you ever heard of the platform Bigo?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of the platform Bigo?
No.
Okay. Well, I was on Bigo one night listening to some commentary, but women love to sit up and it was a woman and man on a platform or whatever, and the guy trying to express like, oh, my woman don't have to. He was really talking about like my woman is my teammate kind of vibe. That's my partner. Blah blah skippy woo woo. Like, we equals in this shit. And the women was really on some. Nah, the man's supposed to be the provider, and they supposed to, so you can already you already know where they coming from, right? So they're like, so you mean to tell me that your woman is equal to you and this, that, and the third? So I'm listening and I just can't help myself. I had to ask, I said, what a real man do this and this and the third? And you talking about you genuinely want to be with her, and like you talking like trying to make fun of him for his commentary, and I'm sitting there like, hold the fuck on. I said, well, Well, what do you be attracted to a nigga for? Tell me, because if you laughing at him because he said he don't need a woman, he want one. So what you be in relation? So you need the relationship you in. You said you married, so that means you need your husband. What you need him for? And if he just a provider, so I had to ask. I said, well, I keep hearing y'all talk about y'all men being providers outside of finance. What does he provide to you? So, motherfuckers, we friends and we that's my best friend. So, of course, further than that, I want to get down to the bone marrow. I said, if y'all dude was paralyzed today,
man,
and could no longer financially provide, couldn't do shit, is you staying or no?
Come on.
All that other shit he providing, is it worth it?
Facts.
So the main bit, so the girl who's platforming, well, she like, yeah, I'm staying because my dude did it. So the main girl, she was like, am I staying? So then she's like, yeah, I'm gonna stay. And so the girl called her out on it. She's like, bitch, no, you ain't. Like, I could tell by the way you said it, like, am I staying? Like, you had to really ask yourself that. But no, this is the woman that's married. Like, so don't get me wrong. I know it's those kind of women out there, but one day with me and my best friend was having a talk with her husband, because sometimes they'll call me just on some, I'll be on the phone with her and, her husband walk in. He's like, oh, what's up? So we'll just get to having different discussions, or I'm settling debates that they had or whatever. They want to ask my opinion on shit. So the question came up like, well, what is your value? And he kept giving these stock answers like, oh, well, I'm the provider, I'm a this, I'm a that. So we like, no, beyond that, like, you keep saying that, like, what does that even fucking mean? So then I asked him, I said, do you think, like, how would you feel if you got into like a catastrophic accident and you couldn't provide? Oh, I got to figure out a way to do this. Like, no. I'm saying, like, what if you didn't even have your mental, like, you didn't have physical ability, you didn't have mental ability? Oh, I feel like she should move on with her life. And wait a minute, what? So you don't think you have value outside of, like, and he sincerely, did not, he like, I mean, that's not what we're taught. He's like, as a man, I just don't feel like I'm worth, like, why you married to me if I can't provide you anything? I said, that's crazy. Like, so never mind if we've been married 30 years, you're 31, you get into an accident, you're of no more use. That's bananas to me.
Damn. What platform was this?
Well, the original conversation was on Bigo, but that last piece, I was having a conversation with my homegirl and her dude. That wasn't on no platform. We was just, shooting the shit one day. But I've just heard numerous times over. I know that there are some women that feel like men don't have value outside of that. And I know, I guess for some men, they can find it hard, even when women say like, no, that ain't how we feel. They're like, yes, you do. Because they've heard it so much, it's kind of like hard to believe. Like, no, I think you trying to trick me. You trying to see if I'm a. I don't believe it's a setup. You don't really believe that. But yeah, I mean, that's what I've been trying to communicate. Like, I know you just got back on your feet, but the grind shit and the hustle and the hard, like, you doing the same shit that you was doing before you went in. I know you feel like you got that much more shit to make up, but like, when are you gonna take time to enjoy life? You just spent 8 years behind bars, realizing that you spent all your time grinding and you didn't even get a chance to enjoy the money that you had, right?
Facts.
Like, now you don't have that money and now you back to the grind. So at what point is you going to enjoy life? Like, I don't know. It's just, for
That's
me,
a lesson. And that's a lesson you got to learn. When you come from poverty, you're traumatized, so you don't even have a full understanding of what recreation, a vacation, and what a break are. You really don't understand what those are. In your mind, that's just a pause or a break in between getting back to the grind, and they're not realizing it's your time to decompress. You got to unload all your stress, or you got to reevaluate yourself. Like some people smoke that cigarette or hit that blunt or have that drink. That's your time to watch your instant replay. You know, you get to
also
reflect on
feeling
what you did.
guilty and undeserving. Like as Black people, we feel like we gotta earn rest.
Facts.
Like we gotta earn it. Yo, I don't know why they tired. They ain't did shit. You know, like
facts.
We feel like we gotta earn the rest that we get. And
do you think that's a holdover from slavery? You lazy niggas ain't working hard enough.
I think it's a holdover. I think it's a holdover from slavery. I think it is a lot of us worrying about our public image. You know, the idea that Black people are lazy. So, oh, the motherfucker ain't finna think I'm lazy. I'm out here. I'm going. I'm doing. I'm all about the grind. I'm all about the hustle. But again, we don't even pay attention to the propaganda. They want your ass on that hamster wheel. They want your ass out here working, hustling, and proving yourself and showing that you know, all about the dollar. And, you know, because as long as you chasing that, you out here being productive for them. But every dollar you make, you making somebody $1. So
that's true.
At the end of the day, to me, and not to say like don't work or this, that, and the third, but Black people rarely take rest. We rarely take the mental health breaks we need.
Man.
We rarely take the physical breaks that we need. We just keep going until you fucking burn the fuck out.
Yeah.
And like as you stated, motherfuckers will go and grind and hustle. They ain't gonna snap out on their boss or their co-workers because they can't do that. But they'll come back home and snap out on their wife or snap out on their kids because they overwhelmed or overworked.
And you know what? I'm watching, and I think I used to hear Bias say it a long time ago. I think you might have even said it too. Y'all both was talking about it. Like, what is it? ID, crime ID. What is that shit? Like true crime type shit. And I used to hear people talk about it, but I never paid attention. But like these last 6 or 7 months, I've been watching a lot of these true crime.
Investigation Discovery Channel.
Yeah, but like reality TV was just like American Idol to me. I didn't realize like these true crimes, like these motherfuckers are. I'm looking at these police interrogations, these little. There's YouTubers out here who have like nice little 20-minute, 30-minute compilations or stories about. Yeah, you guys probably know better than I do, but I mean, like, there's This Is Monster, there's that chapter. There's quite a few different channels out there that I've been watching lately, and they're just going over these different stories where they're just average people that I know I went to school with, played on basketball team, football, trained, co-worker, just regular dudes in their 20s and 30s, and they're in these relationships, but they don't know, they're young, I can see it, and they don't know how to handle themselves in their anger, but they're messing with women with kids that aren't theirs. So it's these foster step parent type shits, and they're going overboard, disciplining kids and killing kids or choking them out, and then the body, and then you got to watch them in interrogation. And the woman, she was at work and didn't know what happened, or one woman was out of town and she left the kid there, but she was a stripper, and it was just, I'm watching all these cases where these dudes are breaking down. The kid pissed on himself, and all of a sudden they end up dead, or the kid always crying and just shit. It's just. I'm watching all these cases where you seem like normal people are snapping because they don't know how to handle it. And I'm sure there could be other traumas too. I don't want to just make it seem like regular people just do psychotic shit. But some of these cases I'm looking at, like, I can see it happen before it happened. I'm sure I'm biased, or
don't know how to manage stress,
or been to work, or people who would snap, and it's easy to snap on a defenseless child who can't really and they're soft, and so you just think you're just gonna punch him in the face 2 times, but this nigga slips into a coma and dies type shit. And so like watching these things constantly is like a reminder, like, niggas is out here wilding because they're not taking breaks, or they're not understanding what they're dealing with, or I'm sure there's numerous reasons. I don't want to steel man it or try to make it seem like a lot of these are just avoidable accidents. Some of these are fucking monsters and they need to go, but a lot of these, especially when they get caught and they're crying in the interrogation, or it's just like, damn, you just got carried away. But
and what are you talking about?
Just these situations where like a 23-year-old dude ends up beating a 6-year-old child to death because it was crying or pissing on himself and he couldn't stop it, or he just lost his temper, or I know there's more variables that aren't there. Like this nigga probably was going through withdrawals, didn't have his alcohol, or the mom was upset and she didn't have any more cigarettes, so she just snapped on the kid and she didn't think the kid was gonna hurt him that hard, but when she hit him with the ashtray, it caused the contusion. I mean, like, I'm looking at all these various shit. Like, there's guys who are picking up girls who have got drug addictions and then they're just molesting their kids and shit and then getting caught and then they killed the kid. Like, I done seen some wild shit and I get angry, but I force myself to watch it because I have to be aware that there are these people out there.
Right.
And then it also checks me and my ego, my attitude, and my temper because, like, nigga, you're a human being, just like that person is a human being, and you could snap if you're not aware, you know. So it's a reminder to me that, nigga, you're not special. You're a human being. You're flawed, and a lot of these people thought that they had themselves under control until they were pushed to a point. Like one guy, his girl, it's the most recent one I watched. His girl went to, I think they were like in Vegas or something, somewhere in the Southwest. And his girlfriend, who's a stripper, she went to go help her mom after some surgery. And the boy was left with, or the boyfriend was, the woman left her son. I say woman, but the female was under 24. And it's hard for me to look at them as an adult. But the 24-year-old woman left her 2 or 3-year-old son with her boyfriend. So this is not even her kid. And she left him because she has to go take care of her mom who was dealing with some surgery. But she's a reckless, and it was a nigga and it was a white female and she was a stripper. And I could just see it in she running circles around this nigga because they showed a picture of her original baby daddy. And he was like a playboy too. So both, I can see she's picking a type. But the point is, like, I guess they got into a fight over the phone and she was saying something like, I'm going to send somebody over there. And so he was thinking like, okay, fine. Well, you're going to send somebody over to get your son? Fine. And the story was somebody came and the man thought it was her baby daddy's sister. And so he gave the kid to her. And then all of a sudden he turned around to grab the bag and then the woman was gone. So all of a sudden their story is like someone kidnapped the kid, you know, and the woman who was out of town, she ended up coming back. And then the mom was like, there was something weird. She was here for 3 days and the only time they FaceTime was the first day. The other 2 days she didn't FaceTime her son. And something's wrong. What's going on with my grandbaby? What's going on? Come to find out, I guess the kid had peed on himself while they were arguing. And she was just like, you know, he was like, come get your kid, blah, blah, blah. And she must have said something like, man, fuck you. I'll send somebody over to take care of you. So they're being interviewed. You know how they have the news people try to interview you first and they're trying to control the narrative. And then they have the interview when they're being interrogated. So like 2 different complete stories and shit. But you can tell that the woman was threatening him to a degree. And this nigga was like, bitch, you ain't gonna threaten me. And he took it out on the kid type shit. And she kind of felt guilty. So she was like going along with it. But the corny thing about it is
you had nerd threatening nigga that got your baby.
Bingo. And you're out of state. Probably fucking on another nigga. But I don't want to go that far into it.
How about wouldn't it happen no damn way? Like I literally had my son's cousin, his dad's cousin, you know, ask can he come over and spend the night. You know, oh, I'm gonna take them to the this, that, and the third. No. So then oh well, you know, the kid, no. Oh well, you know, nigga, I don't know how many fucking times I gotta say no. I don't know if his dad told you. I don't be like he's just been night over nobody's house. The fuck.
Yeah, it's weird.
And I know he felt some type of way about it, but you know, his dad is incarcerated. They trying to, you know, build stronger relationships. But no, it first of all, it's a whole process. I got to get to know the fuck you. So, nah, he's 12, going on 12 years old. I ain't known you all this time. He ain't been spending the night over your house all this time. And we ain't finna fucking start today. Fuck you, me.
Wow. The worst part about it is the woman was talking about, I guess because everything's on social media, so people were like, "Girl, I think it was your boyfriend. You need to do this and that. You need to leave him now." And she was like, "Shut up, you know what you talking about? Because he's my man. He's this and that, and you don't even need to worry about it. No, you don't even need to search over there by the McDonald's because I already know who took my son. This and this and that. And like, you don't need to search by the McDonald's."
Wait, I already know who took my son.
Yeah, it was my baby daddy's sister. And I'm gonna get him back. My son is she was naming some city or some town because I guess some people were responding because I guess how they put like a missing report or they make a Facebook page or some shit. I guess somebody in the family had did that, and so everybody was following the story and shit. So people putting their 2 cents in, and she got on there caping for her dude, but she slipped in there like, "No, you don't even need to check by no McDonald's because I already know my son is over here." Da 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 da. And then the mother, or I think there was a tipster, somebody called in like, "Nigga, check the McDonald's." And then sure enough, less than a block away from their house, there's a McDonald's, and they found the body buried in like this field across from a McDonald's type shit. But the woman didn't get charged. It was just the dude, and I don't know how much time, but he got in trouble. He got that charge, and then while he was locked up or while he was in the interrogation, you know how they handcuff you to the table type shit? And and that nigga reached for the girls. He's like, "I'm not going back. I can't go back." And there was a male cop and a woman cop. And he jumped up and he reached for the woman's gun. And I think he snatched it off her holster. And like 3 people were all in the room fighting and trying to get the gun. So he ended up getting that murder charge. And then he got 3 attempted murder charges. I think he said, "I'm going to kill you." Or at least that's what they said, but they muted out the when they start fighting for it, they muted out that part. I'm like,
don't even matter. He reached for that gun, and I mean, the reality is you could have been on the hook for
of course
theirs or yours, even if you intended to kill yourself, nigga.
That's what I think he was trying to do. If you watch, it looked like that's what he was trying to do, but they weren't gonna obviously give him the chance to do that. And the woman, she was swinging and punching because I think it's like an ultimate no. Like if someone takes your gun, you're done as a police officer. Yeah, you're not allowed to lose your gun. I could be wrong, but that's what I've heard. So I mean, like, it was funny watching her, and she looked middle-aged and not in the best of shape, and she's like on top trying to punch him. None of the other men or whatever, but she's the only one going overboard. You could just see it because she's panicking because she fucked up. But the other one, they're like, "You're making it worse. Stop what you're doing." They're like trying to grab his arm and hold him down, hold the gun, and she just reaching and just punch. It's I don't want to say it's worth watching because is any of this shit really ever worth watching? I just watch it for a reminder of humanity and a self-check, keep yourself in check, and also a reminder there's some idiot, crazy motherfuckers out here. So I need to be, or like Amber just gave an example, I need to practice, discernment when my daughter goes anywhere or do anything. I was told, like, "Nigga, you don't let your daughter stay anywhere." I'm like, "What about her cousins?" Like, "Nigga, that's where you get in the most trouble, hanging out and staying the night at your cousins." And the way that woman said that to me, I was like, "Oh shit, I need another woman's advice."
No, I don't. They can go with cousins, but it's like my sister. Yeah, they've been around their whole life. I've been around them. I've seen their treatment when I'm around. I know what their treatment is like when I'm not around. Like, there is no guesswork. I would never send my child somewhere. Well, first of all, I ain't personally been. Like, who does that? I'm pretty sure there's people out here doing it because it happens enough where motherfuckers just be asking, "Can such and such come spend the night?" They ain't been over there. They ain't seen the house. They don't know how to motherfucking live in. Who live over there? Who frequents there? I don't play that shit. Sorry. Family or not, I don't give a fuck who you is.
Yeah. So you only got one chance with your child. It only takes one opportunity. What my homie say? I got so many older homies that always be dropping jewels on me because I'm the last one to have kids. I'm pretty much the youngest of all my homies. They're all older than me and shit. But damn it, I don't want to fuck it up, so I'm not gonna say it. But I'm so happy. I'm hungry and tired. Mine's not working right. But yeah, he gave me a lot of advice about raising kids and letting kids be around other people. But when he's saying you got a daughter, he said you only got one job, and to make sure. He said, like, make sure. He said, you make sure that door is locked and no niggas coming through that door or no niggas coming through that window. Yeah, I forgot because he said it and it sounded real poignant, but he was like, nigga, you only got one job and you got one chance. And if you can't protect your daughter until it's like, if you can't protect her until she's ready to give it away and somebody take it, you fail. It was something to that effect. And it was just chilling the way he said it. Like as a father, like your one job, your one responsibility is to set her up so she can give it away to who she wants to, as opposed to someone taking it. I think it was something to that effect.
I think that as a parent, period, that should, above all else, maintain their innocence. Like bullshit, you won't, and they don't even got to necessarily be that. Even other little kids, and that's the thing people don't realize. Other little kids pose a threat. They don't even got to be an adult. Other kids pose threats to kids. Like,
oh yeah,
we not playing them motherfucking games. Period. I don't know the motherfucking kids or what they exposed to. I know what mine's over here exposed to. Like, I know that. So we not doing that. But it was something I was getting ready to say. We was talking about damn. I don't know what I forgot. Lost my train of thought.
yeah. It's just late and you need some food. And at least that's what my brain does. For some reason, when I need some protein or some lack of sleep, those gaps kick in.
I have to remember to eat.
Man,
actually, I've been doing pretty good though. I've been kind of eating this week like regularly and shit.
What's your go-to? You're like, damn, my body needs some nourishment. I gotta make something. What's your go-to quick meal to make?
Quick meal to make. First of all, meal. What?
She said meal. I'm gonna grab me some sandwich meat. I'm good.
Meow.
My wife will grab some sandwich meat and some cheese and roll that shit together. She'll have 3 of them.
I honestly don't even care for like sandwiches like that. Just because I didn't gotta wait. Like, I don't know what meat I like no more.
God damn.
Like, I'm serious. Like, I tried ham.
What about seafood? Don't tell me you don't fuck with seafood.
Oh, I fuck with seafood. So like, if I have some seafood in the fridge, my go-to is some crab legs. That's always my go-to. Crab legs. But I'm kind of getting away from actually caring for shrimp now.
You said you don't, or you do?
Like, I'm getting away from caring for it. I really don't anymore.
Wow.
Like, I'm kind of like burnt out on it. But like, my go-to, like a quick snack or something, is like some oatmeal or some shit like that. Banana.
Instant, or you gotta
no, instant. Only way I can eat oatmeal is like the cream and fruit type. I don't do regular oatmeal.
I like the cinnamon.
Why do everybody like that shit? And I think that's horrible. Like,
not the
you
apple.
Like the apple cinnamon,
not the apple,
or you talk about the maple brown sugar?
The maple brown sugar, I meant. Yeah.
Everybody love that shit. I think that is like one of the most horrible oatmeals that there are. Like,
there's like a cinnamon cream one too. I think there's a. Where's it? No, we're out of oatmeal. Fuck.
Now let me tell you what I
pack. And the apples last, and then the maple whatever is second, but whatever that third one is, what we race to. I can't even think of it right now. God damn it, I'm tripping. I put a tea bag in a fucking bowl instead of a cup. I am tripping. What the fuck? God damn it.
But the crazy. Okay. Now I fuck with the strawberry. My favorite ones is the peaches, strawberry, and the banana. Now,
so those are the special ones.
Yeah, when I make them, I'm gonna add cinnamon to it. So like, I don't just do like the strawberry fruit and cream. Like, I'm gonna add some cinnamon,
butter,
and a little sugar. Yeah, butter. Mix it up. You know, that's how I eat it. If I want to get fancy, I'm gonna remix my packs. I'm gonna do a pack of strawberry and a pack of banana. Make me some strawberry, banana, little cinnamon. I might sprinkle a little brown sugar, kick it up a notch. With
Chef
some
Gordon
butter.
in this motherfucker.
Yeah, but other than that,
what is it? Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Now, I do like if I want like chili and I don't feel like actually making it, I'll do the Hormel turkey.
I was about to say Hormel was probably the only one.
Yeah, I'll do the Hormel turkey. Add a little, chili packet, in it. A little seasoning, kick it up a little bit. And
I
then
don't piss everybody off, but I can eat that out the can. Yeah, it's fucking.
Yeah, I can do it out the can. I'm not above doing it out the can. But if I really want to like be extra, like, because when I do it out the can, I gotta have it a certain way. I gotta have sour cream. I gotta have cheese. I gotta have my crackers. Like,
wow. See, that's
one of
when
them
I'm at
components
home.
missing.
Yeah, you see, that's when you can go all out at home. Yeah. And see, that's another thing about my wife. She doesn't like cooking, but when she does, she goes all the way the fuck out. And that's what's so annoying to me. Like, I'll make a sandwich, I'll grab the meat and cheese and
I
good to
don't
go.
understand why that's annoying
If
to
I
you.
ask her to make me a sandwich, that motherfucker will have lettuce, he'll have. Oh my gosh, she might put a little salami in there with for some reason, she can do all that shit. But then if I look over when she make, no, because she does go all out for her. It's just wild. This is wild. But then no, because I don't know. I can't say she's like a negative. She's just not conventional. She's she like that's why I asked you, like, nigga, you can make you some oatmeal and then that'll be your meal. Like, she'll grab 3 pieces of cheese, 3 pieces of meat, roll them all together, and she'll be straight. I'm like, what the fuck? That's not a meal.
Now,
then I gotta make something.
I will eat some straight meat. Like, now I do like cheese and crackers, like meat and crackers, cheese. Like,
yeah, she do all that shit. Olives, pickle, all that shit.
I don't care for ham no more though. And truth be told, some turkey,
ham.
because some of the turkey meat is starting to kind of get like that
like fatty gristle type shit.
Yeah, that fatty gristle shit in it too.
You gotta go to the chicken
now
breast.
I'm more of a like, I'll get bologna. To be
Yeah,
perfect,
I like that.
I'll fuck with some bologna and crackers. Like, okay, let me sit there and eat bologna and crackers. I'm a carb person though, so I do some rice.
Oh yeah.
I don't do no whole lot of. The other day I made salmon for my boys.
Wow. Salmon? What'd you do? You put cheddar and cheese on it, or how do you do your salmon?
I just baked it in the oven.
Okay.
Seasoned it up real good with some corn on the cob, and I made them a mixed green salad.
Yeah. See, with most seafood, we'll just season it, put it in the oven or the air fryer, and we just use that's a good thing. Like this, what is it? The COVID, we became more attentive. Is that the word I'm looking for? We became more attentive of our diet and attention to detail, but our diet got real simple. Like, we start recognizing what we like and what we're eating at all times. And then we kind of build meals around that, which actually got easier for shopping. So we have like our basics that we normally buy, whether it's the eggs and the turkey sausage or the sandwich meat and the bread, and her snacks, because my wife likes those fucking snacks. My daughter too. So it'll be like that. But then when we want to eat out, now we know quality restaurants to go to or certain meals to get. Like, we know where we want to eat our pizza on Fridays, and we get takeout pizza, or where we want to get our Chinese. It's like, for some reason, our diet became so simpler, but I don't even know why, but like, meat's been slowly dissipating, or just leaving our diet. And then I start breaking out. Like, I trip. Like, if I don't eat meat, especially like if I'm lifting, if I don't eat red meat like in 5 or 6 days, I go through withdrawals or something.
Like
I'm gonna have to start
meat,
eating it.
red meat, iron. Maybe it's the iron. That's what someone told me. It's the iron. I'm becoming anemic, and I gotta eat more folic acids and more greens and shit. But I have to eat a burger or a steak at least once a week, or I'm gonna fuck somebody up, and I don't even know why. Probably it is the red meat. I don't know.
Yeah, my doctor told me I need to reintroduce it. And the crazy thing is, I've always been anemic, but it's getting to the point where I'm actually taking my supplements now, but it's not giving what it's supposed to give. But I don't eat meat like that anymore. And my sister actually just had to get a transfusion for the same reason. And they told her she needs to reintroduce that into her diet, because actually all she's been eating for the past few years has been salmon. She don't eat anything else but salmon. So for me, and I'm not a fish person, so I don't really even do fish. I can do some ground turkey, but you know, I fuck with tilapia here and there, but fish be too fishy, you know?
Thank you.
Like,
thank you. Man, I can cook it because my family loves it, but I bullshit you not. Like 90% of the fucking seafood I don't even eat, but I cook it because they like the shit, and I don't like the smaller it is. That's the better chance of me eating. Like if it's a real thin fillet of the tilapia, I might fuck with that if we have like a 4 of them. But if they all look kind of thick, like I ain't eat none of that shit. I just can't. The shrimp, if it's the small ones, I can fuck with. When she wants to get the big ones and all that gourmet type shit, like that smells like the ocean, nigga. I'm not fucking with that. That shit literally smells like fish. I can smell like the little ones that you get at like Bubba Gump, or they be in the Chinese food, or the medium-sized shrimps. Like they're cool. And I know it's probably a delicacy, and my wife gets annoyed because I don't appreciate it. I guess it's like those caviar or something that's real expensive and you have to have an acquired taste for, and then you give it to someone who doesn't care about it. It's like they're just wasting it. Like she'll get annoyed because she knows I'm not enjoying the shrimp. I'll eat it like it's fucking a chicken leg.
Like you trying to hurry up without tasting it.
Yeah, like I'm trying
to
chew bites and swallow. I'm not even really trying to chew it or swallow it. And they're expensive and shit, so she gets annoyed. And I'm like, well, nigga, I won't eat it. You're telling me to taste it. You know how I'm gonna taste it. I'm gonna chew it like I'm oysters. Like she likes oysters. And only time if they're smoked and they're the spicy ones, then I can eat like 2 or 3 of them. But if they're like real mushy, then I go crazy. I have to have a cracker or something. Like within 3 seconds, I have to put another food. Like I need a different consistency because I don't like that mushy shit.
Yeah. Now I did put some oysters in one of my dressings for Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah, my wife kills in that shit. She has a oyster recipe. Like our dressing is oyster. Shit looks fucking green. She puts so many oysters in it, but it tastes good. Everybody likes it. But yeah, that's the only. Yeah. But I can't do it. That's funny. You have an oyster dressing recipe?
Yeah, actually, this past year was my first time making it. It's crazy because my grandma on my dad's side passed, and I recall her oyster dressing from when I was a kid. It was the first time I ever recall even having dressing. Like the taste was so distinct, and I loved it so much. So for years, our intention was to, get the recipe from her. So then this year, she ended up passing and still hadn't got the recipe. I said, what, fuck it. I'm going to get out here and see what I can do.
Uh-oh.
So I made a regular pan for my kids because I figured, I know how they is. I'm like, let me just make them a pan, and then I'm going to make a pan for me. So I made a little small pan, got my little smoked oysters, put them in there, and I tasted to see, because I was looking for a taste, because I remember the taste. I was looking for a taste. So when I felt like I got it, I, popped it in the oven, cooled it. I let my kids taste, and my youngest, it's so funny because when I say that boy love to eat, but beyond loving to eat, he's very descriptive.
What you mean?
He's like, there's something. He's like, this one is more distinct.
Uh-oh.
It's more. It's more flavorful.
Uh-oh.
I was cracking up. I said, "Oh,
I
really?"
love
He's like,
connoisseurs.
so then he texted the other one. He said, "Yeah, something's different about this one." Now the crazy thing is he likes seafood though. Like, so my oldest, he'll eat crab legs. Like, he ain't opposed, but he ain't crazy about them like how me and my youngest son is. Like, I ordered sushi the other day. I didn't even get a chance to eat my sushi. I didn't.
That's dangerous.
It was
Fuck
gone.
around with my wife was shit.
Like,
you must love that kid.
But when I say no, I mean I don't even like him like that. Like, he really tried my life, and he be disrespectful with it. Like,
oh man,
you knew. So he just kind of shrugged his shoulder. He's like, I'm like, don't touch my stuff again. And he just got it down. He's like, okay. When I know, nigga, you definitely gonna do it again.
Oh,
definitely gonna do it again. It's giving the opportunity.
Oh shit. Yeah, you got one of those. That's what I'm learning about my daughter. I'm thinking she's scared and she obey. I'm like, she just don't feel like disobeying right now. She ain't scared about shit. She ain't worried about. She knows already. But honestly, the more I see her get, and I know I'm probably fucking it up, but like, I don't even really let her be girly and cry. Like, stop with them tears. Fuck that shit. Nope. The more you cry, the more you get in trouble. It's like, and I know it's wrong, but it's the only way I was raised. But I feel like the more you present yourself as a victim and you try to cry and try to think you can get sympathy, that's when they put their knee on your neck the harder. Literally. That nigga George Foreman was crying like a bitch. And that nigga would just...
It's not that I don't feel like you... I don't feel like you wrong for like... Because a lot of times kids do drag it out. They want you to feel bad for them, whatever. But I do think there's a way where you can do that and kind of get her from that victim mentality without making her feel like crying is a bad thing, right? Like, okay, so if you're upset, you need to use your words. Why are you upset? You know, I can't understand you crying. You're going to have to talk. Use your words. You're going to have to talk to me. So at least, even if she's feeling the type of way, she learned to communicate it. Crying, you don't go straight to crying. You got to communicate what's the problem. You know, like, it's a way to be upset, but you got to learn to express yourself. Just simply crying, you know, are you hurt? Are you angry? Are you frustrated? Like, what's going on?
No, fuck that. You crying because you know you're in trouble and you're trying to keep that heat off your ass. So you feel like if you start crying and self-discipline yourself first, then I ain't gonna do nothing.
Well, you know they be trying to beat you to the cry. It's okay. They try to beat you to the cry.
I can't do nothing. Like, if she was a boy, oh my gosh, I can imagine. That's why I get so nervous and I force myself to watch these shows, because I gotta learn to calm my temper, because I'm lucky I have a daughter, so I'm like, I just can't do things. But I'm like, if I had a son, I probably would have popped him in his arm. I would have punched a little nigga in the chest. I start thinking of all these things that might have been acceptable if I had a boy, but I don't do it if I have a girl.
It's crazy though that
Black
women get
anyway.
I was gonna say, it's crazy that Black women get the smoke for making Black men, you know, angry, callous, hardcore, not allowing them to, but men hold these same ideals that boys deserve punishment when they do something at the same age, for the same offense, but a girl is not punishable, but a boy is, and then we wonder why women are entitled. And why men feel like they're not valued. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I fully understand. That's what, like, the trauma I deal with is trying to appropriately address it. You know, because like as a guy, I know it's just wrong, but you feel like you can it's easier to physically discipline a boy. But when it comes down to the daughter, you still have to discipline them, sometimes even physically, but it's never going to be to that same magnitude because shit, I don't know.
But why do we think that little boys have to be beat or hit super hard in order to get it? Like,
there are some kids that are hard headed and some kids that aren't. Like my youngest, if I whoop him, he definitely got to get a real whooping. He got to get a whooping. My oldest wasn't like that. Like I can count on my hands probably the amount of times I've ever had to whoop him because he didn't like to be punished. He didn't like to be yelled at. He didn't like to be, he didn't like to be chastised. So it didn't take a whole lot for him. My youngest, my brother used to say, he take ass whoopings like vitamins. And he do. Like that shit make him stronger. Like, ooh, like almost like I need that shit in my life. It got to the point where I stopped whooping him a long time ago because it got to the point where it was like it feel abusive if it ain't having no effect. Like if you still gonna do you, we're gonna have to find another way to address this. Because whooping you is not correcting the behavior.
Yeah, I don't.
You ever say, "Don't jump off that couch"? Here, jump off the couch, get a whooping, turn around, climb right back up there, crying, but climb back up there to jump off again.
He's the youngest.
Yeah.
Cause see, sometimes I'm watching my daughter, and when we're busy, and she wants attention, she'll like start doing shit or start saying shit just to see if we're paying attention, and I just start recognizing like sometimes she's just playing us and she's just saying wild shit just to see if we're gonna correct her or just to see if we're paying attention. And so that's when I recognize like, damn, kids do act out when they want attention. And the longer we go with stuff, because we both fucking work and we're both working from home, and she even goes to school virtually, which is fucked up for kids. I feel so bad for them, especially ours, this COVID shit. But like she's acting out when she's not getting the attention. And it boils me, but then I have to realize it's just a reaction to our ineffective parenting. So she's not getting all the attention she wants, so she's acting out. And that's something I had to recognize. But another point, like what you're saying, is kids learn from other kids. I'm so great. I know I'm annoyed, but I'm also grateful for the fact that she's doing this virtual shit because I'm catching her learning shit from other kids. And if
like that's where that shit came from.
Right, like just new shit. Like, what are you digging in your nose for? What are you eating your boogers for? And then I get up and I watch, and you can see the zoom, and there's like you can see all the classmates, and one of the classes just going to town in their nose, and I have to turn the screen off. And hey, we don't do that shit here. You know what I mean? No, especially no. You got something in your nose, you go to the bathroom, wipe it out. You don't do any of that. And so I'm like, I'm grateful because a lot of these things you're not there to catch the kid doing. You understand? Or you hear some kid talking about, yeah, we're playing Roblox and I was looking at YouTube and saw this poop video. And then my little kid, because she's 5, but she knows how to spell. She knows how to do all that shit. Read, write, do math.
Like, she going to look it up. What's the title?
Right. And she typed in poop. And so I like that the history YouTube, like this little nigga was looking for some wild videos this last. Now the thing is she's not watching them all the way. You can see a little red bar. She's like watching 10, 15 seconds into it, and she's looking to another video and shit. So she's trying to figure out like what's the purpose of this? Like, why'd he bring it up? And I'm so pissed, but I can't spaz because it might turn it into a taboo, and then she might try to sneak. You understand what I mean? And so I'm like on eggshells, like, okay, kiddo,
have the appropriate reaction, but it's normal stuff.
And I know my daughter, the bigger, and that's one thing I had to learn, the bigger our reaction, it's a guarantee she's going to do it again because she's playing me. She's getting off on a reaction because she has no control at her age. Her control is making other people do things. And I had to learn that. You know what I mean? Like, shit, every time I overreact when she does something, I'm feeding right into it. It's the same shit with my puppy. They just had to relearn it. Like, oh, okay, my overreaction is the energy that they're reacting to.
Yeah, get off on that. Makes you feel empowered.
But it's hard to put that concept behind a 3, 4, 5-year-old thinking that that's exactly what they're doing.
Oh no, they're learning shit from day one. Like, people really do not understand. But it's crazy because we just think it's like the motion. Have you ever recalled like when she was even smaller than that? Let's say 1. She got a sippy cup. She sitting at a high chair, she knock it down. You pick it up. She laughs, ha 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 ha, knock it down again. You pick it up. She's learning. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, nigga, you just
So-
turned me into. We're paying fetch now, huh?
Yeah.
I'm your
Yeah,
dog.
Now, part of it is she likes to see the action of you bending down and coming up, but she's also learning, wait a minute, I do something, they react. You know, I do something, they react. Like my youngest, even now, like I still have to, he don't even do it as much as he used to. But when I say, I'll say the past 6-7 months, oh, he was really, really, really with the attention craving. Really. But I had to tell him, because I'm realistic. Certain things I say, while you're gonna get some attention, you're not gonna get all the attention you ask for. I know you do certain things because you crave attention, but it's crazy because the same things I see for me, you know, in him, you know, mouthy, smart, very technical, always got to get his point across. He got things of his dad as well. So his dad is he don't care what kind of attention he get as long as he get attention. Right? Like to the point of you have to ignore him. Because there's no amount of attention that's gonna satisfy him. Yeah. If you give him some, he's gonna continue to just crave it. It's gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you know? So if I let him go for a long time, but I said, listen, you're gonna have to get comfortable with not always being the center of attention. You just gonna have to get, the reality is nobody's gonna pay you the type of attention that you want people to pay you. You cannot just interrupt people's conversations and think it's gonna the attention is gonna be diverted to you. That is rude. If you want someone's attention, say excuse me and give them an opportunity to respond. You don't just butt in and start talking and doing what you want to do. Like earlier, when I was on here, I think talking to Unbiased, or it might have been you. I was on here speaking earlier and he just come in and start talking. He can clearly hear that I'm talking before he entered my room. He can clearly see that I'm whispering, hold on, I'm doing something. But then he continues to proceed to talk. Did you hear what I said? Hold on, I'm doing something. Like, you don't get to interrupt what I'm doing because you decide what you're doing is important.
That part.
Like, you don't get to do that. That's rude. Go find some business. But
get you some business.
Go find some business. But at the end of the day, he's gotten a whole lot better, because any other time he like, oh my gosh, like it would have been a whole thing, like a whole tantrum. But come on now, and don't want shit. He'll do stuff like, mom, listen, mom. I'm like, what? So would you rather have super speed or nigga, you don't get the fuck out of my face. Leave me alone.
The fuck out my face. My daughter hit me with that shit. Would you rather have a hummingbird or a penguin? I've been getting so disappointed in myself because I don't be understanding the age and the context and shit. So I just snap sometimes. I mean, what the fuck? Nigga, would you ask me these? Oh, this is your teacher asked you this. Oh, okay. Oh, would you rather? Oh, I'm just bad. I'm just fuck. It's like, damn, am I just, I can't be the only one going through this shit as a first time parent, because shit. Like, this nigga's only 5 years old. I'm gonna go crazy by the time she's 13. Because she just loves testing.
You'll be
boundaries.
okay. Listen, that ain't gonna change now.
I know it ain't gonna change. That's why I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna make it. She's gonna be fine.
It transforms into different things, though. It becomes a little more nuanced. You know?
I just pray she has sympathy on me, because I'm not prepared for this generation. This is the 2.0 or shit. This is just the new model, and no instructions with this one. So once she gets it down, we're all lost.
That's
To be
all.
perfectly honest, though, I think this generation is way like my kids. I don't see them being half as bad as like I was in high school. Me and my homegirl was talking the other day about like just reminiscing on like funny stories and shit that happened to us. And then she had nerve. Her kids younger than mine. She had the nerve to say, well, she got like something sprinkled in because she got 4 total. She had nerve to say, she's like, oh girl, I be, telling the kids, some reminiscing with the kids about like stories about us. And I'm like, you be talking to the kids about shit we did in high school? Girl, like your kids still young enough to try to emulate. Like, I wouldn't be telling them that. So, we cracking up or whatever. And don't get me wrong, like I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, when I say we came up with some spectacular fucking schemes and lies, like top fucking tier shit. My mama didn't know until I was grown and told her some of the stuff. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't have to sneak out or lie. I didn't have to do that. But my mom not finna lie to nobody mama, right? So in order for her to tell the lie or confirm the lie, she got to be lied to. So unfortunately, now I got to lie to you because this is the lie we rolling with so she can come. So you got to confirm the lie, But my mama didn't know a lot of times. But when I say just pure foolishness, pure fucking foolishness. And I don't see the craftiness in these kids these days. Like, I don't think my kids could come up with the creative lies and resources that we use. I don't think they would be able to do it.
Let me ask a question. What's the longest you were able to stay away without your parents or mother knowing? Like time frame, like gone for 3 days, gone for 6 hours at the youngest age. At the youngest age where you're like, damn it, my nigga, I am not supervised. I should not be at this park at 11 o'clock chilling with the homies at 9.
I ain't never been gone. So I told lies like, first off, my house was the house everybody came to. Cause I had the resources. My mom was the understanding one, cool one. So for me, everybody came to my house. But I wasn't the one to be like, oh mom, we're going to spend the night over such and such house for the night and then be with a nigga all night. Like for me, there were certain shit I wouldn't even do to my mom. Like I'm just not doing it. You know what I'm saying? So the longest I've been away was a few hours because wherever I tell her I'm going to at least make that reasonable. So it was one situation where we was gone. What time? We probably left at like 10:30 and we didn't get back till 6 a.m. But that was extenuating circumstances. Like shit went so fucking left, like left. Now we came up with a hell of a fucking lie to cover our time frame. But even then, it didn't sit right with me. So I had to tell my mom the truth. Like I told her the truth about the whole night, how it happened. We lied to you from the start. We were never going bowling. Like went over to her dude's house and this nigga grown and shit just went left. They got to fighting and it was like they was fighting for fucking hours. Shit just went left. So she, to me, she was cool about it. She was like, well, I'm not gonna tell y'all mamas on y'all that y'all need to call y'all mamas and tell, like blah blah skippy woo woo. But at the end of the day, for me, that was probably the longest I had been separated. Like we were supposed to be back at 3 by 3 a.m. That's the time we were supposed to be back home. We didn't get home till 6 a.m. That was the longest.
What was your mother's
left
response?
At like 10:30. When we got there,
blow up? Was she calm?
No, when we got there, she didn't blow up because our first lie, we initially came in the house. I'm like, Mom, oh my gosh, because my friend Desiree had scratches all over because I said she was we was actually over her boyfriend's house and they had been fighting for fucking hours. So she had scratches all over her. So I'm like, oh my gosh, Ma, let me tell you. We had went to the bowling alley and then we went to White Castle and these girls tried to fight us. So we was in there banging, so and my mama know how we are. So it wasn't like unheard of. We was sitting on the curb for hours, like with the police. They was saying they was gonna call you, this and the third, but finally they let us go. And she was just happy that we didn't get arrested, right? Like,
Damn, you're savage. How old
she was
were
just
you?
happy. I was 16, like 15, 16.
Wow. And you
So
don't
she
think
was
our generation or this generation has that guile or that creativity on the
hell
spot?
no. Hell, first of all, how about we got our ride there, had all that fight.
How long
for
did it take to
hours
get there? How far were you away
from the crib? Probably like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Got our ride back.
So
Got
you're
in the house.
minors rolling with an unidentified adult?
You said what?
You were minors rolling with an unidentified or unknown adult to your parent?
Well, see, here's the thing. The dude that picked us up was like high school. He was one of my, he was just a homie, but he liked my homegirl. So he would give us rides places because he think it's gonna get him somewhere with my homegirl, but he didn't know that the nigga we was actually going over that he was for the homegirl he was giving the ride for. You know what I'm saying? But
Yikes.
she got him believing it's we going somewhere for one of us. So he give us the ride over there, but she actually going to her nigga house. Her grown nigga house. But he was a high school dude.
Yikes.
Now, truth be told, my cousin was supposed to pick us up. My grown cousin was supposed to pick us up. But she had got so hectic and out of order, I refused to leave my friend there fighting the dude. Now, really, she was the one being stubborn and didn't want to leave. She thought that was her boyfriend. So she felt like he was playing her. He was ready to go out to the club, and she made it a whole big thing. So they got to fighting and shit. And I'm just like, girl, put your coat on, let's go. It turned into them fighting for fucking hours in stages, and I'm just sitting there like, oh my God. So by the time I called my cousin, because the fight wrapped up probably like 5 o'clock. By the time I called my cousin at 5, she's like, you out your fucking mind, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Hell no, I ain't coming to get you now. Y'all was supposed to be done, at this, you know what I'm saying? Like, call your mama. No, I can't do that. My mama don't even know what the fuck I'm at for real. So we ended up having to get a ride from somebody that lived in the dude building because he had heard the commotion and the fighting all fucking night long. He like, look, let me just take y'all fucking home because y'all don't need to be out here this side of town, Let me just take y'all home. So he just took us home on a humbug. But whole time in the car, I'm like, y'all shut the fuck up. I got the lie. Don't say shit. Just back me up. I tell the lie. The next day, the nigga calls my phone to tell. Now, so we go to sleep probably 6:30-ish, 7-ish. By like 9:30, my phone ringing. I'm like, hello? Yeah, let me speak to Amber mama. Nigga, if you don't get the fuck off my line, what the fuck are you calling me for? Y'all bitches fucked up my house. So he spazzing. He want to talk to my mama, not knowing that this is my personal phone line. I hangs up on him. He calling back. So I told my homegirl, I'm like, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell my mom like what happened. And she's like, no. I'm like, no. I was like, I don't even feel right. I don't lie to my mom like that. Like, I'm gonna just tell her what happened. So I tells her what happened, the real story. She like, oh, well, she need to call her mom, let her know. And then, your other homegirl, James, she needs to call her mama, let her know. So my homegirl lied, say she called her mama. She did call her mama, but she told her mama the first bullshit lie that I had kicked to my mama. That's the lie she told her mama. Her mom like, all right, I'm coming to get you this, that, and third. Her mama get there. She opened the door. All I know is the bitch landed in the kitchen. The dude had already called her mama and told her what happened. When she talked to her mama, was lying to her mama knew the whole time that she was fucking lying. So, long story short, we got found out. But the nigga was done because her stepdaddy was a police officer. She was only 16 years old and this nigga was 21. So. He really should have just took the L. Y'all up?
Thank you.